But I started staring back up in the mirror. Cause it's special when you stand out from the rest. When you know that you're the best.
Hello and welcome to the Gfinity Arena in a very chilly, Christmassy London town. We're back for the December edition of the FUT 19 Champions Cup. And over the last 2 days, we've been treated to some epic action. Today, it's all about the PS4 players taken to the sticks to prove they've got what it takes to come back for tomorrow's Championship Sunday. Yesterday, so much to talk about because the Xbox players went toe-to-toe and boy, they didn't disappoint. What's that? You'd like a little recap? Sure, no problems. Et voila. So here we are then on Friday, kick-starting with round one. And what a great way to start it. Could we keep to this top-tier level? As Night Watch took on Erhano. It was the German versus the Bulgarian, and goals did fly. Celebrations in the top bracket of celebrations that you could have imagined. But Erhano went through with a 5-4 victory. Then we moved on to the Royal, taking on Fabio Donuso. A close affair, finishing 3-2 to the Royal. He wants to prove he's not the only Saudi Arabian prince in the tournament. We moved into the PSG Dax versus Erhano. Goals galore. PSG Dax obviously being the favourite, but Erhano showing he's not to be underestimated as he went through into the quarterfinals. Momentum is important in a tournament as Rafsu picked up a 5-4 win over Martial. Then, in the competition, we know that there's a man to try and beat. He's got 2 competitions back-to-back, and now we got to see him in the main stage as he took on Resende. I'm, of course, talking about F2 Tex. Here he is. And he was up against the Brazilian Resende. The match finished 3-1 to F2 Tex, and we said obrigado to Resende as he went out of the competition. We did save the best till last, though, as the Royal took on Megabit. Megabit, the famous number 98, just didn't have enough in the locker to get another goal, and the Royal goes through to take on MS Desari. Yes, indeed. Welcome to Gfinity Arena. On the desk with me today, and I'm very excited about this, is the one and only Mike LeBell and Chris Tunn. Gentlemen, so much to get through. I love the fact we're matching.
Don't laugh.
He was very angry yesterday when I didn't give him enough of a build-up. But
yeah,
Chris,
we're on the same page.
You were brilliant. You didn't get the email about black and white here.
I didn't, unfortunately. Usually I wouldn't mind a black and white strip, but, you know, we're not going to talk about Newcastle United today, unfortunately. Good
point. And, yeah, unfortunately, no players from Newcastle will be played today, I'm sure. Mike LeBell, so much to talk about yesterday. The Xbox really did deliver in terms of players coming out and bringing their top-tier performances. How did you find it?
We had a lot of back and forth. I was entertained. We had a lot of upsets, too. When we're looking at the final 4 players, we've got a couple familiar names. When you're looking at the MS Desari, of course, no one seems to be able to top Tex at this point. I wouldn't want to match up against him. But we have the Royal, who is not on anyone's radar. And we also have PSG Dax, which was his first event, tons of history in terms of having a lot of success. But with that being said, I don't think many people said, oh, I think Dax is going to do well. I think Dax could potentially win on the Xbox side. So I'm interested to see if he brings it on Sunday.
Yeah, indeed. Well, listen, gentlemen, I'll come to you in a second, Chris. But, guys, listen, if you didn't join us yesterday, it's unbelievable. It's fine. Listen, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. Anyway, here's a guide on how the format works and how the whole weekend plays out. Take a look. The tournament features 64 FIFA 19 players, 32 of them on the Xbox One and 32 on PS4. Across 4 days of competition, we will establish a cross-platform champion who will earn a share of the $100,000 prize pool. The order of play is as follows. Thursday, there's a round-robin group stage matches on both consoles. Friday, Xbox One playoffs. Saturday, PS4 playoffs. And Sunday, it is the cross-platform grand finals. The 32 players on each console are split into 4 groups of 8, seeded according to Global Series points. Every individual player will play against all other players in their group. Every match is 2 legs and will go to extra time and penalties if required. At the end of the round-robin stage, the top 5 players in each group of 8 will progress to the playoffs. the bottom 3 players are eliminated. The 5 qualified players in each group progress to the playoff bracket for that console. The top 3 qualifiers from each group proceed to the winners bracket, and qualifiers 4 and 5 enter the losers bracket, all in with a chance of progressing to the finals day. Now, the match order that follows is a little complicated, but don't worry, we will guide you through every step of the way. The final 4 players on each console will qualify for the Sunday finals, where semi-finals and a final will decide the winner from the PS4 and Xbox brackets respectively. These 2 console winners will proceed to the cross-platform Grand Final. The Grand Final will consist of a 2-leg match with 1 leg played on Xbox and 1 leg on the PS4. A coin toss will decide which platform is used for the first leg. If the match is tied on the aggregate score at the end of the second leg, the game will proceed into extra time and penalty kicks if needed. The extra time and penalty kicks will be played on whichever platform the second leg of the match was played on. The overall winner will walk away with $40,000 and 1,500 Global Series points. So there you go, $40,000 for the winner and 1,500 Global Series points. Chris, what did you make of yesterday in terms of the bracket and how everything played out?
It played out really nicely. We've seen some stories develop. We've seen Dax struggle in his games, but somehow eventually make it through after taking some losses, and he's found himself in the quarterfinals in an interesting game. So the guys just breezed through their winners' side. So it's really interesting to see. Obviously, we're going in the losers bracket. You do still get a chance to lose a game, but you can still go on to win the tournament. So it's an interesting form.
Yeah, we had a couple of returns, like a same matchup again, and obviously dominating, and Razik had exactly that situation. What do you make of it today, though, when you look at it, Mike LaBelle, of the brackets and which one you're looking towards, and part 1 of it or part 2? I think there's a particular group that you like the look of.
No, absolutely, and just to reiterate, or just to go back to where we were talking about the Razik group with Dax, I considered that the bracket of death, because you also had Stokes and Knight both in the same bracket. And this time around, we're looking at the bracket with Maestro, Dufty, we've got August Rosemeyer, Ice Vogel, and then if you're able to get out of that, you get rewarded by playing against Nicolas, who's undefeated.
Which is no easy task there. Part 3 of it, you've got Mo, Aubameyang, and Houston. And
Goals will happen in that game.
Goals, yeah.
Early prediction.
Okay, early prediction, I like it. And then
a lot of goals.
And then Lord waiting for them in round 2. And it's quite nice the way that the top seed gets rewarded. You finish top of the group, then you go on through. When we look at part 4, of it, there's obviously one man there, Yago. Obviously, Joksan, we know how good he's been in terms of Paris this year, the LQE, picking up a very tasty 850 Global Series points. But which one is your most favourite sort of matchup that we've got coming up?
I want to watch either the Mo Aubameyang versus Houston, or I would take the August Rosemeyer versus Ice Vogel. We haven't really seen Ice Vogel in action until this event. And August has started really well. He's qualified for everything. And I feel like he didn't have his best performance, actually, in the previous event in Bucharest. And this is kind of his bounce back.
Yeah, well, listen, Mike, you're in luck, because that's one of our fixtures today. Here's a look at the fixtures that we've got coming up your way. There they are. And even, we're so helpful. We put time to the left-hand side. So we will kickstart with Joksan versus Torre, and then we will have Agge versus Ice Vogel. Those names, particularly, I remember from the Elite Series here in this very Gfinity arena. But Agge has been going on strength to strength, hasn't he?
I mean, he's trying to make it happen. There's a lot of events, a lot of programming, and you've got to make adjustments. A lot of times things aren't going to click perfect for you, especially at this level. So it's so important to be able to stay mentally strong, and then also to make small, minor adjustments, and to be honest with your gameplay. What do I need to work on?
Yeah, well, listen, gentlemen, there's so many good players. It is going to be really interesting. And a guy who doesn't get enough for praise, obviously, Stefano Pina. So, listen, we have got so much on the way. Right, my co-host, Lottie, I believe you're up at the touchscreen. What's going on up there?
I am indeed, Tom. I'm very excited today. I'm going to be here all day long, bringing you lots of interviews from the players as they're stepping off that main stage to see exactly how these guys are feeling moving on through the tournament. I'm also going to be up here near the touchscreen or breakdown board with the one and only Mike LaBelle, which you may have seen yesterday if you were tuning in as well. And another thing, I'm going to be bringing you, if I can speak, all the updates of all the games that you won't be seeing on the main stage, so you can keep up to date with all the scores and exactly how the guys are doing as well. But I've got other exciting announcements, and one of those was revealed exclusively on stream yesterday. That's right, it's the return of FUTmas. Exciting stuff happening there. We will have more details later on, and we will share those live with you on air when we have them. I mean, who isn't excited for a FIFA 19 advent calendar? Because I know I am. And more exciting news for you as well is, of course, the release of Twitch drops that are going to be happening all day long. I've got some details here for you. We've got exciting FUT items coming your way. We've got a 90 rated Dennis Bergkamp, a 92 rated UCL Kevin De Bruyne, a premium gold pack, and a rare player pack as well. And all you have to do is link your EA and Twitch accounts, watch the stream on either EA Sports, FIFA, or Gfinity's Twitch channel, either one, in order to be eligible to earn these rewards. Super easy stuff, guys. Get involved. Really excited. Cannot wait to see all the action that's happening today. So, Tom, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Yesterday on Friday was there was a vibe and an urgency and an energy in this very arena. Listen, I want to talk about this first matchup. Joksan taking on Torre. This is going to be a juicy contest.
It's a clash of the Titans right now. Joksan's #1, Torre's #3 in terms of the global series points. And Joksan, he's been almost the PlayStation's Tex, so to speak. In terms of having a lot of success, he's been consistent at events. And we've got a bit of a different play style between the two of them. Joksan is a little more offensive. Torre is more about controlling the games and keeping them low scoring and making sure that he has a lot of structure. We've also seen a lot of adjustments in Torre's game plan where Joksan's the opposite. You'll never see him change formation. He is a 4-2-3-1 all the way, and Torre might give you a look at a very wide variation of the 4-2-3-1, but he could switch into a 4-3-3, which we've seen. He can go into a 4-2-2-2. He's comfortable in many different game plans.
Yeah, obviously you were casting a lot yesterday, Ton. What sort of play style and formation stood out to you yesterday?
Not necessarily formation, but we've seen that the time finesse, obviously, in the past couple of weeks has been so strong. We haven't seen as much of it so far, on the main stage at least, anyway. We still have seen it, but it seems as if players are starting to adapt a little bit more, starting to flood the middle, and that seems to be something that people are looking out for. Crosses have become a little bit more prevalent as well, so something else to look out for. But on the PlayStation side, it might change, of course. These guys might not have made the adaptation the Xbox guys have, so it'd be interesting to see what the playstyle difference is between the two.
Okay then, so Joksan, the #1 guy, taking on #3. Well, listen, last time I caught up with Joksan was in sunny Florida. Oh, blimey, back in May at the FIFA 18 US Spring Cup. Since then, he has gone from strength to strength alongside his fellow North American challengers. We managed to grab a few moments with the man to chat all things FIFA, which is FIFA to you and I. Here you go.
Vieira, no, he gives it away to Sergio Ramos. But it's not going to count. The man on the left-hand side of your screen lets out a scream.
Yeah, winning the Spring Cup, I think it gave me motivation to keep on playing FIFA because prior to that, I hadn't won a tournament. Just being among the best players in North America, I think it started my championship streak. Between North American players, we like to stick together because there's not many of us. We only get 4 players per tournament, so we like to stick together. Goal machine, I think he got top 4 in the first FUT Champions Cup in Bucharest, so that was pretty good. And Didi Crislito, he participated in the LQE, he got top 8 as well, and now he's here, and he's in the knockouts as well, so that's pretty good. Since the last time I was at a Gfinity event, I won the Paris Continental Cup. Honestly, I don't think anybody was rooting for me. In my head, I had no pressure because I wasn't a big name. It gave me the confidence to keep on playing. The biggest change since winning the Spring Cup has been my mentality and my experience.
Step 2, Tex, you've just made some history, lifting the cup for the second time.
Prior to that, I hadn't played Xbox, and it was my first grand final. I was a little nervous because I didn't know what to expect. Now I know how to prepare for it. If I ever play a grand final again, I hope I don't lose. When I go back home, I'm probably gonna buy an Xbox for Christmas, so yeah, I'll have time to prepare for next time. No, I still felt great because back-to-back PS4 champions, still a great achievement, and no, I didn't feel demotivated at all, and I think it just motivated me to keep on playing and keep on being a better player.
All right then, very exciting listening to Joksan, and yes, I'm here now in the casting area with the main two men, the hottest two casters on the block right now. My words and theirs that they told me to say. Mark Hatcher, aka Onset,
It's not true.
And Dan Gaskin, aka Dolce & Gabbana. Listen, gentlemen, the energy in this arena yesterday was electric at times, and we're expecting exactly the same today, aren't we?
So much emotion from the players. I mean, the heartbreak and, of course, the joy that happened for those wins and those losses. Some incredible gameplay once again from Tex. It was just a really fun day of FIFA, wasn't it? And I'm hoping for more of the same today.
It was indeed. Obviously, Onset, no, I say that from my heart. It was so great hearing you cast yesterday. This first match we're going into, I want to take your prediction on it. Joksan taking on Torre.
Oh, wow, it's the first thing I say and you're asking for
I don't
prediction
muck around.
already? You
I
didn't
don't
even say
muck around.
hello. I mean, never mind. I don't know, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be really tight. Obviously, this is a repeat of a PS4 final we had from Bucharest a couple of weeks ago. So, I mean, Joksan took it then, so I'm going to have to go with Joksan now once again. But, you know, Torre, he's come out of nowhere. He's played some phenomenal FIFA this year. So, definitely going to be a tight one.
All right, well, listen, gentlemen, I'll leave you with it, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Tom.
What a nice
and,
guy, eh?
Hottest casters on the block, apparently.
Apparently, according to us. Not true.
I don't
Not
know.
true.
Is
Anyway.
he talking about appearance or? Never mind. Anyway, we'll
Moving
carry on. Joksan, he should be performing well here. This is a chance for him really at this tournament to solidify himself as that best PS4 player. He's back-to-back PS4 champion, Mark.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, you know, you look at the other side of things, we talk about F2 Tex a lot, but this guy has been the man to beat on the PlayStation 4. So he's going to be looking to add another title here and get into that grand finals and try and prove that, you know, the PlayStation is something to be contended with and take down Tex. Obviously, he went 6-1 in the groups. Actually came second in his group, Dr. Erhano, with a similar record, but just had a slightly better goal difference, I believe. And on the other side of things, obviously, Torre had a pretty good one as well. He came third in his group. 4-3 managed to just about scrape through. He hasn't been playing the FIFA that we saw from him in the first event back in Bucharest, but he's made it through. And we've seen from yesterday, Dan, the most important thing is to make it through into this bracket play, and then anything can happen.
Anything can happen. And yes, Tor was a little bit up and down yesterday, but the day before, sorry. But all that matters for him is just focusing on today. Now we get to that bracket play, get to those knockout stages. It is, of course, the chance at double elimination. You do have the lower bracket to work with, but we are going to jump into this game then. It is going to be Joksan versus Torre, and it is going to be that replay of the PS4 final back in Bucharest 2 weeks ago. And I'm really excited for this one. As you said, Joksan in his group 6-1, lost to DrErhano. Can he make up for that here? Can he carry on his fine form?
Obviously, we'll try and get those the player names at the top corrected. Looks like we're switching over games there. We're losing everything. Here we go. We're in the right game. We've got this right. First game of the day. There's always a few gremlins in the system, but the good thing is it's 0-0. We didn't miss anything. Joksan will be playing in the red kit, and Torre will be playing in the white, just so you know exactly who you're watching at any point. And it's going to be the first attack of the game coming from the man from the United States of America, Joksan, switching this one across the pitch and bringing Kyle Walker into the play.
And Joksan has had quite the phenomenal run already in FIFA 19. If you look at what he had accomplished coming into this tournament, he actually had more Global Series points than Tex coming into it. Of course, he had that Paris Games Week victory, the first live tournament. It was just a PS4 only event, that one. A plus 36 goal difference from all of the live events that he's attended so far.
Ball out wide here to Pele. Hullet looking menacing in the edge of the box. Does go for that finesse. Keeper was moved across there by Torre. Neuer just tips that one over. Is it nice and safely? First corner of the game then to Joksan. Eusebio on this right-hand side. Lovely little Krikita into the box. Tries to find R9, who was hovering just outside of the D there, maybe looking to line up another shot. But this has been a strong start here from Joksan, Dan. He's done a great job of just holding possession.
You'd expect goals from both of these two. 82 goals between them in the group stages. And defensively, they have conceded a fair few as well, so they are vulnerable at the back. And it looks like Joksan is more than happy to take pop shots, but it's in the post!
Post denies him early on. This has been all Joksan for the first 11 minutes of this game. He really has controlled the pace of it. He doesn't, unfortunately for him, put away that first chance that he did create. The upright got struck, and now we're going to see Torre. He representing SPQR, excuse me. With his first real opportunity to have possession of the ball. Can he put it to use in the same way that Joksan did?
I think if Joksan carries on just taking those shots, trying those finesse into the top corner, get Torre used to that repetition of moving his keeper to that side and then try and surprise him with a low driven, catch him off guard perhaps, but hitting the post, he's certainly going to...
shot. Oh, De Gea gets across and
he's going to feel hard done by.
save himself, and very similar pattern to play to what we saw from Joksan at the start of this game. Oh, a nice set-piece routine here, drills that ball in low and hard, and oh my word, the acrobatics coming in from Pele. Unfortunately, for Torre, much like Joksan, first one, his first opportunity of the game went just wide, and we see exactly the same thing there.
Both players are more than happy to go for these green time finesse shots, but both keeper movement has been strong. So it could be difficult to find those kind of goals that maybe they would expect to hit against lesser skilled players. It's been very equal in the midfield. Both teams defending well, using those CDMs to just press the person on the ball. Even bringing CR7 back a little bit. Quite a low line from Torre just to try and defend this one.
Interesting thing here is both of these players seem to have very, very similar play styles from what we've seen in the first few minutes here. CR7 whips that one round the corner, but Neuer moved across there by Torre. Comfortable save for him. But going back to my point I was just talking about, both players playing a very possession-based game, both playing that 4-2-3-1 as well. So you're going to see a lot of lateral passes across the pitch, looking to stretch the play before they use CR7 as that target man. Ronaldo, that's a fantastic move from Torre, but an even bigger save from David De Gea. You almost expected that one to hit the back of the net, but the goalkeeper saves Joksan.
Yeah, he's hit it green as well. Thought that was just going to be hurtling towards the top corner, but I don't know if there was a little bit of keeper movement there just to put the pressure on with David De Gea. But it is going to be these two middlemen. It's going to be your Hullet and your Vieira that you're going to be focusing on in this game, because both defensively and offensively they're going to be extremely important. They're going to pass it between them up the pitch. Look out wide for that space, come back inside again, and they're going to be starting all of the build-up.
CR7 on his right foot there. Again, good goalkeeper movement coming in from Torre, making that one a little bit easier for Manuel Neuer.
And that's the thing, because the goalkeeper movement is so good from both of these players, those shots aren't really likely to go in. So it's going to be one of those through balls that catches the defenders off guard that is probably going to find that first goal. To be fair, Torre did have that first chance. I thought it was going to be the goal, but there's going to be the finesse. And again, keeper movement. Easy save. And I wouldn't be surprised if they start to switch things up, the both of them.
Here comes Joksan then. As a defender on his back, Alexandre comes across to help out Paolo Maldini there. Vieira brings it away. Very tight affair at the start of this one. Biggest chance, of course, going to Torre. One-on-one save from De Gea. Coming up big to keep this one tied up at 0-0, but here's Eusebio on the edge of the box, the drag back. Oh, that's beautiful stuff. Eusebio jinking, look for the ball inside to R9. Looking for that perfect opportunity there, but great work showing that Torre has some tricks in his box as far as unlocking the defence of Joksan.
Now, certainly, if we look back at that first live event, the PS4 event in Paris, Joksan was a different class, really. He was the first one to really adapt to kind of manual defending, time finishing and all that, but now it seems like the other PlayStation players, they're starting to catch up. They've learnt from him, as it were. That shot's just going to go wayward. And it was a 4-3 victory for Joksan against Torre as well in the last time they faced each other. So it was a close encounter, and you can see why. With just how similar these play styles are, they are clashing a little bit. And it's either going to be a moment of brilliance, Mark, or maybe just a moment of hesitation, just a mistake that could send this either way.
Yeah, concentration is going to be big in this game, you feel. Both players, as you say, playing such a similar game. Just takes one little mistake. However, Ferdinand, oh, talking of mistakes, that was one there from Torre. Slightly overconfident in his own box there. It's only 0-0.
It's not often Ferdinand
The half-time whistle's just around the corner, as you say, Dan. Rio Ferdinand deciding to pretend he's R9 for a minute.
Keep the uppies in the box. Yeah, you don't want to see that again. He's just trying to get rid, I think, holding down that R1 button. One last attack potentially for Joksan here, though. Just a minute left, and he has spread it out wide. It's going to be Pele on the left.
Pele now cutting inside, a chance here, drills it across. Oh, I think CR7 got a piece of that, but the defender also got enough on it to send it wide of the goal. Last attack of the half here, Eusebio lays it back to Ferdinand. R9 on the edge of the box, strikes it. Neuer grasps that one into his chest and clutches onto it as the half-time whistle goes. I mean, a tactical masterclass from both players there. Was chances, but it was super, super tight.
Yeah, 58 possession in favour of Joksan. Really was dominating the play, but there were certainly chances there for Torre as well. I think he probably had the best chance of the game, realistically.
Sure.
That green finish right in front of David De Gea. But the keeper movement from Joksan and his manual defending has been one of the key reasons as to why he has performed so well in the live tournament so far. But considering the amount of goals both of these players have scored this tournament, this is a really, really tight one.
Torre then with the first attack of this second half. Of course, we're playing 2 legs here if you're just joining us for the first time this weekend and you're wondering how the format works. Both of these teams, both of these players will be playing 2 games. The aggregate score will put you through. Hullet now on the edge of the box. Ronaldo with the scoop turn, decides to use Eusebio out wide. Hullet now. Eusebio back inside the box. R9's arriving, but great defensive header at the back post there. Coming in from Joksan, and all the talk in Bucharest and in Paristan was about how good Joksan's defending was, and you can see exactly why here.
You can, it's just more of the same. There was a lot of players relying on AI defending back in Paris. Joksan was sticking to his guns, a lot of manual defending, and it really was a masterclass. I mean, when we talk about skill gaps and how Tex is just kind of ahead of the game at the moment, Joksan also was at that point on the PS4 side of things back in Paris, but things have changed. People have got ever closer to him. Could he make it a three-peat for himself? Could he go 3 PS4 tournaments for his side, back to back to back? That would be a fantastic accolade. And a reminder, of course, that a loss here wouldn't put either of these players out of the tournament. It is in the double elimination part of the bracket. So you would just drop to that lower bracket if you did lose.
Great ball around the corner here. Ronaldo with a chance to strike it. Pele does strike it, and finally the deadlock is broken. Joksan will find the space inside the box, and he finds the finish to get it past Torre as well. Pele, the goal scorer. That near post driven shot. Slightly fooling the goalkeeper there, moved across and left that gap, and Joksan exploited it perfectly.
Yeah, naturally, your body position is kind of focusing up, ready for that finesse shot into the top corner. But then Joksan reading the game well, recognising the goalkeeper is being moved and just banking on the fact he was going to move the wrong way. And now he's got that lead. That's where Joksan really shines. When he has this 1-0 lead, he can command a game. He's already been dominating the possession. And you'd have to imagine with a goal lead, now Torre's going to have to kind of switch things up a little bit. And that might just open up more room for Joksan going forward.
Speaking of room, there was a little bit of space down that right-hand side there. You could see, I believe it was Eusebio making that run, but well defended there by Torre. Now he has a chance of his own. There's a 3v3 situation here, but midfield is going to track back and make those numbers up as CR7 works the ball round the corner. Pele inside the box. Lovely little flick out wide. Linesman's flag does not go up. Vieira's going to be the ball on here. Into the box. R9 with a scoop turn. So many bodies in the way, though, for Joksan. Well defended once again by the American.
Yeah, look, there were so many bodies back there going forward. It was just CR7 on his own at the top on the counter-attack. So no high line from Joksan. Instead, he's just dominating the middle of the field and hoping to pass his way up the pitch. Very different to the likes of Tex, for example, who has those wingers always waiting for that lofted through ball out on the left or the right, exposing those fullbacks. Whereas Joksan is just looking to dominate the park.
Torre then with a nice little spell of possession here. Fortunately, just as I say that, curse of the commentator strikes and he gives the ball away. Joksan then, he can go into the second leg with a 2-0 lead. He'll be feeling very confident about his chances of progressing in the bracket. I think we should highlight as well, you know, that first day in the group stage, 6-1 record for Joksan, so impressive, but even more impressive when you speak to him and he said, you know, I've only had 3 hours sleep last night. Jet lag, a big factor for a lot of these players traveling in from across the world, and I'm not sure what the sleep patterns were like for Torre as well, but I'm sure that he maybe struggled as well. But to come out and perform 6-1 in the group stages when you aren't even rested, when, you know, the mental fatigue that FIFA 19 takes on you as a player, I mean, it makes it even more impressive.
It really does. I mean, jet lag plays a huge part in any competitive environment. As I think it's just going to be Neymar coming on for Torre here, switching to possession-based attack as well, looking to build up a bit more from the back, try and stop some of those strikers making those runs that he hasn't been able to find. Instead, he's going to use those CDMs to actually move up the pitch and try and just work his way through the middle. It'll be a grind, but it's definitely possible.
And you can see those almost 2 banks of players here for Joksan, just lining up on the edge of the box, making it so difficult to break down. Vieira is trying to break it down, and there CR7 tries to flick that ball through, but just got caught by the linesman's flag there. But that's better from Torre there. Well, as soon as he was getting the ball in and around the box, looking to play those slightly quicker first-time passes, try and drag those defenders out of play for Joksan. But you know, in theory, it seems like a good idea. But when you've got a player of the caliber of Joksan and what he's created, it's not as easy as it might seem.
It's very difficult to break Joksan down. The way he kind of backs off, gives you possession, and then he dives in just as he sees you take that one, maybe touch. It's a little bit too much, a little bit of a heavy touch for the opposition player. He's right in there, right in your face, making sure that you're not going to be able to make an easy pass. And with the likes of Vieira, like Hullet, that every team does have, the stretch and the reach on these players is unreal. So difficult to play that through ball through the middle. And with just 10 minutes remaining in this one, I imagine Joksan's just going to probably play it safe. Wait for that one last attack to try and put this 2-0.
That was a great little ball over the top there. Taking out pretty much the entirety of Torre's midfield, just dinking it into the strikers. There's the shot from Cruyff. Neuer scrambles across to make a save there to keep it at 1-0. Scary moments there for Torre. Now he's got to defend this corner. Hullet's going to be the man who's standing over it. Can see some substitutions coming in as well. Thierry Henry is going to be introduced to the game. Joksan smartly just keeping possession here towards the end of the game. This is all about game management now. However, almost gave the ball away there and presented Torre with a counter-attacking opportunity of his own.
Well, the thing is, even though Joksan knows that Torre is moving his goalkeeper, he's going to be more than happy taking those pop shots, those first-time finesses, if the keeper's going to be pushing out for a corner. You will take a corner, because the chances from corners now are so high to find a goal. So I think Joksan's going to be more than happy with how this game has gone. Yes, okay, he's not dominating in terms of scoreline, but he certainly had more of the possession. I feel like he's pretty comfortable in this game, but that can change very quickly.
All it takes is one chance, and here is Thierry Henry, maybe with that chance. Cuts back inside, Hullet on the edge of the box. Approaching the 90th minute here, it's Ronaldo who strikes it. De Gea with another huge save here for Joksan. That's twice in this game now that the Spaniard has come up big for the American.
Switching to Ronaldinho, offers up that Hullet on the front post, but he's just going to play it short. Closing into added time. But Joksan's going to get it away, and now he has a chance on the break here to go into the second leg. 2 up. No, nice interception.
2 minutes.
Big chance here. Oh, Maldini, that is vital. And in the possession, as we're into extra time here, when you've got a 1-goal lead, is everything for Joksan at the moment. He's just going to hold on to this ball. Maybe there's time for one more attack, but the final whistle will go. So at the end of your first leg, much like it was in Bucharest, Joksan holds the advantage over his opponent.
And I think he deserved it as well. The way he played, just held the ball well, built up. Possession-wise, he dominated maybe by about 5% over his opponent. But for Torre, there were chances. He knows that there are cracks at the back for Joksan. I'm sure if he can work his way into the box again like he did with CR7,
yeah,
he should be able to bury one.
I was going to say, probably the 2 clearest chances in the game actually fell to Torre. You know, you look at the stats and you say, maybe he didn't have as many, but he worked better opportunities. Unfortunately, De Gea was just equal to those 2 shots. So the first one, the 1v1, R9 just couldn't finish that one off, and De Gea made himself big. And then the second save towards the end of the game there is, again, R9 curled that one towards the top corner. Maybe a slight bit of manual goalkeeper movement in there just to get De Gea across a step or so. Might have saved Joksan, but I mean, you look back on that game, and maybe if you just take the opportunities, you would say that Torre is going to be pretty happy with that game, to be honest with you. If those shots go in on opportunities created and good opportunities created, you could say, yes, he didn't have possession, but maybe he had the better rub of the green.
Yeah, I don't think he'll mind going into the second leg 1 goal behind. Considering he has scored 42 goals this tournament, he knows he has goals in his locker. He has the ability to bang them away when he needs to, but it's just breaking down Joksan. It is so difficult to get those chances. And considering the 1-2 chances he actually had, where he had managed to get through that defence, he just put it straight into De Gea's hands. He's going to be somewhat frustrated, but a goal behind is certainly nothing to be worried about. And it means that Joksan going into this second leg, how does he approach it? He's got a goal lead. Does he just play possession-based? Is he a little bit defensive about his approach? Or does he start going for that goal? I mean, a lot of pop shots early on from Joksan. Hitting the post was very interesting. Like, he had that chance maybe to go 2 up realistically. But, I mean, just looking at the bracket, I think Yago is next for them.
If get that a bit closer.
Whoever wins gets to play Yago. And I think that's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, Joksan's going to be pretty happy going into this second leg. I imagine we're going to see first 60 minutes or so very similar to what we saw in that first game. You know, one goal, not too much of a difference. Torre's going to know that he has the ability to create those chances like he did in that first leg. The interesting thing comes, as it always does in these two-legged games, is around that 60th minute in the second leg. If nothing happens again, if no one scores, and even if it, you know, if it's 1 or 2 goals, you know, if it comes level terms, maybe we see it played out the whole 90 unless someone goes, you know, decides to change things up and go for that win in regulation time. I think it's going to be interesting to see who changes first. I mean, what are your thoughts on Torre, and what's he got to change here to win? Or do you think it's going to be more of the same?
Well, he moved to possession-based going forward in the last, like, 15-20 of that game, which, I mean, maybe go for something like a fast build-up, try and find that breakthrough attack, but you don't want to do it in the first leg. So he's just saying, all right, I'm going to play it calm, I'll pass it. If a chance comes, it comes. But I don't want to give away an opportunity for no reason. Whereas now in this second leg, he has that ability to take more risks. So I'm expecting more risks from him, but then Joksan is the kind of man who is going to pounce on those risks. He's going to be looking for those gaps. He's going to be looking for those mistakes, and he will take advantage of them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Joksan's defence holds steady for the rest of this second leg. And the interesting thing was when we got to that cross-platform final a couple of weeks ago in the first major in Bucharest, obviously Joksan, people were saying he had the best defence in the game. Come up against Tex, a lot of people were saying with the best attack in the game. Didn't turn out that way, unfortunately. Obviously, Texas' attack in that particular match was much better, but having that solid foundation is what a lot of these players who have sort of found their way to the top of FIFA 19 and the ability to master that goalkeeper movement, to marshal those CDMs in front of your centre-backs and make sure you're not getting pulled out of position is, you look at the players who are in those top 4 every single time, it seems to be those players who have mastered that. You know, Joksan, Tex, defensively, incredible. You know, Agge, who's managed to make his way into every single tournament so far this year. He seems to have a good grasp of it as well. It seems to be building from the back a little bit more this year than it does from, you know, being exceptional up front.
And for sure, Joksan just offers so much defensively, and going forward, not bad as well. But if you compare him to Tex, you look at the versatility of Tex's attack and what he can offer, whether it's just a passing game, shooting from outside the box, a few skill moves to work his way in there. How much skill moves did we see there realistically from Joksan? Not much. A few croquetas here or there, some ball rolls, but nothing fancy like we see from Tex. So maybe that's something that can be worked into the game for Joksan. But like we've always seen that throughout iterations of FIFA. We've seen your skill-based player who likes their skill moves, who likes wiggling their stick a little bit. And on the other side, you've got your passing player who just dominates the game and gets their shots.
As you can see here, everyone at home, obviously we have multiple games going on at the moment here in London. You can see some of the scores coming in now on the right-hand side of your screen. Pro Hunter 3-1 up over Stefano Pina in that first game. So big performance from Pro Hunter. Then Maestro down to Dufty as well. Aubameyang and Houston tied up at 3-3. No surprise there. Those two love to score goals. And obviously the match that we have going on at the moment, Joksan 1-0 up. But some big surprises so far down in the PS4. Much like we saw on the first day in the groups.
Well, yeah, you were talking about players that have qualified for every live event so far. Aubameyang, another one of those players. But he did fall to Joksan at the first PS4 event. So if Joksan were to make it through and start to face these players he's already played, would they have learned anything from that experience? Have they developed? Have they grown in these couple of months? I think the answer is yes. Everyone has been adapting and changing to the meta. As now we're underway in this second leg. Joksan with a 1-0 lead coming into it. Of course, if they are all tied up, it does go to extra time and penalties.
That's a great ball through. Pele's beating his man, looks for the extra ball, gets the ball back on the break. Oh, David De Gea, though, quickly off his line. Again for Joksan. Dangerous moments there in the first opportunity of the game. Goes to the Brazilian. More encouraging signs here at the start of this one for Torre. Fortunately, a little break in concentration there. Well read, though, by Joksan to win possession back. And now you're going to see a couple of minutes at least pass on this clock, you would imagine, before the ball is going to turn back over. It's all about if Joksan can create that chance before. Torre does a great job of maybe reading one of those passes, cutting one of those passing lanes and winning the ball back for himself.
I think it's every time you say that Torre has possession and he's playing well, he gives the ball away. So I think it's on you. You need to stop that.
All right, man.
Otherwise,
it's all me. It's all me.
Otherwise, it's all going to go the way of Joksan. Torre does just try and pass that one into the player of Joksan, but it just seems like Joksan is just so quick on the heels of Torre, just making sure he doesn't have any of those easy passes. Nice pressure from him, but pressuring at the right time. Not just rushing in unnecessarily, just waiting. Very patient play.
16 minutes gone then in that second leg, and Torre is going to win the ball back, as I say. Apologies, again, my fault. Now here comes Joksan, maybe a chance here. Pele, 1v1, slightly heavy touch though, just allowed Manuel Neuer to get off his line and collect that ball. But that was a real opportunity there for Joksan. Broke away from the defender. Slightly heavy touch, just let him down.
Yeah, it's one of those where you're hoping that the keeper's going to move across goal, and that touch would have been fine. When he got you closer to the goal, the keeper would have moved, and you would have been able to just slot that one away, take that chance. But unfortunately for him, Joksan really quick off the line there. And again, Toure really quick off the line there, not allowing Joksan through.
Here comes Toure then, using that width of Eusebio, whipped him towards the back post. Alexandro has some work to do, R9. Saw a few headers from him yesterday. One of note, of course, in the Royal versus Megabit game, that won it in the last few seconds there. We saw the reaction from Megabit, but enough about that. Here's Ronaldo now for Joksan, inside the box, goes for that low driven across goal. Deflection off of the defender. Now we're going to have a corner and pressure once again coming in from Joksan.
Yeah, Joksan's a big fan of taking these corners short, trying to get it onto the edge of the box. It's so difficult to get past Toure at the moment. His goalkeeper movement was pretty good last game, and it's carrying on into this one as well. But again, it's about forcing that repetition mark. It's what Joksan did last game. 3, 4, maybe even 5 finesse shots just to get him used to moving the keeper to that side of the goal. And that's when he then caught him off guard with just a nice driven shot.
Ronaldo's managed to beat the offside trap there. Again, possession going to be turned over, though. Slightly wayward pass. It's not the first time we've seen sort of that lateral pass between Hullet and Vieira be cut out by Joksan. It's almost like he's reading it before it happens. And that's game knowledge, Dan. That's knowing where those passes are going to be coming the majority of the time, making sure that you're controlling a player and timing the interception as well.
And of course, there's a huge gulf of difference in terms of global series points for these two players. Almost a 2,000 point difference. So you could argue it means more to Toure to get the victory here. But at the same time, for Joksan, he wants to keep up and stay at the top of that leaderboard. So he's going to be striving to find this victory as well.
Ball. Eusebio inside the box now, goes for the shot. Great goalkeeper movement again, though.
But he gets the corner. I think Joksan's going to be more than happy if he can force corners from these shots. Again, pushes it out to the edge.
Slowing down the play once again then, Joksan. Eusebio around the corner, CR7. Great ball round the corner, Patrick Vieira. Here's Pele, here's a goal. And that's going to double the lead here for Joksan. Great play inside the box and a fantastic finish. Again from Pele.
And he did it, again. A few shots, finesse shots, gets Toure used to it. And then just a simple shot to the other side of the goal. I say simple, he did smash it into the top left-hand corner, but it wasn't even a low-driven, just a normal powered shot. And that gives him a 2-0 lead now, and we're going to have to see some changes coming out. Probably from both of these players, realistically. Joksan might just tighten things up at the back. It looks like on the other side, Toure's going to switch to a 4-4-2, I believe. Just presses back line up a little bit higher. But he's going for possession-based football again, though. Not going for anything like a fast build-up. Doesn't want to leave himself too vulnerable. Still has plenty of time to work with. But he's just hoping that his midfield are going to be able to overwhelm Joksan. And then he will be able to find those gaps at the back.
Yeah, obviously you've got a lot more width in your formation there. 2 men out wide. Usually you'll see a lot of players using that 4-2-3-1 narrow. Sort of the wide players sort of tuck in a little bit, but really looking to stretch Joksan here towards the end of the game.
I think that's good. I think Vieira and Hullet in the middle have just been kind of dominating this game for Joksan. And if you can kind of avoid them on the edge of the pitch and then work in from the outside, you're going to give yourself a better chance. But of course, when you start to go down the line, what have you got? Have you got those skill moves? Have you got the ability to get into that box? Or are you just going to be crossing balls in? Because crossing gets a little bit ugly as well with the size of some of these icons.
Toure then coming forward, and as you can see, scores on the right-hand side of your screen still being updated. Pele tries to get it through, but Joksan defends well again. That match number 3, I mean, wow, what a goal fest between those two. We said there'd be goals. Two of the highest scoring players he can possibly get, but Joksan now's in behind once again. Pele holding off Carl Walker. Hullet making that run into the middle. Pele cannot beat the attention of Rio Ferdinand, though. Ferdinand forced to put that one out for a corner, but that's the danger now for Toure. One more goal when you feel like at 3-0 with just 45 minutes left. It's a bit of a mountain to climb.
But notice how Joksan doesn't try and force the goal there. He doesn't try and just burst through and take the shot. Instead, he just keeps possession. A simple ball roll to take it out wide, and now he's got a corner because of it. Works it in. Maldini, of all people, just going to fire that one over.
That's a finish of a centre-back.
But again, good work from Joksan. Certainly when on the Xbox side of things, and we're talking about how incredible it is to watch Tex, it's a very different game when you're watching Joksan. It's a very methodical one. It seems like he almost rehearses his FIFA performances.
It's almost surgical, isn't it? And the precision and the way that he plays, and his concentration levels are phenomenal, and so is this run from Pele. He's going to get a second bite at the cherry. Here's Ronaldo, drops to him again. Neuer with the save. Ball still breaking free inside of the box. Eusebio keeps it in. Ronaldo, but he just can't beat Manuel Neuer.
I think Torre would be more than happy with that half-time whistle blowing as well. Just give him a little bit of a breather there, because things were starting to get scary. The tie was almost over. If it wasn't already, only one shot for Torre so far, 8 shots on the other side for Joksan. And now Torre is going to be revisiting his tactics at half-time. Now he's changing things up a little bit. Instead of possession-based going forward, he is going to try and go for a little bit more faster build-up. Hope that those strikers can kind of get in behind, go for those through balls, catch Joksan off guard. Because realistically, this game, Torre hasn't offered anything going forward. Joksan has just been so solid, hasn't allowed any sort of room for error.
Here we go then. 2 goals the difference between the two players, and in our second leg, with just 45 minutes left, it's up to Torre to find a little bit of magic from somewhere. As Dan, I know you can see some goals flying in all over the place in those other games.
Speaking of magic, that's Houston equalising up against Mo Aubameyang.
5-5.
An absolute goal fest over there. I'm sure plenty of goalkeeper movement going right or going wrong, as that is going to be a foul drawn there, and that's going to be a free kick for Joksan in a relatively dangerous area, as Maestro also leading in game number 2, 3-2 versus Dufty.
Yeah, he's turned that one around. Stefano Pina's got one on the board, and he's clawing his way back in his game as well, so keep an eye on those scores as well as the action that's in front of you at the moment. Joksan with the free kick. Plays it short. Vieira now. Eusebio, beautiful little flick, and oh, just the outside of the post. Denying him a second goal here, which would pretty much put this game to bed, as I said. Barring a megabit-esque comeback.
And those are the kind of chances that Joksan needs to be finishing if he were to be going up against the player likes of Tex. If he is to make it all the way through to that console versus console final, he needs to be making sure that he's on point, he's hitting those shots green timed, so he's putting them away. Because he's not going to get as many chances in this game as he would if he was going up against a player like Tex.
Look at the wall at the moment that Torre has to try and break through. He does manage to get through that wall. And the first time finesse coming in from CR7. But every time you see him, you know, with possession of the ball, with one of those central midfield pairing of Hullet or Vieira, there's just so many players back behind the ball. It's so difficult to spot a pass, to pick a pass. And now that he's throwing more players forward, you are going to see more opportunities and more space in behind for Joksan.
And of course, we could see this game again if Joksan does win and Torre does drop into that lower bracket. A couple of wins would allow him to have that rematch, and we saw some rematches yesterday. Some revenge, some grudge matches that actually went in favour of the person who lost in the first tie. Good defending again, though, from Torre. As you can see, Stefano Pina's got another goal back in match 1.
Nervy times for Pro Hunter. He was 4-1 up in that game, now it's 4-3. Torre then trying to come forward again, but you're starting to feel a little bit of desperation maybe creeping into some of his gameplay. A few passes maybe being delivered a little bit too early, not waiting for the precise moment to cut one of the players out of the game. Vieira now into CR7. Ronaldo stops up. Tackle from Ferdinand. And again, Joksan's defence just absolutely exemplary in our first game of the day.
And Torre just really needs that one goal just to break through, and if he's only one goal behind going into the closing stages, Joksan's going to be a little bit more hesitant at the back.
He's going to plant that seed of doubt.
Exactly, he's going to be nervous every time there's an attack. But at the moment, he's going to be so comfortable. He's playing so defensive. The two CDMs are just sat almost on top of the centre-backs. And they're just saying, all right, come at us. See what you can do. You haven't been able to break through. You need to offer something crazy if you are going to be able to find that space. You need to actually start using some of these skill moves, some of these ways to beat a man, instead of just a simple passing game. Passing game is not going to work here against Joksan because he defends so well, he intercepts phenomenally.
We can see the pause has been cued here by Torre. If he can get a goal back before maybe he looks for another formation change, that'd be huge. But the longer that this ball stays in play, the less time he's going to have to implement a new formation, implement those custom tactics, and really test Joksan. and these defensive capabilities we keep talking about. Walker now wins the ball high up the pitch. Eusebio brings it away. Hullet now. The running behind was from R9 Ronaldo, but again, just maybe slightly rushing that pass.
And the thing is, you do start to rush. When you've only got 20 minutes left and you know you need a goal, you try and force it through. And he needs to hope now that Joksan makes a mistake, to be honest, because Joksan has just looked so solid at the back. It hasn't really offered any space. But maybe this is it.
From Eusebio. Oh, 9! Great keeper movement again from Joksan. You just saw De Gea took a step to his left.
That's how Joksan forces the play. He says, all right, well, you've got the ball into this space. I'm going to make sure I force you onto that foot. I'm going to offer the finesse shot for you. And it's going to be a comfortable save for me. Because naturally, in those scenarios, Torre is going to take the more comfortable finesse shot. In his mind, is just, I need to score. So he's going to go for whatever is more familiar for him, which is naturally finesse.
Joksan's defending. If you want a masterclass on defending up to this point, watch this game back. He's going to show you everything you need to do. Marshalling those CDMs, not committing those centre-backs, and when that opportunity is finally created and a little chink of light is shown to Torre, Manuel Neuer, and the manual Neuer, we should call him, it's just closing the door before the opportunity even becomes, you know, like a potentially dangerous goal-scoring one, to be honest. It's like he has every situation just ingrained in his mind and how to deal with attacks coming his way.
Joksan really can put this game to bed now here. To be fair, for all his defensive prowess and for all his domination of the game, going forward, he hasn't really offered much in this second half. He's been more than happy just sitting back and absorbing what Torre can offer. That's just an update on all those matches. Wow. Stefano Pina has equalised. Houston is now 7-5 up against Mo Albert. And Maestro still leading against Dufty. Well, that's 8-5 now.
8-5
against Mo Albert.
Wow, Houston's turned up.
Again, those are matches in the winner's side of that bracket. So they wouldn't be eliminated from the competition. They would just drop down to that lower side of the bracket. And they'd get a second chance.
Insane stuff in some of those other games. This game has been a real attritional battle once again between these two players. Seen formation changes here again, and looks like the 4-3-3 attacking variation with that cam in is going to be introduced here by Torre, trying to get as many players forward as he can.
Yeah, he's literally saying everyone to join the attack here. Only 8 minutes, you've got to throw everything you've got.
Kitchen sink.
Yeah, the whole bathroom at this point. But first of all, you got to focus on defending this corner. How does Joksan play it? Does he just bring a man short maybe and keep possession, or is he actually going to try and get a goal to put this to bed? It's going to be another short one.
Whipped into the box till it's there. Maldini wins the header. Sandro now. Torre needs a goal now. He needs a goal. He needs to give himself enough time to find an equaliser. Neymar on the pitch as well. We've seen him introduced as a super sub for a lot of these players so far in this tournament, and he's come up with some really important goals. Now he's going to try and break away from his man here. Ball inside to Vieira. Neymar going to get it back. Whips it into the back post. Ronaldinho was trying to arrive, but for all of the instructions to get back, Eusebio was that man who was tucking in now. Johan Cruyff on the breakaway. And you are going to see chances open up at both ends here, but with just a few minutes left on the clock, it's now or never for Torre.
And Torre hasn't done this all game. He hasn't really been utilising the wing play at all. Well, I guess now he's playing 4-3-3. Those players are offering up those positions a little bit more. But it's just going to be too late here as we start to close into 90 minutes. I heard some cheers from the players, so I'm expecting a score to be updated elsewhere in one of the other matches. But it needs to be a goal right this second, realistically. And with that tackle, that means Joksan is going to secure this one, Mark.
Yeah, every single second that is just drifting past now, unless Torre can find a goal right now. Ball's going to drop here to Ronaldinho inside the box. Goes past Kyle Walker. Ball to the edge of the box here. Ronaldo. Hullet again. How many times has he won the ball? He clears it away and he secures the win here for Joksan.
And that was where
surgical down.
The scream was Maestro squad going 4-2 up, I believe. As we are going to move over and we are going to watch another game after watching the incredible defense from Joksan. I think we're going to be moving over to the Pro Hunter game, I believe. Yeah,
we are. He's taking on Stefano Pina at the moment. I think the game is tied up at 4-4 on aggregate, but in this second leg, it is 3-1 to Stefano Pina. We're currently in the pause menu. Obviously, some changes tactically coming in from both players, but I mean, looking at those other scores, Joksan, That was kind of the Mourinho-esque performance there, doing what he had to do, being solid in defence. The other games are just full of goals, Dan, and hopefully we get some more.
Certainly goals in this game. Of course, Stefano Pina off the back of winning the PS4 side of things in the LQE last week. Maybe a Stefano Pina versus Joksan final could happen. But first, he needs to get past Pro Hunter, who had that 4-1 lead. Now tied up at 4-4. Things are definitely going to be cagey for Pro Hunter, whereas Stefano Pina, surely confidence is going to be flowing through him.
Great comeback here from the man representing PSV Eindhoven. Last few seconds of this game, last few minutes, excuse me, of this game. Is there a winner in it for one of these players? Pro Hunter on the attack in the Dortmund kit.
You can see he's just building up and he's waiting. He's hoping for that little gap, that shining light to try and take him through to that next round. He's not able to find it. And neither of these players wants to fall in the 90th minute. I think at this point you'd be more than happy with extra time on both sides. You're going to be very cagey at the back when you know it's potentially that attack.
Big chance. Eusebio now inside the box here for Stefano Pina, trying to cut the ball across, but well marshalled. Ferdinand didn't dive in there for Pro Hunter. So easy to almost do that in those situations where you're desperate to get the ball back. You don't want to concede that goal and you end up giving away a penalty. Eusebio now twisting and turning. Maldini again. One of the centre-backs coming up big for Pro Hunter in these last few minutes. Now make this the last attack of the game, Pro Hunter. See if you can get a strike on goal and win this one.
He needs to get upfield quickly.
Ooh, that's a mistake, though.
Gives it away. Stefano Pina maybe with the last chance. Could win it right in the dying seconds here. He knows if he goes backwards too far, the whistle could blow, and he does offer up that whistle to be blown. And it's going to go to extra time. Elsewhere, match number 3.
What is going on?
Alba's just
my word.
equalised, and it's 8-8 between Mo Alba and Houston.
Wow. 8-8.
Jesus.
In that game. Two of the most free-flowing players you'll see on FIFA 19. You can almost guarantee they're going to concede goals. But my word, do they score some as well. But this one's got 4 apiece in it as well. Into the first half of extra time here. And look at that. Dufty was 2-1 up on Maestro. Maestro's now 5-2 up and looks like he secured that win.
Yeah, Maestro has been playing so well this tournament already. I mean, Maestro did take down Torre 8-1 in group stages, so I'm not surprised he's still firing in those goals. But here we go then, extra time between Pro Hunter and Stefano Pina. Can Pro Hunter make up for the lead that he has thrown away, or is it going to be Stefano Pina with a comeback of the century?
Strike on goal there to start off this first half of extra time. Easily dealt with by Manuel Neuer. Just moving his keeper across ever so slightly there. Stefano Pina. 9-8 to Mo Aubameyang.
He was 8-5 down, I believe. Maybe 8-6 down,
over there?
But either way, that's why I heard that scream from up there as Mo Alba showing what an incredible player he is. Absolutely bags full of goals over there.
We'll let you know when it's 9-9. Pull it now into the box. Pro Hunter brings that one away. Lionel Messi now breaking down this right-hand side. Neymar. Linking up with his former teammate there. Ronaldinho is going to be bullied off of it by Vieira. Now he's starting to see the game just open up a little bit more, Dan. Kyle Walker, that was important because Ronaldo was away down this left-hand side. He does manage to get the ball back to the man from Portugal. Maldini again with the interception, though.
He's just going to try and spread this play out wide here. But the interceptions have been great from Stefano Pina. Utilising the attacking players, just dropping back a little bit. Got to be careful sometimes with Messi because his stamina isn't that great, but I suppose now into extra time he would have been brought on as that super sub. And just looking across the screens, it looks like that was the final result. Mo Alba taking it 9-8 against Houston.
Ronaldinho! Oh my word! Forget that game, let's go back to this one. Stefano Pina is pulling off a comeback of his own.
From 4-1 down, suddenly he's 5-4 up. And I'm not surprised if he's smashing in goals like that. Just as we get to the closing moments of this first half of extra time. As things are going to have to change now for Pro Hunter. He was playing a 4-4-2, Mark. And I guess now you've got to throw everything forward. Maybe a 4-3-3. Maybe a 4-2-2 potentially. But wow, what a game this is.
We thought yesterday was going to be good, Dan. We thought yesterday was good. The Xbox provided some insane games. Look at the scores on the right-hand side of your screen. Amazing stuff coming in from the PlayStation 4 players here in London this afternoon.
But then what interests me and what intrigues me is you've got all these players who seem to be very vulnerable at the back, conceding a lot of goals, and then you've got Joksan, who's not scoring many goals, but is just such a rock at the back. What happens when Joksan faces Aubameyang, for example? We've seen them face each other before. It was a victory 5-2 to Joksan back in Paris a couple of months back. And to be fair, Joksan looked a different player back then. He was scoring a lot more goals than he was at this tournament. However, he looks unbeatable at the back. But here we go then. Can Pro Hunter get back into the game that he has somewhat thrown away?
Going forward from the kickoff, then Neymar trying to squeeze it through. Erhano with an important interception there. We know how vulnerable you can be from the kickoff if you're on the defending side of things. So Stefano Pino's going to breathe a sigh of relief there as he gets the ball back. And now he's going straight up the other end. This is the goal scorer, the difference maker so far. Ronaldinho inside the box, the step over, and the Cruyff turn, creating all sorts of space. Messi on that left foot. Alexandro just managed to get a foot in time because that was looking dangerous. One more half of extra time for Stefano Pino to see out here. Pro Hunter, you got to find something right now, buddy.
Possession-wise, they both had their fair share of it. Similar shots as well. And it's going to be switching over to constant pressure now.
My man.
On the
That's how I annoy Dan.
Yeah,
when we play.
Oh, it's extremely annoying. Your players just getting in their face. Of course, it is going to run their stamina and their fatigue extremely low, but you've only got 15 minutes left in game. So now it is just throwing everything forward. Constant pressure. Don't give Stefano Pino any sort of space at all. And hope you can find that equaliser.
And now you are going to see Stefano Pino just slowing the game down, much like we saw from Joksan. All these pros know how to win these games. It's all about wins. In bracket play, you don't get any prizes for scoring goals. It's all about outscoring your opponents and getting those W's on the board. Neymar tries to sneak it around the corner there for Pro Hunter. Maldini makes a block in it. It looks like it might have deflected back off of Neymar by the looks of it as well. So goal kick will be going to Stefano Pino there.
Yeah, good use of just shoulder barging Neymar off the ball there. Unsettling the balance, making it hard to hit that time finesse. And maybe a chance now.
Eusebio's clean through on goal. He can put the game to bed. Squares it across to Messi. Big save from Manuel Neuer. Was that the right decision, though, from Stefano Pino?
He's going to be very nervous knowing that he could have put that game to bed, but there is still going to be more chances, it would seem. Pro Hunter is going to be vulnerable at the back because he has set his players to go forward, to be on constant pressure. But that's what the constant pressure can do. Those interceptions are going to be coming more often for him.
CR7 down this left-hand side then. How many goals has he scored in his career to win games? Can't find the pass to another player, though, to give them the option to tie things up here for Pro Hunter. Going to win the throw-in high up the pitch, though, in this final third, but given away there slightly wastefully.
You got to say, if you compare these two players and who's going to be more comfortable in high-pressure situations, you've got to give it to Stefano Pino. So
it's the experience again.
I'm not surprised that he has been able to come back from a 4-1 deficit. But now he just needs to hold on. 4 more minutes. About to tick to 3 minutes.
Messi on the left foot. Oh, the upright denies him. What a strike from Lionel Messi, but it just wasn't good enough to tie up the game. Hullet wins the ball back. Vieira into Ronaldo. Goes for the finesse, but the goalkeeper moved across early there. Maybe Pro Hunter could have caught that one out the corner of his eye and gone near post like we've seen so many goals driven in.
And it's times like that where you just ask yourself, well, what more can I do? He's found himself the space. He's hit the green time finesse, but wasn't quite the right angle as it just rattles off the post. And now CR7 is just going to run the ball out.
It's a corner as well, I believe.
Corner ball, and it looks like Stefano Pino has done it, Mark. Unless he makes a drastic mistake here. What a game.
Pro Hunter had those chances towards the end of the game there. He could happily have sent this one to penalties. But it's looking like Stefano Pino, a PlayStation champion from the LQE last weekend, is going to pick up yet another win here in London. What a comeback from him, and what a first round of games we're having, Dan.
We got to witness the incredible defensive display from Joksan, and then we move across to a goal fest. And I'm sure somewhere we'll see the highlights of Aubameyang's game as well.
There's going to be a lot of them.
Because that was an incredible game. But, well, it's really setting it up quite nicely. Our LQE PS4 winner winning, and our FUT Champs Cup 1 PS4 winning. How apt would it be if both of them were to face each other in a console final, if it's possible? As I just take a look at the bracket and I work it out.
We'll get back to you. We'll get back to you. But in the meantime, we'll go back to Tom and the guys on the desk. What an exciting first round of games that was.
Beautiful games. Thank you very much, D&G and Onset, aka Dolce and Gabbana there. Listen, great games, beautiful stuff. We managed to catch 2 of them there. We started with the Joksan versus Torre, a cagey affair, that game, wasn't it?
Yeah, but a good defensive display by Joksan, and he just proved that he has more things in his arsenal. Just a very, very solid player. There's nothing that you look at and you think he super excels in many different things. Huh? It just everything is very, very consistent from him and did very, very well. And unfortunately for Torre, he just couldn't get things going.
Oh, I'm being told we missed all of that. So once again, Chris Tongue, good practice, good rehearsal.
Excellent news. What I was going to say, sorry, is that obviously Joksan, just a solid performance from him. Good defending on his front, and he doesn't set the world on fire on one thing necessarily. He's just solid at everything.
Yeah.
And showing that everything worked very well for him there. But Torre, in the end, just couldn't get things going for him. A couple of really good defensive moves by Joksan is what stopped him.
They said on the casting desk, Onset and Gaskin said that it was kind of Marino-esque, didn't have to be too flamboyant in that game. Whereas on the other one, Stefano Pina coming back 4-1 down. Pro hunter, unsigned pro, who was looking to make his mark. He did, but not quite enough.
He's hunting for that contract. Yep, I saw what you were setting me up for. I'm on the same page. So Stefano showed you that he has resilience. And when you're looking at being not just a pro player, but one of the best players in the world, you have to be able to bounce back. And it's so hard to do that, especially when you have a really poor first leg, especially to his standards. So more credit to him, and it took extra time, but he got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, with the losers of these 2 games, or the 4 games we just saw, they're not out of the competition, they just drop down, and they get a chance at redemption, I'd like to call it. How will someone like Pro Hunter come back from that being he was 4-1 up, he's plain sailing, coasting, and then just wasn't able to get the job done?
I think you got to look at the result, and it goes to extra time against the current elect PSO champion from last weekend, of course. So, I mean, that's not too bad of a result. You pushed them all the way to the wire. You had opportunities to win it as well. So he's got to take that confidence from that game into the...
Yes. And now, we obviously watched it, gentlemen, in our sort of cameras just down here. The game that we really want to get to, the 9-8. I'm going to take it away from you, unfortunately, but we'll come back and get your opinion in a second, because I want to go to the touch screen, because my man, my nemesis, Trout, and of course, LVP.
Why didn't I get that level of hype, Tom? That's so sad.
We've got a bond.
You do have a bond. It's a love-hate relationship, but I personally love that. I mean, what an incredible start to the day. But mate, I've got to talk about that one game that we were watching together. Mo Aubameyang and Houston, what a turn of events. Like, let's check out the highlights right now, because we have to talk about this. Some incredible stuff from both of these young men. I mean, look at the start that these guys had. Who would have thought it would go the way that it had? This cross header in from Pele, looking absolutely incredible. Looking into Mo's favour probably at the start.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing very well. It just seemed like both the guys had an answer for everything that these two threw at each other. Every time one scored, someone immediately equalised. And I wouldn't say the first game was necessarily the sharpest FIFA game I've ever seen. It was quite sloppy, but it was an incredible game, incredibly entertaining to watch, and just there wasn't much separating the two, but it seemed to be in the second leg that it was Houston that actually broke away by 3 goals, and then all of a sudden this switch just flicked on in Mo Aubameyang's head, and he just thought, I'm not having that. Scores 4 goals in about 8 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that towards the end, and we just couldn't believe what we were watching backstage. Some
absolutely stunning stuff coming through there, but the mentality to have, carrying that forward into the second leg, so I always feel there's such a big difference between a first and second leg, and you can see it, a game can turn so easily at this high level. I mean, looking at these 2 guys, they are getting carried away out there. You can hear the screams, you can hear the cheering, especially under the stage in the warm-up area. These guys are fighting for it right now. But what a turn of events, coming in 9-8 there. I mean, Houston must be feeling terrible right now.
Oh, it's a heartbreaking one. Like, you're 3 goals up, you're cruising, you're feeling on top of the world, you're beating an icon in the FIFA esports world, and to have that happen to you is heartbreaking. But on the flip side, Mo Aubameyang must be on cloud 9 at the moment. That is going to give him so much confidence going into the rest of the tournament to be able to overcome a deficit like that, and it's all down to his own decision-making and his tactics.
Completely. Well, hopefully Houston will have that fire in his belly going on, because he does have another chance in the competition. But that's enough from us. I want to see what else we've got in store today. Tom, it's back to you.
LVP! My favourite co-host, I have to say. Was that enough hype? I hope it was for Lottie. It's going to be a long day. Energy levels will lose just a little bit. But gentlemen, let's talk about it. I had to keep writing it. I thought at one point, Houston was 8-5 up. Aubameyang comes back into it. What a player he was, finishing 9-8. What did you make of that one, Mike?
Well, let's talk about these guys. So if you ever go up against Houston, no matter what, it's going to be a high-scoring game. Even if he is going to lose that game, he's going to concede a lot of goals. That's just the way that he plays. He's kind of from the pioneering style of Gorilla, where that was the first introduction we had to someone who was completely offensive. Didn't worry about defense, going to score goals and going to try to outscore you. He's from that same kind of era. Or I want to say it's got to be an inspiration for him, where he's just going forward every time, all the time. And then Mo Aubameyang, his greatest strength, if you talk to the Germans, whether it's the players, the management, the staff, the clubs, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
His greatest strength is that he doesn't care. So no matter who he's playing against, he's going to do the same thing. And it allows him to win big, it allows him to score goals, and it allows him to make these types of comebacks.
Okay, I mean, obviously, Chris Tom, we were talking about Newcastle earlier for a second.
The
I am going to mention it. It's Kevin Keegan.
I had it in my head. I was
Did
ready.
you?
Look, honestly, we are just in sync, Tom.
The glass
it's ridiculous.
is
It is what it
It's
is.
9-8. Listen, I'll tell you what a game. We'll talk more about it in a second. But I want to tell you about our next fixture, which is coming up right after we take a little bit of a breather in our break. And it's, of course, Agge taking on Ice Vogel. We'll see you in a second.
Here we are at the Gfinity Arena for FUT Champs Cup in December. Now, there's a lot of icons in FIFA 19 and a lot of iconic players through time. But how do you say their names? Let's find out.
Oh, that's the German striker.
Is it just how I...
Close. Close. Miroslav Klose.
Don't know.
Trezeguet. Trezeguet? Maybe?
Trezeguet.
Baggio.
Baggio.
Hagi.
Agge.
Haji, maybe.
Haji.
Butragueno.
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 Oh.
Matthias.
Mateus.
Mateus.
Baresi.
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 Oh, Socrates. I don't know.
Socrates.
This one's a weird one. Everyone always grills me about it because I say Socrates. I think it's Socrates, the proper way to say it.
Welcome back to the Gfinity Arena. I'm sorry if I feel a bit annoyed. I was trying to watch everything that was happening there. I don't know how to pronounce Butragueno. Apparently that's wrong. I would have got across. But my producer was talking in my ear. I couldn't hear it. So guys, what am I missing out? Am I going to put you on the spot? Chris Trout, come on.
God, those two tops on.
No, okay, there you go. So I get nothing out of that. That is a beautiful moment there.
Oh, it's maybe a bit much, isn't it?
Baggio, Roberto Baggio. Anyway, listen, let's have a little reminder of what happened in match 1 of the day. I can't believe it. Chris Trout and me. This is going to be a long day if he carries on like that. Of course, Joksan, the man to beat on the PS4, taking on Torre. And it was a close, cagey game. Volta. What does Volta mean in the circle button? Volta. That would mean fast forward. What would it mean? It's just on the screen. Volta. Gentlemen, don't leave me hanging again. No idea. Skip. There we go. Perfect. cagey affair. Not much to talk about, but Joksan getting the job done. Will we see lots of goals from him today? Well, only time will tell. Gentlemen, we looked at that 9-8 result. As we can see the guys celebrating. Torre is not out of it. He drops down into that next bracket. But gentlemen, moving on to our game, Agge versus Ice Vogel. Ice Vogel, I chatted to up on the main stage, and he said it's a tough game, probably one of the toughest ones that you could face, going straight in to compete against Agge.
And August is kind of like your pro's pro. When you think about the blueprint of how to become a professional player. Everybody kind of talks about August in terms of how he represents the brands that he's affiliated with and how he prepares for his events, how he qualifies for everything, and being mentally strong. And this is also the first time that we've seen Ice Vogel this year, so it's a matter of, are we going to see the Ice Vogel from the past? Because he has this great history of being one of the best PlayStation players in the world, but it's a new year, so you kind of got to show up and show out. Otherwise, you know, someone's going to take your spot.
He's going to go home. Let's have a look at Ice Vogel's results during the group stages. And firing off straight in round one, I think just setting his nerves 8-7 over those two legs. He likes to score goals, but he also likes to let a few in as well, doesn't he, Trav?
It was the same as last year. He loved scoring goals, could score them for fun, but he also had a problem with conceding goals that he probably shouldn't have done. And I think, you know, that first game's always the most difficult one in the entire tournament. It's settling the nerves and it's getting used to how you're feeling and how the game's playing on that day. And that's exactly what I would imagine has happened there. But after that, you kind of see him, you know, hit his stride and he starts to really start making people hurt and wishing they didn't actually come to the tournament.
Yeah, well, the Schalke man, obviously, will be taking on Agge today. We've seen what he's capable of in previous tournaments, getting very close, not quite winning it. Off to a bad start there, 2 losses on the bounce. Well, we know we've seen Aubameyang, what he could do in terms of goals. He lost 7-3 over 2 legs there. What do you make of his stats there in the group stages? Mike LaBelle.
Another player that I just don't doubt. I have a lot of trouble going against August because of his history and that he can get into a flow, he can build momentum, even if everything's going against him. He doesn't need someone to say, you got this. August has a lot of self-belief, and that's so strong when you're at a tournament. It's something that we don't even talk about enough with the mental strength that's necessary, but I think this game can go either way.
Yeah, I just want to make this sort of question to you, Mike.
Yes,
obviously,
tell me.
Ice Vogel says this is a tough game. I haven't heard Agge say this is going to be a tough game. He's just focusing on what he's going to do. Is that like detrimental to Ice Vogel, the way he's approaching this game with a lot of respect for Agge?
It depends if he differentiates how he's going to play. I think that's what's important here. Are you going to go out and play your game, or are you going to adjust because you know you're going up against August?
I think he's just focused on his game. He doesn't really give too much to his opponent, and he doesn't really give too much away to the audience. He just focuses on his job and what he has to do. Then he goes back and he reflects on it, and he gives away a few secrets.
Well, it's going to be a great second match of day 3. I just had to think in my head. It is Saturday, of course. Right, Mr. August Agge Rosenmeier has been a staple of the competitive FIFA scene for many, many years now, securing an FIWC title way back in 2014. We caught up with the Danish wunderkind to talk about his time in the scene and that move from hashtag to North.
Myanmar, Brazilian ball! Our FIWC champion, August Rosenmeier.
My name is August Rosenmeier, and I'm also known as Agge, and I play for the Danish esports organization North. The consistency now with tournaments, literally every week there is a qualifier or a LAN event, just gives everyone a chance to become a professional FIFA player and make it your living way. To watch it grow and be a part of making the scene grow, I think that's what is keeping me pushing on every day to become a better player and a better person. You have to make a lot of sacrifices to stay at the top. You need to be good every day, you need to practice every day, you need to eat healthy, you need to sleep well. I even go to the gym to increase my focus level and to make myself happy with myself. What makes me and a few others like maybe unique is the right word to use in terms of like keeping a standard levels / consistency every year is like, I would call it talent, because you need to have a basic understanding of the game and how it changes every year to be fast, to find out the keys in each game. You have to be very good to adjust. That is talent, but it's not only talent, it's also hard work, because Rome wasn't built in one day, and that is how it is every year. You don't go into a new game and then it's all perfect. You need to work every day and see what am I doing wrong. One of the biggest skills, that is the mental part, and be able to adjust, to feel relaxed when you're playing. And I think that is something I built with experience over the last years. So that is also a key for me to why I have been quite consistent every year. I was so happy for my time in hashtag, but I just think it was a very natural step for me to return home to Denmark, to Copenhagen. I had a very good opportunity in North. They just came up with an offer to me that was simply impossible for me to refuse. That was the biggest thing for me to join North because I could see how I could grow as a player with the structure. I'm expecting a lot of myself, and I also agree or accept that people expect a lot of me because that is a role I took on me since I became one of the world champions. After that, I knew that would be expectations every year, and I understand that people have that because I have that to myself as well.
Well, there you go. North gave Agge an offer too good to refuse. And when I was told we needed 2 more hottest casters on the block, I said, this is an offer too good to refuse. Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley, what a day yesterday was. What a great start to today. So lovely to have you on board with this. And I want to get your thoughts on this match ahead.
Yeah, incredible. Yesterday we were lucky. We said for some of the games we had, Richard, we had like games where there was like so much drama in extra time. You know, 8-8, 9-8, like incredible games. However, today we want more of that. We want exactly the same, and it's already delivered today. You saw FIFA Houston against Aubameyang, but this game, Ice Vogel against August Rosemeyer. You know, Agge's record this year, we don't need to speak about it. He's consistent. He qualifies for everything. Yeah. However, can he go and win? You know, like a trophy already this year.
Yeah, Brandon says we can't talk about, we don't need to talk about Agge's stats. We do though, Richard, because otherwise it's going to be a quiet match. What do you say about Agge and of course, the man he's going up against today, Ice Vogel?
Yeah, Agge perfect in qualifying thus far this year. He's hit every single target that he's had to hit so far in the year. I think looking at some of his results that he's had at these events, by his own standards, a little bit poor. I think he knows that he's good enough to go on and win an event. Last time we saw a winning event, I believe 2018, the ESWC Championships in Paris, that was, April. So it's been quite a long time since he's won something, but he started FIFA 19 remarkably well with the qualifying, with the LAN events as well. And I think this, being an elimination game, he seems to thrive under pressure a little bit. So
Well, Richard, I want you to start remarkably well today. So,
I'll
as
try.
your first cast, enjoy it. Brandon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tom. And as you were saying, you know, we're not being harsh as such of Agge there. Yes, he made the last 4 on PlayStation in the first major of the year. However, Continental Cup, not a good performance from him there. Last weekend, not the best performance from him in Bucharest. However, today he's pulled himself via the groups after a 0-2 start. Wasn't good. We catch up with George Hughes, who said, not a great start today. However, he's pulled it back, got himself through to today, and now he's up against Ice Vogel, who he made a name for himself last year, didn't he? Was the Icebird, the Kingfisher, as ever we like to call him. We saw him at the Gfinity Elite Series. We saw him in Manchester. We saw him in so many tournaments, and again, it's a perfect example of a player that can come out of nowhere and then become a hero. Now he plays for Schalke.
Yeah, just before I got the fist bump off Tom, we're going to talk about Ice Vogel, how the way that we've not really seen him in FIFA 19 this year. FIFA 18, it was breakout year with the Gfinity Elite Series Season 3. He went on, won the Manchester side of things, had a good outing at the playoffs as well. And right now, you're almost seeing this sort of transition from FIFA 18 to FIFA 19. I think he's almost in a little position that MS Desire were in. I've spoken to a few players and they're saying he's not really come to grips yet with the new meta, with the new things that have been added to the game. Important to point out as well, this is an elimination match. So the loser of this will go out. The winner will take on Dufty, I believe, in round 2.
And of course, the first leg of this one. 2-legged games as always. And when we saw this game today, when we came into the arena, we were like, wow, this could be a huge, huge game, Richard. A player that has been in this FIFA esports scene for so long, and you heard Mike LaBelle just talk some of his assets there, how good he is. You could say a Hall of Famer. You look at the likes of Bruce Granick in there as well, of players that have been in this scene for so long. Here's Ice Vogel early on. This is the chance for him, and he's going to open up the scoring.
Fantastic start by Ice Vogel. Ronaldo scoring the goal, and both players already queuing a pause this early in. 5 minutes in, both of these players wanting to change something early doors. Well, lovely little finish from Ice Vogel.
The worst possible start. That he scored this early, but laser eye focus there from Ice Vogel. We know that doesn't always give us the biggest of reactions, whether it's just a case of a big final, but we know, Richard, we know, we said to the viewers yesterday, 3-0's not a safe scoreline now in a competitive FIFA in a 2-legged game.
Interesting start here from Agge. He's playing in that 4-4-2 second variation. Last week we saw him in the 4-2-3-1. It looks like he's changed into that 4-4-2 now. So maybe a little bit of grinding throughout the week. Wanting to bring something different to this game, but lovely ball roll from R9 into CR7. And then just a little bit of patience inside the box. And almost a classic FIFA finish, that open up your body, finesse into the bottom corner from Max Vogel, gives him the lead, 5 minutes in. Perfect start for the man representing Schalke Esports.
Looking at that resume there at Schalke, ideals. Tim Latka, who was in this competition, went out to Tex yesterday. If you have joined us from yesterday, we've still got more FIFA all day today, and then the big championship Sunday tomorrow, with the last 8 players, 4 from each side, will battle it out for that $40,000 prize. And of course, trying to get those 1,500 Global Series ranking points for those all-important rankings that are so important this year.
Yeah, if you've already placed top 8, top 16 in the tournament this year, then you can go on and get another 850, 1,500 points to your name.
We even saw Jabal earlier as well, and bear in mind that a breakout year for him, played in 2 events, already thinks that he's done enough.
Yeah, he's already happy with his placings thus far this year, and alongside Weekend League and a couple of other tournaments he might qualify for. Pretty much wrapped up the playoffs so far. Good ball from Agge. 3 against 3 at the back.
The only thing I'm looking at here, you know, you said about the experience of Agge, and you've got to look at this year as well, the tournaments he's played in. You know, you look at Agge, you look at Tex, you look at Joksan as kind of the 3 favourites that everyone's been talking about so far since the game, of course, has been released and since the Global Series has started.
It's quite interesting that a lot of people before the FUT Champs Cup 1 almost put Tex and Agge on a level playing field. I feel as though Tex has pulled away now on that Xbox side of things. He's won everything. Agge, a little bit disappointed given that he has qualified for everything.
Here he comes, back to goal. Ferdinand will win that one, but
by his standards.
You look at consistency there for Agge. Qualified for all the events he could have up to this date. Continental Cup, Cup 1, LQE December. Of course, Cup 2 now, going into, obviously, the new year. You've got the January FUT Champions Cup. You know, these cups are every single month alongside the LQEs. So much FIFA for these guys to digest.
Interesting as well, listening to Agge in that little interview. The way that he talks about himself going to the gym, keeping healthy. It's quite... A lot of people don't think about it, but he's played 3 weekends in a row right now as Agge. In tournaments, in high-intensity environments. You've got to, during that week, almost just relax yourself, do things that you enjoy doing, that aren't as strenuous as playing FIFA for this sort of prize money. It's your job.
Well, we saw him catch up with Marcusa, didn't we, last week? He got people coming out saying, is he homesick, wants to just have enough or go home? What a shot that is, and what a finish from Ice Vogel. I'm not going to say it yet, but the Kingfisher, he's back.
Nothing fancy about that at all. Just laces through it, high into the top left corner from R9 on the edge of the box, and Ice Vogel takes an early 2-goal lead. Let's reiterate, the loser of this game gets knocked out of the competition.
On this losers bracket side, and whoever wins it, Richard, of course, will go through and play that another elimination game. And if you can get through that, you go again, and then if we go once more, you're in the quarterfinals, and that's where all the big games will be taking place as we head towards the end of the day. 2-0 down there, Richard. An early pause has been cued by both of these. 2-0 though. Ice Vogel, a fantastic start for the German. Incredible start.
Seeing that goal again. I think that was, I don't know what that was. Someone breaking the back there to actually get out of the way of that. To stop himself colliding with the shot from R9, but Agge switches onto attacking right now. 2-0 down early doors, doesn't panic. You hardly expect Agge to panic with the amount of experience that he's racked up over the years. Keep calm and play FIFA.
Vieira, Pele, back there's that.
There you go.
It's off the bar on the rebound, surely! He's onside, I believe. Yes, he is, that's a goal. Straight back in it from Agge. Needed to be ready to get back in this. The pause obviously has worked for him, playing an interesting formation as well.
Yeah, look, that lovely pass there, R9.
Pitch perfect that, wasn't it?
Off the crossbar.
Time to perfection off the bar.
Eusebio tapping in from close range. Getting himself straight back in the game. It's Pele, in fact.
Ronaldo. Will play out to Alexandro now. As we know, a number of other games taking place. We'll keep you up to date on the desk, as always, with those. Seeing some of those games in the round before there, Richard. Houston, doesn't need us to tell him, he was 3 goals up with like 10 minutes to go. Lost the game.
Yeah, conceded 4 in around 8 minutes, I think.
Remarkable comeback from Aubameyang.
Start the day off where we left off yesterday. Drama.
Stefano Pina as well. His second event of the year that we've been able to watch him was a finalist last weekend against F2 Tech. Picked up 850 Global Series ranking points. Now he's just won a game again against Pro Hunter on his first tournament. 5-4 in that one. Cross all the way across. This is for Agge, of course, if you didn't know already. Signed to North Esports. Plays in the eSuperliga as well, which the finals are on Monday.
Good feat from Agge to actually create that chance. Ball roll, La Croqueta on the left-hand side, but dinked it into the back post. Nobody there. 2 get on the header.
Vieira to Ronaldo. Pull it now, just drive forward, try and create something. Ice Vogel, 2-1 up. Scored 2 goals in literally under 20 in-game minutes. There we go. This is the chance for him. Can play the Pele overlap. Doesn't want to. Will hold up instead. Held it just a little bit too long there, though.
Yeah, a nice feat from Ice Vogel to actually get that chance. Fake the pass into Pele.
You can't really see it now, but standing behind Agge, you've got Marcuso's coach from last year. Jesper Pilm was in the competition, went out in the group stages. It's Ice Vogel on the rebound. No, he can't. David Hale will clear that, but I love it, though. Richard from Pilm. He went out in the group stages. He could have easily went sulking. He could have easily said, you know what, I'm not coming back to this tournament, but he's behind his fellow countrymen. And there you go, you can see him just standing there. Coached Marcuso all the way through to that huge tournament last year, to the semi-final against Stefano Pina, basically the console final on PlayStation. And you talk about attitudes in FIFA esports. That there is a fantastic attitude, straight behind a good friend of his.
You saw the tweet that he put up. He was disappointed to get eliminated from the competition, but he's learnt from it. He went 1-6. He's learnt from the mistakes that he did. Almost get punished for in the tournament, and now he's back, giving Agge just that little bit of home comfort potentially for him in this game.
Well, it's half time. You can see the possession slightly in the favour of Ice Vogel. You know, we don't always look too far into possession, more towards, you know, the passing accuracy, the chances that are created. This is obviously the team you can see of Agge on your screen. Looks like he's going to be making a change. Ronaldinho, are you going to be coming on? No, I don't think he will be as of yet. And now we're just going to see how he's being matched up against 4-2-2 for Ice Vogel.
Ice Vogel in that 4-2-2, the formation that did use quite a lot last year, that other 4-2-3-1, but Agge sticking with the 4-2-3-1. Start the game with the 4-4-2. Inside 9 minutes, he'd swap back to the 4-2-3-1. So clearly not happy with how things were shaping up in the opening stages, switching back to what he felt more comfortable with against Ice Vogel.
It's what it's all about, Richard. You know, you play with the comforts. Don't change something because you come to a LAN event. Yes, your team might change a little bit or sometimes drastically for some players. You know, you look at like Curta Dilo last weekend from Epsilon. Didn't really have a great team, but could use those unlocked accounts at the event. And as we're seeing now, teams icon heavy, 6, 7, 8 in some teams. And you don't need us to explain why they're in there. As we know, 2-legged game. If you didn't know already, both these players came out their groups yesterday in the losers brackets of, well, no, Thursday, sorry. Thursday we had group play.
Both finished 4-3 in that group stage.
Groups of 8, 4 groups of 8. Of course, 32 on each console. Top 5 will go through. Bottom 3 will go out of the competition. Number 1 will get a bye through to the extra round in the winners bracket. Talking to players like DrErhano, what a tournament he has had. He'll be waiting to play against Stefano Pina later. Nicholas as well. Lord Horf, the youngster from Denmark. An upcoming player there. And then 9Z Yago, the Argentine. We thought there was only Nicholas coming out of that country, but I'll tell you now, he's got some competition.
Yeah, both Argentine players here, both winning the groups respectively as well.
Here's Walker. Vieira doing every CDM will do, just pick up the ball in front of that back four, try and...
Agge just being patient right now. He doesn't have to rush anything. It's only 2-1. He's trailing.
We know from the formation as well how deep those CDMs are. Pullet and Vieira.
Well, difference right now in the formations. Both players playing with 2 CDMs. Vogel's got an extra striker up top. Agge's got a little bit more width with 3 cams. So is it going to be the 1-2 passing of Vogel in the final third, or is it going to be the width of Agge with those cams?
Here's a half chance. He saw the idea there.
Just try to spread the play. I mean, with the 4-2-3-1, you're pretty much always going to have a spare man if Hullet joins into that attacking third as well. You're always going to have a spare cam to pass to for that finesse shot. And then you've got your striker as well. If you're playing CR7 up top or R9, they can go on either side. They can do the first time finesse. They can do a near post finesse. I think that's why 4-2-3-1 pretty much is the most commonly used formation at this level. Vieira and Hullet sat in front as well. It's a good balanced formation. You've got strengths all the way throughout, and it's the least weakness out of the formations.
Here's Agge. Cristiano Ronaldo. Which way is he going to go? He's going to play into the box. No, he's not. He's going to place Alexandro instead to the edge for Hullet. Have a shot. Why not? Pulls back. Then just gives away possession. But, you know, you question Vogel saying, you know, where's he been so far in this competitive year? I think a few players have said he's been struggling to, as you said, to adapt to the meta of the game as such, this new time finishing, moving the goalkeeper. But then you're coming out of a German region, which is always booming. 13 Germans here at this competition. 16 in the last cup. The FUT Champions Cup, that is. Here we go. Agge outside the boot. Easily read there by Manuel Neuer.
Yeah, good movement there from Vogel just to move him across a little bit. And pick that ball up with Manuel Neuer playing out from the back as well. Very composed is Vogel, something we saw a lot from him last year. He'll play across his byline when he needs to. He'll play across his 18-yard box, the so-called suicide passes. He'll play them.
Saw as well Vogel practicing against Aubameyang earlier this morning, of course, in the practice rooms that we do have here at the Gfinity Arena. And of course, all these games are coming to you from Paul's being queued, just under 18 in-game minutes left. We're looking at, of course, as I said, Agge's team here in tactics. Looks like, as I said, Ronaldinho will come on, Neymar as well. We've seen be a super sub, and a very good super sub as of late.
Yeah, Neymar, Ronaldinho, 2 Brazilians coming on. Interesting to see that he's not brought off either Ronaldo. Sometimes that R9 comes on. I think he's got 81 stamina, I believe, R9. So towards the end of the game, sometimes does wilt a little bit. That's why you don't tend to see Messi starting, just because of that stamina. By 65, 70 minutes, you're having to bring him off, unless you're someone like Goal Machine who can really implement in your team. You're playing him in that cam, just behind 2 strikers in a 4-3-1-2. Then you get the best out of your player.
We saw as well the likes of Henry playing like centre midfield yesterday. Saw some different icons as well, Zanetti being used. Of course, we're used to seeing Cruyff being subbed on. Eusebio either starting or being subbed on. Of course, 2 of those new additions for the year. There's Neymar, though. He's fresh. He's looking to make an impact straight away off the bench. Ronaldinho, there's the ball, but R9 just slightly tired.
Good reading from Vogel as well to get back the other side, not to commit to anything.
Oh, lovely. If he can, lovely scoop turn into the box, a ball roll as well. Shot out for a corner. If Agge can get himself a goal back,
we've seen
the second leg.
How good he is from corners.
He was so good in the last 2 weekends in Bucharest.
See, he's got Ronaldo there. He's going to pull him just onto the penalty spot, it looks
it's
like.
It's all about getting around the right side of the goalkeeper as well, and those front 2. Look, you can see Vogel trying to control.
Put it in the back post.
Played it all the way across, as you said, Richard. As far as the edge of the box. That's Ronaldinho on a finesse. Easily headed away there. The pressure's still on, though, for Vogel. Scoop turn. And cleared away by Neuer.
Lacroqueta central.
Yeah, I saw 2 of those come out there. Tried to open up a pocket of space for him. That new skill move implemented into FIFA 19. Lovely ball for Henry. He's going to have a ball roll or 2. Play back to Hullet. Case of Jim just trying to tee up the perfect opportunity. Out to Cristiano Ronaldo. There we go.
As soon as he got into that spot there, just on the edge of the box, I said it's going to go near post. You saw Agge just tempting a little bit with the goalkeeper movement. It opened up the opportunity. Very similar to what we saw Megabit doing yesterday when they were coming on that amazing comeback in his game.
You look where that goal's come from, though. The corner came in, wasn't really delivered right. Went on the finesse on the edge of the box with Ronaldinho, then straight down the other end. Talk about counter-attacking.
Even if he's moved him to the right way, I don't know if he's going to get that. It's right in the side netting from CR7. 3-1. Vogel now leads with only 8 minutes left. This is a 2-legged game, so Agge does have time to come back into it.
And that gap extends to 2 goals.
That's how quickly he can counter-attack, though. Corner at one end. 15 seconds later, you're 3-1 down.
Here's a chance for Agge. Oh, he's got the deflection the right way. Neymar, inside, finesse! There we go. Game on once again.
Quite fortunate with how the ball rebounded to him inside the box, but Neymar making no mistake.
He did well there to open up that pocket of space, Richard.
Drag back onto his left foot. Neymar can go either side. One of the players gifted with that 5-star weak foot.
And that's a perfect example of a sub as well.
The game back to a 1-goal deficit for Agge.
He can get himself another one as well into the second leg. All apiece at 3-3. Or have we got one more goal from Vogel? Well, he's going to definitely get one more chance. Omri to Ronaldinho. Just trying to keep it on this left-hand side. I expect him just to switch it all the way across again. Ronaldo to Omri. Pull it. We'll play as far as Vieira. Just hold this out. I'd happily go into that second game if I was Agge, just 1-0 down. But he's not happy with that. He wants to use every single chance he can to the best possible ability. Ronaldo, there's a cheeky chip, can he find it? Cristiano Ronaldo, R9 was making that run. Probably want Cristiano Ronaldo in the box at this moment in time. Can I see Hullet in there? No, he's going to be around the edge of the box instead.
Good tracking from Cruyff.
He had to get it right, Johan Cruyff.
Just get back the other side, that's going to finish this game.
And there we go, Richard. 3-2 the score. Vogel just in front after that first leg. He'll be happy with it. Fantastic first start. I could say a game of two halves, as cliche as it is, between the two. 4-2-3-1 it ended up for Agge.
Well, there weren't a lot of chances in that game. You can see there.
There we go, 4
4 shots on target each. One scored. Vogel scored 3 of his 4 shots. Agge finishing half of the chance on goal that he did have, and now having a word with his coach, seeing what he can do differently. I think him starting in that 4-4-2 put him on the back foot a little bit. Once he switched formations, it was 4-2-2 against the 4-2-3-1. Also saw we got like quite an even game by the looks of it. Possession very slightly in the favour of Vogel. Passing accuracy once again in the slight favour of Vogel.
It was an interesting 4-4-2, as you mentioned, from Agge, that he did kick off in the game. It was with those 2 CDMs, so you are inviting a lot of pressure. It goes without saying.
Yeah, let's have a look at some replays of this game. How Vogel did win the first leg. Break this one down for you, Brandon.
An early start. Cristiano Ronaldo through to R9, played it in. Just watch that one touch with the right foot. Cuts in, cuts back out, right foot finesse. 1-0 in 5 minutes to Vogel.
Yeah, lovely close control from Vogel inside the box. You'll see the reaction after every goal as well, and he made it 2 shortly afterwards. R9 on the edge, lovely left-footed drive.
There, just straight into the back of the net to put the German 2-0 up, the Kingfisher 2-0 up. 24 minutes on the clock.
Agge straight away with an instant reply.
Finesse on the rebound for Pele. Just about got round the right-hand side of Alexandro there to bring that back all square, and then Vogel went, no, I'm going to go back in front instead.
Yeah, look at the timing goals though. That was 26th minute. The next goal in the game we had was the 81st minute. That shows how cagey this game was. A really cagey affair. Neither team really wanting to get that big of a deficit going into the second leg. We've seen 3-0, it's not a safe scoreline, but if you lose the first leg 4-5-0 or by 5 goals, you're not only going in with that goal margin, but you're also going in demotivated.
That was the last goal there. Really well done there from Neymar. As you mentioned, Richard, that 5-star weak foot can do whatever he wants with it, really. Just a simple drag back to open up that pocket of space. As we know, that is what the pros will do on the big stage. And we've set ourselves up really well for this second leg. Currently 3-2 to Vogel. You know, looking on paper, you'd probably put Agge as a favourite in this one just because of the amount of LAN experience he's had in his whole career, and this year, how well he's adapted this year. But Vogel, he started so well. He has started so well. It's good to see him back competing as well. He brought us so many exciting stories last year. A newcomer to the scene who
maybe he just likes wearing blue.
Got the stage he deserved.
Maybe he likes wearing blue. We saw him in the blue of envy last season. Now we're seeing him in FIFA 19 in the Schalke blue. And doing that team proud, and hashtag, I should say, formerly hashtag Agge, now switched over to North Esports.
He's had an incredible career, hasn't he? You know, from winning that championship, as we said, in 2014 in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, against Dave, by the way. Then he moved to PSG. Wasn't right there for him. Moved to hashtag, brought him back alive a little bit, and then, of course, a fantastic year there. Decided to move back on, and this is the dream move for him now. Playing with his teammate Marcuso in Copenhagen. He loves living in Denmark, of course. He's very proud to live there. And
I think one of the big things, even from PSG to hashtag, that hashtag sort of like a family environment. I think that revitalised him a little bit. And then I think the perfect move for him was moving to North. If he can stay in his home country, doesn't really have to travel to the HQ or things like that. Doesn't have to travel for qualifying months as it was last year.
And he gets to play FIFA with his best mate.
He's got his best friend in Marcus or Marcuso there as well. And he's also got George Hughes as well, part of that same roster transfer from Hashtag to North Esports, and he's the man there looking after him, making sure that everything's all right. And I think this is almost like the perfect blend of everything. If you've got your cocktail, he's put all the things that he wants into his perfect move, and that's what it is right now for him.
Now it's the perfect drink for him. However, he needs a goal in this second leg. We're going to jump into it soon, but as we mentioned, just looking at these teams here, he's starting again with that same 4-2-2, I should say, from Agge. Ice Vogel, as you mentioned, was a big fan of that last year. Seemed to play it actually in the last game.
I think we are just about ready to get into this one. 3-2, the first leg did finish. Ice Vogel with a slight advantage coming into the second leg. If Agge gets a quick goal, this game, we could be for something special again.
Two-legged games are interesting, aren't they? Especially on aggregate. You know, we see so many 2-0, 3-0 leads just given away, Richard, straight away. But we often say this first goal in the second leg is so huge for both players. We jump into this one now. The second leg between Schalke's Ice Vogel up against North Esports' August Rosemeyer.
See some of the other scores from that first leg of games. Sihan 1-0 up against Tiscat. 2-2 Christian Steri and Lightning Ziad. And New York City Chris 1-0 up against X Blue.
The All-Americas clash there. X Blue, as we know, I think won the Man City Esports tournament, not the one that just went, the one before that. Out in America, up against New York City Chris, as we know, under that City banner. And do you know who's behind him coaching? Marcus Gomes. What a story he had in Bucharest. Not the best tournament here, we'll come out and say, but that tournament he had in Bucharest, that 6-6 penalty shootout with Pro Owns. Up there, one of my favourite games today in competitive FIFA this year. Here we go, an early start from Ice Vogel, take a deflection. Luckily it just fell to the hands of David De Gea, otherwise that would have been a little bit frustrating for him if Maldini scored an own goal.
If you are just joining us for this second leg, this is a knockout game. It's part of the losers bracket here at the FUT Champs Cup December. The loser will be going out, the winner moving on to round 2 to try and continue their losers bracket run to the quarterfinals.
And if you didn't see any of the action yesterday, the remaining 4 players on Xbox, which sets up for a perfect championship Sunday already. PSG Dax against F2 Tex. Good to see Dax back on the big stage, and an all Saudi Arabian game, Richard, between the Royal and MS Dasari. And then later today we'll find out who the other 4 players will be competing tomorrow. Still such a long way to go. We're in losers bracket games at the moment, then we go through to round 2, then we do a losers bracket and a winners bracket again.
Sets up some amazing fixtures throughout the PlayStation side of things for today. Xbox delivered yesterday, and right now PlayStation delivering tenfold.
It was Ice Vogel that struck 5 minutes in the last game. He had a chance early on here, but maybe the first one's going to fall to Agge in this game. Wins a throw-in on this far-hand side with Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, 12 minutes gone so far. Neither player really done anything meaningful.
Pull it around the edge of the box, always dangerous. Seen him used well by Ajax. Danny, actually, the Xbox player from Ajax, loves a finesse with him. There's Pele on the edge of the box. Doesn't want to have a shot of him. We're going to have a shot of Hullet. Yes, we are. And it's going to go into the back of the net. I mentioned about how dangerous he can be around the edge of the box, Ruud Hullet.
I'm surprised that's actually gone in, to be honest. The way that it seemed to go into the back of the net. I'm going to watch the replay. I did get a deflection. No, just went underneath.
Did it bounce over his foot or just...
It came off his toe in the end. He tried getting a foot onto it, but not enough for Ice Vogel's goalkeeper, and Ruud Hullet just firing Agge back into this game.
We'll square again, Richard. 3-3 between the two. And this game is just sat perfectly poised. What any viewer at home would want to see as well. Ice Vogel's turn to try and get back in it. Or get in front, I should say. I think the main difference you're looking at here is that 2-goal lead has always been closed down by Agge now on 2 occasions.
Yeah, pretty much a clean slate right now.
Now you flip it on the head, you're thinking, Agge, you've got the confidence, you've just come back on 2 occasions, now you're all square. You go and get the next goal, that's the start of a building block.
The classic Sunday League manager, you'd be saying it's 0-0 right now.
Because it literally is. Of course, as we know, playing on an ultimate team, on these unlocked accounts, all these players will be able to use. Seen a Cancelo, that's the only kind of real difference we've seen. There's a lovely fake shot. cuts back inside. Can he finesse it? Doesn't want to, actually. Went with his left foot, believe it or not. I don't think he meant to there.
Yeah, went for the near post. Did Agge. It's a chess match. We've said it in previous years, but it really is this year. With that goalkeeper movement, you have to almost try and predict what your opponent's going to do. If he's going to move the goalkeeper to the right, you want to be shooting the opposite way. You're doing about 5 different calculations in your head before you even press the shoot button.
You can see all the scores updating at the bottom, or the right-hand side of your screen, I should say. Red Bull Leipzig, Sihan, the German player there, 2-1 up against the Japanese player.
Pele.
It's going to get it back, deflection. Just going to be cleared in the end by Alexandro. Now the game is maybe starting to come alive.
He just bowled him over there in the midfield. He's going to go into the book as well.
Richard ex-Blue, 2-1 up now against New York City Chris in that one. All the scores are updating on the right-hand side of your screen. As we go through this round. Still in round 1, still right at the beginning of the day today. We're here in London all weekend long. And by the end of play tomorrow, we'll find out who is, could say, up there now in that top 5 on the rankings. Can Tex go and get another win? Can he do the triple? Can Joksan go and add another 1,500 points onto it?
We've got a few different stories of it. You've got MS Desari potentially going 3 for 3 in England tournaments. You've got Tex and Joksan potentially both winning their side of the...
Sabio all the way across.
Winning their side of the console on 3 different occasions throughout the year already.
As we know, the 2 top dogs, you have to say. Joksan, over 2,000 points. F2 Tex, over 2,000 points. Already in the playoffs, easily. Maybe 1 or 2 more events, you might even say, as far as making that grand final.
10 minutes before half-time in this second leg.
Still goalless between the 2 as well. I mean, between the score, sorry. 3-3. Ronaldo back to Hullet. He's on a yellow card. Be careful there. After that tackle, I don't think he even meant to make. Edge of the box, now dangerous. That could be, there's a foul. Silly foul. Is he going to go into the book? Vieira, he's got to be careful as well. Yes, he will.
No, Vieira.
He popped up with a goal,
That's a red card. That's 2 yellows.
Oh, double yellow. Nice Vogel. Probably didn't even mean to. I didn't think much of that.
That's a game changer.
Probably didn't even think too much as well.
That's so harsh. That's so harsh.
He just jammed. Circle there, or...
Ball very much in Agge's court right now.
Free kick, what are you going to do here? 2 players run off it, played short to Eusebio. Then that ball was awful then for Maldini just to clear up. And you're thinking, nice Vogel, you're going to make a pause here and fill that gap. Vieira's gone off, so there'll be a hole in the midfield. It basically means that Ruud Hullet, you've got to do 2 people's jobs now.
I mean, he's good enough to do it, and you can see the pause there coming in from Vogel. 2 yellow cards with Patrick Vieira.
Or if anything, he's going to use Eusebio or Pele to just draw out. Probably Pele, actually.
If he's got someone like Ballack on the bench or Mateus, he'll probably bring off.
Oh, lovely ball.
He's onside.
He's only got 10 men, Eusebio, but he's got a chance and he's going to score. Back in front with 10 men as well.
He's got 10 men and a dream, has Vogel. Fires himself back in to the lead. 4-3, now he leads.
This is going to be interesting here. See, this is Agge we're looking at, and then when he compares the team, then we'll see the change that Vogel has made. I'm sure he's going to go and have a look of what he's changed there with the 10 men he's got. Here we go. This is where we can see it. What's he gone for there? Has there been a change yet?
Just looking at the bench, he has got Lothar Mateus on the bench. So
Ballack as well, right at the bottom, you can see.
Yeah, so I'd be surprised if he's not bringing off maybe Eusebio.
Take off, yeah.
Eusebio or Pele. Keep both Ronaldo's on by far the biggest game changers for him, but I would say probably bring off.
I would say
Pele or Eusebio, one of them 2. Put on Ballack in that hole and play without, I'd probably say a central cam.
Yeah.
Play a striker and then your left cam and your right cam, so you're still getting the width, but you're just missing that almost Telequista in behind the striker.
If anything, it makes that striker just have to drop down slightly. And it's Mateus, I believe, that's just come on low for Mateus. You can just see there, number 5.
For Ronaldo.
Interesting choice there, and that is R9 Ronaldo as well, just to confirm that. Interesting, Richard. Didn't go for Pele, didn't go for Eusebio. He clearly believes in those guys. He just scored as well for him, and he's just subbed him off. Eusebio again trying to drive forward for Vogel. We're about to jump into half-time. If you have just joined, We're in the second leg. Ice Vogel from Schalke Esports. He's down to 10 men after 2 yellows. First half red card. He's slightly offside, Eusebio. Not good from Agge there. And he needs a goal back, though, and you have to say, he's up against 10 men.
You'd still say advantage Agge, given that he's playing against the extra man. Someone of his quality, if he can exploit the space that he's created.
Sometimes, though, when you only have 10 men, it just makes you that one step like more clinical with everything. Keeping the ball, defending. It's good to see that he brought Matthias, though, as we said.
See the stats at half-time as well. 1 shot on target for Ice Vogel, 1 goal.
Didn't need many, just when the chance came up, he scored straight away. And here's some scores as well, you can see.
So what he's done, he's switched back into 4-2-2, and he's not playing without a left striker. He's put Patrick Vieira in that left striker spot. He's playing CR7 right striker, the 2 cams in Pele and Eusebio, left cam, right cam. Then he's playing Matthias, I should say, and Ruud Gullit as his 2 CDMs. So he's just playing 1 up top pretty much in Cristiano Ronaldo.
He's got a lot of work to do as well, Ronaldo. A lot of running, extra running for him. It's good that, as I said, though, he's brought on those 2 CDMs. Well, hasn't brought him on. He's ensured that he's got those 2 CDMs there, just to stamp their authority around the edge of that box. We know how dangerous it can be around there. There's Matthias, the sub. Fresh legs as well. Probably see Neymar brought on as well, maybe for Ice Vogel later in the game.
As this game starts to dwindle down as well, I think the frustration potentially from Agge will start to increase. I'm playing against 10 men. How am I not back in this game? How have I not utilised the man advantage yet?
We've all been there at home with 10 men. It kind of just spears you on that little bit more, because you can keep the ball. Everything has to be perfect. You know, when the chance comes, you can't fluff your lines. You can just see how much more careful in possession Ice Vogel's being. Back to goal, Ronaldo on the turn, and David De Gea just couldn't get a hold of it.
It's very unfortunate.
A gift for the Kingfisher, just to tap into the back of the net.
It seemed as though the ball rolled up his body a little bit. Look at this replay right now. We're not going to see it until Agge makes the changes he wants to make in his formation. But 5-3 the scoreline right now. He scored 2 goals with 10 men. Give him 10 men from the start.
You can see, is he going to go out for it now? He's obviously 2 goals down, looking at the bench as well. He's got Cruyff, Neymar there, Henry, if he wants to bring on these players. These are the new, of course, factors that you can use this year, the way you can basically just change your custom tactics with a formation change, or going defensive, ultra-attacking, it will just automatically make that change. So you can see, free at the back if he wants to play it as well.
Yeah, 3-4-1-2 from Agge right now. Ronaldinho in at cam. It looks like Eusebio actually in at camp, potentially.
You may have just heard that little bit of a scream. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, New York City Chris was winning. Then X-Blue came back. Now New York City Chris is 3-2 up on aggregate in that one. Christian Spiteri up against Lightning Ziad, 3-3.
Just seen Aubameyang walk past where we're commentating. Big puff for the cheeks. I think he knows that he got a little bit lucky in that last game to be moving on in the competition.
He did well. 4 goals in 10 minutes. No easy task for anyone. Against FIFA Houston, who is normally the guy that actually brings back a game.
Yeah, he's usually the one doing the comeback, not on the receiving end of it.
You think back to the Club World Cup last year with Fred Berg against Ice Vogel, actually, in an Erhano. Right then, Agge. 2 goals you need to send this one to extra time. You've got the extra man. Can he use it to his advantage?
Yeah, he's gone attacking as well. He's got 3 at the back. There's going to be a lot of space for Ice Vogel to get in behind. It's that risk you have to take right now.
It's going to have to be aggressive, though, Agge, as we know. A bit like Megabit yesterday against the Royals, just having to press. Here we go, edge of the box, there's the deflection.
He knows exactly what to do to get back into the game. He's been in this position 1,000+ times.
This is key now, we're from corners. What can he do? Eusebio, can he open up a pocket of space? And it comes there, free header. Out again for a corner.
He's actually played short, which is surprising.
We used to see him just play straight into Ronaldo. Edge of the box, Ferdinand. Can he finesse it? Doesn't want to. Outside the other way. Great save from Neuer.
Yeah, big save, Neuer. Pouring it away at his near post.
3 corners back to back.
Again, played short.
Well done, Ronaldinho. Eusebio to Eusebio. Whether it's Ice Vogels that somehow gets around, no. But it's actually Agge that turns the ball back over against him.
Yeah, there was nothing going forward. There's absolutely nothing going forward at the minute for Ice Vogel from these defending corners. If you just look at the mini-map, it's 1 against 6 at the back for him in terms of Agge's favour.
Everyone's back trying to just do anything they can to stop the attack from Agge. Ronaldinho on the edge. Can he pull out a shot? It was time to reflection, but it was blocked by Alexandro.
They're putting the bodies on the line right now.
Oh,
That's a poor pass.
You've got to take these chances. You're getting in the right place. It's a finesse. Keeper had to just stand and watch that one. But luckily enough for Neuer, just flew over the bar.
Yeah, got a lot of space there. Did CR7, but just like that, goal kick there, high and not on target. And I think this is going to be a constant wave for the last 25 minutes.
Pressure, pressure, pressure. If Vogel can just stand strong and see through this storm, Richard, he'll be through. And Agge will be out of the competition. Look at that pressure from Rio Ferdinand there, saying no thank you, ball across. Can he win it? Edge of the box, Ronaldinho. Agge needs to use his possession well, wisely. Every pass has to have a meaning. Every chance, you've got to use to the best. Oh, Matthias again. He's been class since he's come on.
There's a lot of time left, though. There's a lot of time. There's 20 minutes left for Agge to get back into this game. Vogel, that's a lot of time to defend in with men behind the ball, but winning free kicks like that, just slowing the game down, playing at your pace, not at Agge's. It's exactly what he wants to do, and another pause coming out from Agge. He's just cued that pause twice in about 10 seconds. You can see he wants quick changes. He's frustrated right now. He's got 20 minutes to save his tournament.
Saw the aggression as well there from Matthias. Just had to try and win that ball back, but he's going to go into the book. And as you say, making that change again, Richard.
What are we going with? Is it going to be a 3-4-2-1? It is indeed. Got all those attacking bodies.
What subs he's made? I think he brought Ronaldinho.
He's got one more sub.
And Matthias.
And it's Neymar coming on.
Probably one of the best ones you can bring on, to be fair. Cruyff or won't be used.
Yeah, not Cruyff. Neymar instead of Cruyff. I'd probably say Neymar a little bit. It just feels a little bit quicker than Cruyff, I'd say.
That flair to his game, and just a little bit, you know, over those extra 5-10 yards can just...
He's got Alexandro playing left mid. He can put a cross into the box if he needs it. He's going to get forward, and it's also going to help back as well a little bit defensively. Kyle Walker playing right centre-back.
Who can do a job in centre-back, you know, in real life and in the game of FIFA.
But you just look there, you've got Ronaldinho, Matthias, Ronaldo, Neymar, and Eusebio. That's 5 game winners. That's 5 match winners for you going forward. Will one of them produce a little bit of magic and get Agge back into this game?
Well, he needs it. Just under 20 in-game minutes left. Vogel, can you hold on? Can you, as you said, Richard, bring the game to your own pace? Keep a game plan and pull yourself through with 10 men, which will be an incredible achievement for him. In the first event we've seen the Kingfisher perform this year. And when he comes to London, when he's at this Gfinity Arena, he seems to always enjoy it.
Seems to perform in England in particular. Manchester got through to the grand final against MS Desari. Here he made it through to the semi-finals of the Elite Series in Season 3.
Lovely ball. Watch out that back post. We'll play inside, try and simplify the chance. Sure, this is a chance for Vogel! The Kingfisher is back! And he could be on his way to knocking out North Agge.
Sometimes you just have to applaud. Such a nice little goal. It all started with R9, just a reverse pass. Just completely changed the mood of that attack completely. It went a lot more directly. In like 3 passes, he's in behind. Hullet splits the defence, plays it through to Ronaldinho, keeps his composure. That word we've said all weekend long, composure. Slots it in at the near post.
Could have easily went the other way. Could have easily put it in that left bottom corner, but backed himself to try and score that one against Neuer. Here we go, Agge. Neymar's out trying to bring the skills as well to try and open up pocket space. Goes for a finesse with Vieira of all people. Will win a corner. That's like the 4th or 5th corner he's had in this half. Can he get a winner on this? Cristiano Ronaldo, watch him.
Into the near post with Ronaldo.
He's there. Hullet's there as well. 3 goals in 10 in-game minutes. Don't get me wrong, I've seen Aubameyang do it about half an hour ago. Vogel's happy to keep the ball away from his goal.
Yeah, quite a poor pass there from Vogel. Gives Agge another chance to come at him.
Watch that run from Neymar.
Lovely spread there.
The 10 men of Vogel. You wouldn't have said there's 10 men. Everyone's pulled out a big performance for him. Back to goal. Neymar, can he finish it? Deflection from Rio Ferdinand.
Yeah, since that red card, every single player just seemed to
up their performance.
Pull out a 9 out of 10 performance.
And it goes. And then just easily collected by Neuer there. It's a case of let's just relax.
Look at the minimap. There's nobody even wanting to go forward for Vogel. He knows, just sits back, maintains the lead, and he's going through in this competition and knocking out one of the favourites.
Looking at the people that have qualified for this event. Fortunately for Agge.
Agge's in your top 5 players to watch on PS4. No matter who you ask, he's in that top 5 players.
And he'll only be leaving the competition with 150 Global Series ranking points. If he got through this round, guaranteed 275 of them. Still points though. He's guaranteed those points whether he gets out in Swiss style or whatever format we see in the future of competitive FIFA. Still picking up points, he's still keeping in that top 10. And I'm sure after every event he'll continue to improve as well, but seconds away, in-game minutes away from Ice Vogel, pulling through to the next round. And he's been fantastic, the early 2 goals from him. Then going down to 10 men, we were worried, we were asking questions of him, but he's given us an answer every single time we've asked a question upon him. Added time of 3 minutes. Into the last minute now. Ice Vogel, congratulations. Fantastic performance from him, and there we go, the German, the Kingfisher, is back. He loves it in London, and we can see exactly why. 10 men, Richard, he still pulled himself through.
10 men, I said 10 men in a dream. It was a dream come true for Ice Vogel. The perfect performance from him in that game. A mature performance, a very composed, a very cultured performance. He did what he needed to do. He got the goals, and then he sat off. Almost kept Agge at bay at all times. Just, no, you're all right, just stay there, just stay there. And he's going through into the next round.
I think with Agge there, he kind of thinks to himself, what more can I do? I've made 4 events this year. Continental Cup, I went out straight away. I didn't have a fantastic one. We'll talk about that as we go over to another game now. Christian Spetari up against Lightning Ziad from Saudi Arabia there. This one is in extra time. We're joining it now on the attackers. Wow!
What a time to join!
What a time to arrive to this one. Ziad, the Saudi Arabian, is following in suit with MS Dasari in the Royal.
Leads 5-4, literally, as we joined, he puts it into the back of the net with prime Ronaldinho, 114th minute as well. A minute left, real life time in this game. Ronaldinho breaking the hearts of Christian Spiteri fans around the world.
And as we know, of course, Christian Spiteri recently signed for the Imperial Esports organisation alongside Lyrics. What a duo that is. We see Christian a few weeks back, in fact.
At the major, yep.
Yeah, we did, and he made a great account of himself there as well, Richard, didn't he?
Yeah, I believe, I want to say at least top 8, I think, for Christian Spiteri. You can see the 2 players there on your screen. Christian on the left, and then Lightning Ziad on the right-hand side.
He did fantastic, Christian Spiteri. Actually lost to Maestro in that game. However, beat Roma Zimi in that first round of knockouts back in Bucharest. Then, unfortunately, lost to the hands of Maestro. But you can see both players, as we said, on your screen there, from that Lightning organisation as well in Saudi Arabia. 4 Saudi Arabians came to this tournament, which, people saying, is it just, the Royal, is it just MS Dasari from that region? No, it's not.
The producing talent is that Saudi Arabia nation. And you just looked at a few of the changes that I saw here on the screen in front of me. Lightning Ziad switching into a 4-3-3 defensive, getting men behind the ball. Going to do a very similar job to what Ice Vogel just did then. 5 minutes left on the clock, just defend the lead at all means necessary. Christian on the other hand, into a 3 at the back. Going to try and apply the pressure, and that's exactly what he's going to do, Christian.
Pele on the edge of the box, drag back or 2. Christian Spiteri, you need to pull yourself back in this one. Confirm as well that I think it's a full-time score between Red Bull Leipzig Sian, 4-3 win there. Of course, North Agge unfortunately crashing out the competition to Ice Vogel. Give you an update on the New York City Chris one. That's still 3-2 at the moment.
Going to get one more chance, is Christian.
This is probably one of the only games that are going all the way. Here we go. This is the Maltese FIFA
Dani
player, Christian
Alves!
Spiteri! Dani Alves! I normally pick him out for pulling out of position, but credit where credit's due there. At the perfect time to score as well, Richard. The last minute in extra time.
Bombing on. I think he's playing right mid at the minute in a 3 at the back, Dani Alves. Getting forward. There you go. See that formation. 3-4-1-2 for Christian.
That flashback for item that is in a lot of people's teams since he came out.
Hammered it at the goalkeeper. Looked for a rebound anyway. It went straight through the goalkeeper. And a penalty shootout potentially.
Oh, God. Penalties, penalties, penalties between the 2. Like this, though. Ziad making the change.
And again, an elimination game. Whoever wins this game will be moving on
to play not the easiest opponent. M10 FIFA Houston will be waiting for you there. The Danish FIFA player who's a goal machine in his own right. Here we go, though. We're waiting for Christian, I believe. Obviously, he has made his change.
Yeah, imagine probably switching back from... The thing is, when you switch into a 3 at the back and you make changes to get back into a game, if you do score, you've then got Dani Alves playing right mid, or players out of position. Kyle Walker playing centre-back. Not the most preferred position, but you see all that space there for Dani Alves. And then just smashed it at the goalkeeper. With that Thibaut Courtois. In Ziad's goal.
It's a tough one for goalkeepers. Some people look towards Courtois, some people don't. Looks like Neuer for me, or David De Gea. Seems like those three are kind of the most popular.
Number 21, Dani
Right,
Alves.
simple. One more attack. Hold this out, Christian Spitari, and you've got yourself into a penalty shootout, giving away a free kick there. It's going to be the last attack of the game, falling to Ziad.
He's played it short. I don't know if you have enough time.
Rio Ferdinand, get it in the box. Lothar Matthijs, Ronaldo.
That's it.
Penalty shootout between the two to decide who leaves the competition. Here we go. In that black kit it is Ziad, the Saudi Arabian. In the white, it's Christian Spitari from Malta. Up steps Ziad first. Matthijs, there we go. Easy down the left-hand side. Routine.
Yeah, good penalty from Ziad. And now Christian stepping up with Pele. Goes to the left. Good penalty. High. Quite unusual. Usually see him on the ground.
Ronaldinho now. You can just watch the play ahead movement. Will it go anywhere? Will it go down the middle? There we go.
Perfect so far from both of these players. Can Christian keep it up?
Off the bar! Not a good penalty at all. We saw Ziad there go, wow, I've got away with that one. Now he's got a chance to keep that lead. Eusebio left. You saw the option there for Christian Spitari was going to be tempted to dive.
Yeah, interesting penalties here from Christian. He's not going on the ground, it looks like. He's putting a lot of power on him.
Oh, so much power into the top-hand corner. Saved again. Dani Alves, the hero.
Scores, he wins.
Score this. 4 out of 4. Perfect penalties. Ziad steps up. Saved.
I think Christian has to score to stay in the game.
Has to score this one, Richard.
R9 stepping up to the spot for Christian Spitari.
Where's he going? Saved again. Save
Game
place.
over.
3 times. Ziad, you are through against FIFA Houston in what is going to be an incredible game there. Thibaut Courtois, 6'6". The giant leapt up on 2 occasions to the right-hand side. And unfortunately, once again, Christian Spitari made it through to kind of that knockout stage, but he's knocked out early on.
And I'm asking questions over some of those penalties. Usually you see the penalties, at every single pro penalty I've seen, on the ground, to a side. You pick your side, you don't go a lot of power. And then, because last year in particular, you got to actually go down on the analog stick to save it. I'm surprised by that. A lot of the penalties high and quite reasonable saves. If he gets the right way, you're going to save it.
Exactly that, and of course I believe that's all the games concluded now, so without further ado, we're going to throw it straight over to the guys on the desk. Tom, take it away. What a penalty shootout.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you, Brandon. Yes, a penalty shootout to decide things. That's how we like it in many respects. However, I want to talk about the Ice Vogel game and Agge. Look at me in the back of the screen. That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I'm in the back. Anyway, it's gone now. Good. So listen, gentlemen, Agge versus Ice Vogel. Great game. Ice Vogel, the Kingfisher, did enough. What did you make of that sending off? Because it felt like 1 minute he just got that yellow card early on and then gets another one, but it seemed to galvanize him throughout the game.
It shifted the match, and ironically, I don't think it shifted the match in August's favor. A lot of times what happens when you're going up against somebody and you're at full strength and they're a man down, you start to over-pursue, and that was a big mistake that we saw early on. And August conceded. It was a beautiful finish from R9, but he made a big mistake on the defensive side, left a lot of space in behind. You're seeing it right here on the replay, and this was kind of the beginning of the end.
Is it the overcommit then, because you want to use that space and you've got that man advantage, so you overcommit too much?
Well, I think he knew that the game was there for the taking, and because he's overcommitted so many players, there's just one person you do not want to give any sort of chance. And by overcommitting players, and that's Ice Vogel, because he's so damn good at attacking that he will hit you hard on the counter.
And let's give him credit. Ice Vogel handled this perfectly. Every situation he had, a 1v1, he was able to finish. He's not going to get a bunch of chances. He's not going to overwhelm August in terms of shot on shot on shot. but he was clinical. And he did a good job, too, adjusting to when August moved his goalkeeper. We're going to see that in all those examples. August keeps shifting the goalkeeper around, and he just waits, and he's able to make the right choice. And that's a mental game.
I think that first goal as well was a big problem for Agge because he's already overcommitting. And at that point, once he's conceded that goal, he's thinking, how the hell am I 1 goal down? I've really got to go for this. And that just escalated. And his whole defence were just chasing the ball. It's never watching the runners, just chasing the ball constantly. And that just opened up so much space for Vogel to have all the time in the world to put the ball in the back of the net.
They always say that in football, you know, you go down to 10 men, it's actually harder to break down, and it doesn't seem logically right. You've got an extra man, but like you say, too much of overcommitting from Agge. He'll be very disappointed with that because he's now out of the competition.
Well, August has to be disappointed, man. And like we talked about, he's been playing a lot of FIFA. This is his 3rd weekend in a row. And the issue is, we talk about you want to have defense that bends but doesn't break. Now, the issue with over-pursuing is that when you make that defensive error, it's not a small one. These were major mistakes, breakaways, 1v1s. The types of opportunities that a player at the level, the caliber that we're seeing with Vogel, he's going to finish those.
Okay, well, listen, gentlemen, thank you very much for that. Well put. Listen, I had a chat with Vogel before that match. He said it was going to be a tough one, but he's come on through. Lottie, you with the main man now?
I am indeed. Not too tough for this guy, though, I can tell you that. Vogel, congratulations, first of all. Interesting match. How did you feel that you played personally through the 2 legs?
I tried to control the game all the way. Especially when I was 1 man down, I tried to give him as less opportunities as possible. So I'm just happy I could win it with 10 men.
Love it. Well, you're obviously through to the next part of the tournament. I just want to touch upon your FIFA career so far. So you actually became more of a prominent pro back in FIFA 18, and now you're back in the 19 season. How are you finding it so far, being a FIFA pro player?
I just enjoying every moment, every event, and I just love to compete. So I'm looking forward to every event because I just like to play.
Is it difficult with the level of competition that we've got this season in FIFA 19? And of course, at the end, you always have to take on the Xbox winner as well. What is that like, having that thought in the back of your head?
It's very tough for sure. I mean, every year there are new pros, they're on a very high level, and the average of games or the average of opponents is also very high, so it's always difficult.
Of course it is. Well, congratulations once again. You're here for a reason, and you're very good at what you do, so good luck next. But I'm just going to talk to the viewers about what I actually saw upstairs while I was watching the other games that are going on as well. So we had Lightning Ziad taking on Christian Spiteri. Check these highlights out. First leg, mistaken defence there, and R9 scores for Ziad. It was such an interesting game that I was watching because things were tying up once again. It was a phenomenal look around for both of these guys. I mean, looking at the level of play here, we got Hullet coming in as well. Things were just not happening for either one of them at both times. Vogel, looking at what we're seeing on the screen right now, things were drawing up. What happens in your head as a player on stage when you just can't quite seem to get a decent level ahead?
A very exciting moment, so you have to always stay concentrated, because if you concede again, you're behind, and nobody wants to be behind, so you always try to be as concentrated as possible.
And now we're going into extra time here. We're just seeing equaliser after equaliser. It must be so difficult trying to get that level ahead and knowing that it's just around the corner. All you have to do is get that goal in to set that scoreboard straight once again. We can see some celebrations coming in there. But it just wasn't enough for Christian Spiteri. He was trying his best, but Lightning Ziad seems to just sneak away ahead. We see another equaliser here coming in there. But it's so difficult, because looking at this as a pro player, Vogel, the last thing you want to do is go to penalties, especially with a finish and save like that. A lot of pressure coming in. What do you think about when you are going into that penalty stage? You've gone through extra time. It's been a long time up on that main stage. What do you need to do to close the game out in a situation like that?
I'm just trying to finish it before penalties, actually, but in the end, it's just come to who has more luck in this situation. So obviously, you have to be good at penalties as well, but in the end, it's luck for me.
Do you practice penalties?
Not really.
I like that. You just have to wing it. Love that. I wing pretty much every game of FIFA that I play. Tom, it's back to you, mate.
Never give away your secrets, Lottie. Never, ever. But yes, quite interesting that Vogel doesn't practice his penalties there. Do you read much into that, or just kind of like a professional player? I know for a fact Mark Noble never practiced the penalties as well. Reading a little book the other day.
It's probably why we were so bad at penalties for so many years.
That could be correct, yeah, on that one. Listen, gentlemen, so much coming up on the way. More matches coming up. We will have Maestro taking on Nicholas. But before that, I want to tell you guys, do not miss out. Link your Twitch and EA accounts to earn your hashtag FUT reward. Up for grabs is a 92 UCL Kevin De Bruyne, as you can see on the screen right there.
Yes,
Chris, you
please.
tutted there. Was that a tut, or was it more like, yes, please?
It was like a...
Licking your lips.
Well, it could have been a tut as in a, I'll never get that, and it's also a, yes, please, I'll have that, lick my lips.
Okay, perfect. I like that. You can make your ultimate team a little bit stronger with Chelsea and the Belgian players that you have. Right then, we'll have a break. When we come back, as I say, we'll have Maestro taking on Nicholas. What a juicy contest. There are still 6 teams, all in with a chance of winning this incredible Elite Series trophy. It is tense right now. This is what it has all been building up to.
Well, that's poor Raul on the finesse. Oh, wow. That is poor in a massive game as well. Here we go. It could even be worse. Go on, number 8. Yeah, there it is.
Seriously impressive from Rome Fanatic.
Clive up with a chance of redemption. Oh, the deflection. Future DrErhano is going to find Van Basten. St George's best. Goes straight up the other end here for Method. There is a man through at the back post here. Mane knocks it down, and hashtag United tie things up. What a first leg we're having here. Nedved's going to throw this one in. It's going to be Method who move forward into our semi-finals.
It's Method coming out exactly the fresher team.
Oh, and there's the opening goal. Figo, he's through. Could it be 6? Yes, it is. Congratulations, Method.
There's Mo Salah, and oh my word, from one end to the other.
Oh, look at Fred just sitting on the edge of the D here, but maybe a chance.
Oh, there is the goal. Fnatic AS Roma have the chance to win it.
It is that time. We are going to welcome out the finalists.
Hazard again. Fnatic AS Roma tie things up. Tizzini buries it again. Then, oh, that could be a contender for the goal of the grand final. Pulls up to best. They get a goal back.
We are going to penalties.
Needs to score, Mo Salah. Steps up. We are going to a game number 3, Dan.
Raul now. It's
Where's the keeper?
Hazard across. Salah to win it. Salah's done it. Your Gfinity Elite Series back-to-back champions. Fnatic AS Roma. Damian Zimmer. Take a bow, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the arena. Come join us down at the desk. My name's Tom Diggins. Next to me, Chris Trout. Look at you in the lovely blue. I like the way you're blending into the background. That is a good choice.
I hope I don't get lost.
Yeah, you are getting lost. That was the point I was... Let's move on. Dan Gaskin, obviously breaking up that partnership with Onset, casting on a few games today. It's been very exciting. When you look at the bracket at the moment, things are beginning to open up, especially, this is part 1 of 4. You're seeing right there, Stefano going through. We're expecting a lot from him, but NYC Chris goes through, Pro Hunter. It's exciting there, isn't it?
It is really exciting, and I think when we get to this stage of the competition as well, we're always going to be eliminating good players, and that's the scary factor. We're going to be just taking away someone who, in theory, could get quite far in the competition, and it comes down to these nail-biting games. In terms of this first bracket, you expect to see Maestro there. You expect to see kind of Ice Vogel there as well. So it's all kind of panning out how I would expect.
On form and history, Ice Vogel, that obviously if he lost that game to Agge, you're out of the competition. The pressure is on him. Now he knows that he's got a chance, loses it, you're out again. It's that top bracket that giving you a second chance. You're getting that second chance to go through. Gentlemen, looking at this part 3 of 4, Zaid going through on penalties. That was tense. My palms were sweaty watching that one.
Well, I don't know if it was mentioned, but when in the extra time, he was up by 1 goal, and he actually had a 1v1 with the keeper where he should have put the ball away, and had he lost that game because he didn't score that goal, it would have been heartbreaking. So I don't think it was quite picked up on the highlights, but it was
heartbreaking.
It was a hard game,
but also frustrating for him. Those are sort of, you replay those moments in a game over and over. Joksan, as you can see, our first game today against Torre. He's got another chance now against Ian. That's round 2. Right then, gentlemen, we look at this next match that I'm excited to get into, get amongst it. Maestro taking on Nicholas. What do you make of this as a contest? These two guys, what can we expect? You were talking earlier, Gaskin, about going to form. So who's the form guy going into this?
I mean, Nicholas, it's hard to go against him just because of how well he's been playing. But at the same time, Maestro just puts so many goals in. Like, he's so scary going forward. His attacking presence, I remember back in Paris, the first PS4 live event, phenomenal. Like, I couldn't just question how he was going forward. His defence was slightly lacking, but he seems to have worked on that since. And now he's just got an all-round performance which seems to gel well. So this could be a very high goal-scoring match, but it's hard to call it either way.
OK, on yourself, Chris?
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think it's a tough one to call. I think Maestro didn't quite perform as well as he should have done in his last game. He turned it around in the second leg. He's very quiet in the first one. Turned it around in the second. And again, Nicholas is just... he's a god, really. There's not much to say about it. He's just a phenomenal player.
The only undefeated player, I think, during group stages, went 7-0.
Of course, yeah.
So...
Not even F2 Techs had that result. Prediction on this next match, just so everyone at home is kind of thinking mentally, where's Trout's mind on this? Where's Gaskin's?
No one wants
to be in your mind. I know that for a fact. But however, on this particular fixture, Trout, what would you say?
It's got to be Nicholas. I mean, he's undefeated for a reason because he's just so damn good, and I'm excited to see him playing in this game.
The SDG, they're so damn good. Gaskin?
I'm going to go for Maestro. I just think that he's got so much to offer going forward that I think he's going to take it.
OK, Gaskin, I appreciate your opinion on that.
Why were you shaking your head, though?
That's wrong. The last in our series of player profiles now, and it's with that man, Nicholas99FC, as we chat about the struggles that South American players face in preparing for big tournaments.
I think FIFA 18 was really good year for me. I improved my game since Barcelona to the last tournament in London. It was a really nice year for me, and I hope this year improve my game FIFA 19 to do the same. I think South America is difficult to improve because, for example, it's not too easy like, for example, in Europe, Germany. With the connection, with so many players, with the level, with East Europe, you can train with, I don't know, with your friends. A lot of Germans are the best in the world, so it's more easy for training, for tournaments, for, you know, it's another level, I think. And South America, we can't do it the same, so it's difficult, but I think we have so many players improving. FIFA is always different. For example, today I can play really good, and tomorrow I can play so bad. So I don't know. Maybe we have in this tournament surprises like Torre in the Champions Cup 1, or I don't know. Or maybe all South American people lost in the group stage. I don't know. But as I said, I hope we win.
We had such a laugh there, didn't we? And welcome back. So here we are. The main man in the building is Chris Turn. He is joined by Wonder Boy.
I thought I was the main man.
Well, I know I looked at, but then at point
he's been underselling me all weekend, though. So
no, but I'm not. Obviously, two of the hottest casters on the block. They're right here. I have said that about every caster.
Yeah, you say that every girls.
Wonder Boy, what have you noticed from today's action? What's tickled your fancy today?
A lot of great FIFA, honestly. Haven't really seen too much of the PS4 side of FIFA in the past, personally. So seeing these guys coming out and playing at the highest level has been it's been a real experience for me. So looking forward to seeing how the rest of today progresses and who makes the semi-finals on Sunday.
Indeed, looking very smart. I love your little Gfinity pin, even though it's upside down. Chris Tunn, also on this prediction for this today, is it going to be Maestro or Nicholas? Would you agree with Gaskin or Trout from the desk?
I'm going to go with Nicholas. I think realistically, look how well he's been playing so far this year in these groups. He's flawless. Last year we've seen him do really well as well, and I think Maestro is just, it could be a step too far. He had a bit of a struggle in his previous game against Dufty. Eventually did go on to win it, but it's not a caliber of opponent like Nicholas.
Okay, well, listen, gentlemen, match 4 is going to be decided by these guys wherever they are on Twitter. Go to our Twitter page, it's @Gfinity. There'll be a little poll for you to get involved. If you want it to be A, Pro Hunter versus NYC Chris, you can do that. It's all in front of me. Dufty versus Ice Vogel for B. C will be Houston versus Zayed. Oh, lovely, but I should have just done that. Our Torre versus Cian is D. Vote, and then that will decide what we're going to watch. I'll leave it in your capable hands. Enjoy this match, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you, Tom. Right now, this is going to be an interesting one, Harry. We've seen how well Nicholas done in his groups. We see how he's going to be now waiting on Maestro. Eventually does get this game underway. What is your predictions for this one? Because for me, I said, I've got a feeling Nicholas goes on to win this one.
It's a tough one, honestly. When you look at these guys' Global Series points at the moment, we look at Nicholas, who's undefeated in groups, as you said, 7-0 in Group B. He's currently sat 8th in the rankings. Then on the other side, you have Maestro, who's 6th. So if you're going by the Global Series point standings at the moment, you're probably thinking, hey, this is a Maestro kind of game. But on the other side, Nicholas has been in fine form so far here in London. It's kind of tough to play against him.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult. And I mean, just a couple of things that we were running over with the stats. Obviously, Nicholas, a highest goal difference in the groups so far for PlayStation 4. Of course, those groups have already been played out. Winning against Uston 10-3 and 5-2 against Stefano Pina. So some good players that he has beat. On the other side, though, Maestro, most goals scored on PlayStation in the group. So high scoring here is what we tend to expect, Harry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those two stats are going to be absolutely pivotal, Chris, as you say, just reiterating that. 30, the highest goal difference in the PS4 group stages on Thursday from Nicholas, but on the other side, the most goals scored, 55 scored for Maestro. So I think this could be a high-scoring affair. Obviously, the two guys very well versed in attacking gameplay. If you have to say the defensive record definitely favours Nicholas, who's going to be playing in the FC Basel kit in this game, and he's already coming forward. Only 17 goals conceded in the group stages here in London, and honestly, it's hard to bet against that kind of record.
That was a good opportunity for Pele straight away there, but defense coming in from Maestro, good stuff by him. Pele to whip that corner into the front post. We know how popular that is in FIFA 19. The amount of times that get caught out by it in Weekend League is actually despicable, to be honest with you, but you can't be giving the ball away there if you're Maestro. Nicholas still moving forward. Of course, Nicholas in the Basel kit from left to right, and Maestro in the white from right to left. Here now with R9 moving forward, has Cristiano Ronaldo in front of him, I should say. Pull it to Pele, to Ronaldo. A good attacking move once again from Nicholas. Already looking to break down the door. Corner to be whipped in by Pele. And Hullet should find that one. The bicycle kick was on, but not going to pay it off this time. Ronaldo now just getting it up the pitch here for Maestro. Free kick coming in. The ball, Hullet was the one that was potentially on, but the free kick will get called. It will get pulled back. Good start by Nicholas, though. Most of the attacks coming in his favour. Most of the possession as well for him, too. Maestro looking to try and get some possession of his own on the board.
Yeah, good first 10 minutes, honestly, from Nicholas when you're coming in, you know, your first game of the day after having such a successful group stage on Thursday. You want to settle down early on. You want to try and get as much possession as possible. But I was actually watching Maestro's previous game. He's already played today. He played against Dufty early on. Actually lost his first game of the day. The first tie, the first leg of that tie, as we will see a little bit of an issue right here. But to finish my point, Maestro already playing today. His first leg, he lost it. He lost 2-1 to Dufty in that first leg. So he had to come back in the second leg, did so 4-0 and showing his attacking potential. That's something that maybe Nicholas has to watch out for here in this game. But you kind of want to settle into the game as early on as you can if you're Nicholas. And a good start, the good first 10 minutes of that game, you know, bit of possession, you know, a chance here and there will really settle you down. We saw the early corner, the front post attempt from him. So that first 10 minutes, you know, knowing that he's playing the same great FIFA that he was playing on Thursday is going to give him a lot of confidence in this tie.
You know what would help, you know, for some of these teams? Maybe they could try and get a hold of that 92 DrErhano right now. I've been just sitting backstage having the Twitch open. I mean, you've got a chance of getting one as long as you link your EA accounts on Twitch, on twitch.tv, /EA Sports FIFA. Make sure you try and get that sorted out, guys, because there's plenty of free stuff that you can try and get involved in. I haven't won anything yet, but you have a chance. You have a chance. The more you watch, the more chance you have.
Yeah, I won. I think I won a gold pack while watching Bucharest.
See? All you have to do is watch.
And I was just watching it anyway.
I mean, to be honest, I'm going to make sure my lass is at home, loading the stream up and just make sure that we're actually making sure we're watching it. But you know, it's something for like to potentially win, but I do believe we're going to jump into another game here, Harry, while we figure out what issue was going on.
Yeah, that's the beauty of these kind of tournaments. You know, there's so
Plenty
much
going
FIFA going up on the stage, and at the moment we're going to be jumping into Stefano versus DrErhano. So a lot of no's going on, but it's Stefano Pina, I do believe, playing for PSV, and he's already won up in this game, and he will be disappointed with his result earlier on today, I think.
Yeah, I think he will be. You know, he was in the final last week in Bucharest, and that's actually a fantastic chance for DrErhano to level things up, and does so. Fantastic work by him. Ronaldo in the box, always going to find the back of the net there. 23 minutes gone in this level. But as I said, yes, Stefano last week in the finals in Bucharest, and now he's finding himself with his back against the wall here at Gfinity.
Yeah, I mean, I say disappointed with his result earlier. Obviously, he did come out with the win against Pro Hunter, but in the fashion he had to do it, he had to come back so late in that game. That's not something Stefano Pina will be expecting to be happening. Like you said, last week he made the finals. He's, you know, a storied FIFA player himself, so he wants to try and make his route as easy as possible to the final here in London to get as many global series points as possible.
Well, just to fill you guys in, from left to right will be Stefano Pina, obviously in the white kit. DrErhano in the black from right to left, just to keep you up to date. Ronaldo now moving forward. Looking for the pass off, yeah. And it's going to go back to Hullet. Just slow build-up play. I mean, in this game, Stefano Pina has to be the favourite, you would say, Harry, personally.
I would think so. I mean, considering DrErhano, you know, is waiting already. He had that bye going into this round, so.
Just
you look at Group A.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in a group with Joksan and still finished top of that group as well. So 6-1 record for DrErhano.
Based on last week, you would think Stefano Pina would, you know, crack on, but based on not having a great group.
Based on record, obviously, from this event, yes. I mean, you're looking at DrErhano maybe being the favourite, but based on form from last weekend, yeah, maybe Stefano is probably the favourite here.
Well, in this game, let's see if either one of these teams can take a lead. Of course, we will be back with that game that we did promise of Nicholas against Maestro very shortly. Hullet now in the middle to Vieira. So looking for that pass, looking for that little bit of space on the edge of the box. Eusebio down this right-hand side. Can't get free. Good defending so far by Stefano. Eusebio have to go all the way back to Yago Cancelo and all the way back to Ferdinand, who sends it all the way across the park towards Sandro. Chip ball forward here into Ronaldo. Not something you see too often, but works out there, but can't get any further. Shut down by Stefano Pina, may just be able to release some of this pressure that has been building. Maldini there to cut out the ball though, and Sandro will get this one away.
Yeah, interesting to see Cancelo actually being used. I mean, there's a lot of debate who to use at right back at the moment. Sandro seems to be the default left back for most people in this tournament at the moment, but the right back position, we've been arguing, you know, is it Dani Alves, is it Kyle Walker? Looks like Cancelo's thrown his hat into the mix in this game as well, so definitely up for debate, that kind of right back position.
Oh, he's went for the overhead kick, and Neuer makes a good save. DrErhano knocking on the door. Short ball in towards Ronaldo, and the cross in towards the back post, and that's 2 goals off the head of a player from DrErhano, and that's going to be Paolo Maldini at the back. 2-1 now. And the crosses is something we've seen more and more this weekend. You know, we talked about time finesse in the past couple of weeks. Crosses and headers seem to be the thing that's causing problems for a lot of people here.
Yeah, I've seen a few goals from corners so far here in London, and that's heartbreak, honestly, for Stefano Pina. I mean, he was up in this game, obviously still in the first leg of this 2-legged tie, but that's really disappointing considering he was already up in this game. Obviously, we've jumped in halfway through, not sure how the first 10 minutes went, whether or not DrErhano had most of the possession or whether or not Stefano was bossing the first 10 minutes. But yeah, that's a good goal for DrErhano. And when you go down early in a game, Chris, so important to you reply as soon as possible, and that's something he's done.
And FIFA's one of those games that you've just got to have composure, haven't you? I mean, I know more than most going behind in FIFA. and, you know, trying to come back, it's one of those things where you just got to play your own game, and DrErhano is doing that now. Innovative play by him, good. Spreading ball towards Hullet from Ronaldo. Taking his time, waiting for the space to find itself. Cancelo down this right-hand side. A couple of players in front of him, Vieira, one of them. And he's been crowded out here, and he's just waiting for the potential opportunity. Sandro. Hullet. Out to Pele now.
Heel to heel, going to get down this left-hand side. We've seen how effective the crosses have been, and that looks like it will be a goal kick as we go into half-time. As said, guys, we are trying to get that game between Nicholas and Maestro coming up very, very shortly. But right in this game now, it is going to be DrErhano with a 2-1 lead against Stefano Pina.
Yeah, so there we go. We see the halftime stats. Looks like it was DrErhano with more possession there, up there on the stage. And you have to say he's looking pretty good for the scoreline going into the half based on the statistics alone. Like we said, didn't get to see the first 15 or 20 minutes in that game. So we'll have to see, you know, whether or not Stefano Pina can actually come back into this game. And after starting so strong, it can be quite difficult to find your legs underneath you again, Chris, after you do concede those 2 goals in the first half. So we're about to see what that man's made of.
Well, let's see. Yeah, I mean, in his games there so far, it's been one of those things where when we've seen him play on main stage so far, that his games have been pretty close. So Stefano Pina is used to having these tight games, and I feel like this one will continue that way, but not if DrErhano can get a goal here. Ronaldo turning where he can, but Hullet there to slow things down and gets the ball away to R9 now, to CR7, who's now bursting down this left-hand side, but really good cover by Rio Ferdinand. He will chip this ball away, and Joksan with a volley pass across the pitch towards Sandro. So good defending by DrErhano once again, bringing Ferdinand over where he needed to and keeping hold of the ball and switching it quite a lot here as well.
Good composure, honestly, from DrErhano. I mean, you look at the rankings at the moment, FIFA 19 Global Series. Stefano Pina up there chasing Joksan. He's in second in the rankings, 890 Global Series points. You have to scroll a little while down to find DrErhano down at 12th position, the German. So bit of a disparity in the rankings at the moment. Obviously, Stefano having a great Bucharest will certainly help him in the rankings discussion. But we speak about London, Chris, and this is the type of tournament where still early on in the season, you want to try and get as many Global Series points as possible. 100%. A great statement in the Global Series is taking down a name like Stefano Pina.
Absolutely, and DrErhano is in the driving seat to do just that. Hullet, edge of the box, does go for the time finesse. Neuer is there to get in the way of it. Hullet not necessarily the best at doing that, but he can bury them.
Always difficult from that kind of range, Chris, especially when you have that amount of time to see where that finesse is going. You can move the goalkeeper. And it was a good movement right there from Stefano Pina, saving that shot from Hullet. Forces a corner.
Yeah, we've seen crosses and corners be very, very effective here for DrErhano, so we'll feel that he will take those opportunities. Hasn't chosen to whip it in with this one. Ferdinand now, not necessarily the man you want to try and find a defense-breaking pass. It's Alexandro down this left-hand side with the pace, maybe that guy to try and break it down in the middle. Now to Vieira. Out to Cancelo. A little bit of a bad first touch. Is he going to get away from Ronaldo? Just about. Or is he? Not quite. Ronaldo now will come back, do his defensive duties, and get this one away.
CR7,
yeah, so
Chris.
strong. That's why a lot of people have them in his team, because he's so versatile. He can do that sort of thing. We know how good strength is in FIFA 19, and Ronaldo proving it just why that.
Yeah, absolutely. Offense, defense. He's a strong lad to have on the pitch, and
he's
winning the ball back. He can win runs. It sounds weird to say winning runs, but when you have a defender on your shoulder, you have to win that strength battle, and that's something that CR7 does well on the attack, on the defense as well. And it comes to Stefano Pina's defense right there as well.
Pushing forward, there was R9, but not going to get any look right now. A bit of a stalemate in the game, but Stefano is the one needing a goal down this left-hand side with Sandro. Rushed pass towards CR7. And João Cancelo always going to gather that one. DrErhano now in possession. Long, fantastic pass out to Pele, who's going to send it wide to Cristiano Ronaldo. Does have R9 in the middle, who wasn't marked as Maldini comes out, but Maldini crucially does win that ball, and this one will get away. It's going to be an opportunity here for Stefano Pina to maybe get a break on, but Pele just about misses the ball. Eusebio now giving it away too. Both these players are making a couple of mistakes here. The pressure is telling. Cruyff now does have a couple of runners ahead of him, and he can find that pass ever so well. Does have Hullet to his left. Picks him out. Ronaldo. Look for the pass inside. Cruyff looking for that small amount of room that he needs. Back to Vieira, and then back to Hullet, looking for that forward pass once again. Cruyff for the first time, finesse into the top left corner. And it couldn't have been any further into that top left corner. Fantastic goal by Stefano. And he will level it up, 2-2.
Tremendous resiliency right there from Stefano after trailing for a good portion of the game after scoring first. That first-time finish really coming to his aid. You can see some of the stats right there. 5 for 5 shots, I do believe that was. So 5 shots, 5 on target for Stefano. And when you look at his Swiss record in the PGL Cup, last week. I mean, he only lost one game, and then, you know, the only other game he lost in that tournament, I do believe, was to F2 Tex, who we've been speaking about as maybe one of the guys you absolutely want to beat. And it was a good goal, a great goal, and a goal you need if you want to try and make it to the PS4 semi-finals on Sunday, and maybe revenge or avenge your loss against Tex in Bucharest if you're Stefano Pina.
Yeah, that 5-star weak foot coming in pretty handily from Johan Cruyff there. Cancelo now down this right-hand side. DrErhano wanted to try and get his lead back here. We know how dangerous teams can be from the kickoff. Eusebio in the feet to Ronaldo. He maybe wanted that to go to Ronaldinho. But Cruyff on the other side of things, not quite able to make it count. The yellow time finesse. You feel as if that's a green that might just nestle in.
I think so, yeah. That's the difference. Sometimes those yellows will go in for you. Not the case there for
Tex yesterday, the main example.
For DrErhano, yep. Tex yesterday with CR7. That was maybe the goal of yesterday, to be honest with you, from so far away. But if that was a green, maybe Cruyff nestles that one in the back of the net.
Cruyff now flicks it up into Ronaldo, and that would have been a fantastic goal, but Neuer is there. The contact not quite coming in from CR7. And what a finish that would have been, but DrErhano not able to benefit this time round, and Stefano Pina does survive.
Impressive, though.
Very
I've got to
impressive.
say, I mean, if you're flicking up the ball with Cruyff, crossing it in, going for bicycle kicks when it's just 2-2 in the first leg, it's very impressive. Very impressive considering how relaxed you are going up against a guy who has made waves in the Global Series in tournaments previous, and it's still just the first leg. I like that from DrErhano, and this is a man who's kind of trying to creep into that top 10 in the Global Series rankings on the PS4 side, and I spoke about making a statement here in London. That's certainly a way to do so.
Hullet, edge of the box, looking to get past Hullet on the other side of things, and then having a cuddle on the floor by the looks of it. May just create a little bit of room, not quite. Hullet now back to Vieira, just building. We always talk about it, building that player, looking for that space. May have found it now, the first time shot coming in, but Maldini is well aware of what's going on, and he gets in front of it. Corner ball coming in.
Important block there from Maldini as well. R9 from that range. Green time finish. That's probably going in the back.
Ooh, you can't let this sort of room be afforded. Neuer is going to jump on it. Stefano looking good for an attack there, and that might have been an opportunity, but DrErhano's Manuel Neuer coming to the rescue. Ronaldo at the cutest of angles, but a pass in there. Is it going in the back of the net? But having a player like Paolo Maldini on your team never seems to help.
Absolutely, and that's, again, the kind of players that these guys are playing with, the icon cards. They will make those blocks, they'll get in those positions, get in your face early on, and Maldini there doing a great job getting in a position to make that block happen, and maybe chance for one last attack here in this game as Stefano Pina's coming forward.
Ronaldo down this left-hand side. Potentially a free kick there, but it's going to be opportunity here. Plenty of room. It's going to be put out to Vieira on the right-hand side, looking for a further pass. May have thought the shot could have been on, but Hullet will get it away, and that will be the end of the first leg. 2-2 between DrErhano and Stefano Pina. And a good game between these two, well matched. And I mean, for you, it was a pretty even game, actually. I was going to actually maybe say what either one of these players could do better to try and break it down, but it's quite difficult. I think both these two are very well matched.
Yeah, I think this is a really balanced matchup, to be honest with you. I mean, when you look on paper, obviously we're looking at the rankings. Stefano Pina, again, second, chasing Joksan in the tables. You think the man on your screen should be favourite on paper, but I've been so impressed with the relaxed nature of his opponent in this game. I mean, it's tough when you're going up against a guy who doesn't seem to be fazed by your own stature if you're Stefano Pina in DrErhano. So, yeah, I think this is a very well-balanced game. Obviously, it's a shame we couldn't see that Maestro game, which is, you know, still, we're trying to get underway. But this game right here, I think we've jumped into a really good one. 2-2 in the first leg, honours even. You can almost forget about it and just play this one tie of FIFA. As we look over some of the highlights from the first leg, I mean, it's a really well-balanced game here, Chris. I think we've jumped into a good one.
Yeah, well, that's the Stefano Pina goal we didn't see, and what a finish it was by Cristiano Ronaldo on the edge of the box.
Early in the game as well, just the
super early. Super early, and now we were here at this point. Eusebio whipping the cross in, and it's actually a deflected one that eventually falls. They get it back, and again, we talked about the crosses in working for DrErhano, found both of his goals from that.
Yeah, chipped the ball up to Ronaldo. R9's going to header that one away into the back of the net all day. And it's R9 again featured for DrErhano's second goal. And like you said, both goals coming from that cross, that lobbed pass inside the box. Maldini this time for the second goal for DrErhano.
Yeah, strength coming in there to help them rise above those players that jump in the tribute. Obviously very important too. And this is where we've seen Stefano Pina even things up with a fantastic goal by Johan Cruyff. Look at that. Beautiful, stroked it in. Love to see it. But Stefano Pina, I think, probably, if you were either one of these players, I feel as if probably DrErhano will be the happier, I would say.
I think so. Yeah. I still think you have to back the experience of Stefano Pina, though. I mean, you look at his run in Bucharest. This is a guy who lost once in the Swiss, and then his next loss came to the champion who everyone is trying to beat at the moment, F2 Tex, that man who played so well yesterday. So you can't discredit Stefano Pina's experience, but again, it comes back to how DrErhano, you see in picture right there, how relaxed he is. He's got his hood up, he's focused, he's in the game. But he was, you know, doing some things there. He just needs to make sure he's relaxed in his attacks, but also make sure he's doing some stout defending, because the man on your screen, Stefano Pina, is putting some attacks together. He was mounting some pressure towards the end of that game. Obviously, it ended 2-2, but you still have to be wary of this man's attacking prowess. Make sure you're relaxed in your attacks, but very stout in your defense and very, very stable at the back.
And one thing we did see from DrErhano was some flashy plays towards the attacking half. We've seen the flick up coming in from Cruyff and the cross in for the bicycle kick. Nelly being pulled off, but not quite. But here we go into the second leg now. Both these two teams evenly poised, both these two players not able to break and get themselves too much of a lead in this first leg. We go into the second though. And it is going to be DrErhano in the black kit from left to right, Stefano in the white from right to left, of course.
You can see Chris on the right-hand side of the screen. Look at those other match results. Other match results. Mo Alba down 3-1 in match number 3. So
he'll be all right. He can score goals, that fella.
Yes, sir, he can. I mean, what was it, 7-6 earlier on?
I think it was 9-8.
9-8 it ended. So yeah,
plenty more FIFA.
He's got goals in him for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%. You could argue. You could argue. Anyway, we've got Cristiano Ronaldo down this left-hand side. This game has had a few goals, but a very tight affair so far. Cristiano Ronaldo down this left-hand side for Stefano Pina. Hullet now. Inside to Vieira. Just waiting for an opportune moment to try and find some room. Cristiano Ronaldo is going to be upside. Just an update. Obviously, that game that we were going to watch between Nicholas and Maestro will restart. We were only about 15 game minutes in, so we'll restart that one. Nobody had scored. So back into this one now while we wait on that game being started. Maldini now. Inside now to Hullet. Good building play by DrErhano here. And we've seen the crosses be so prevalent for him. Maybe we find him bombing down the wing with Peleo on the other side of things with Cristiano Ronaldo.
Here's the thing, Chris. The more you start using the wing play, if you are DrErhano, the more Stefano has to start adjusting, using his players out wide, and that's going to create some space to maybe play down the middle and find that killer blow. We see the time finesse again. I think it was Pele there outside the box.
And you know what? He's done so well, Stefano, with his keeper there to keep him in the right place. But we've seen this before. Ronaldo looking for the cross in, but that's going to give room on the edge of the box. The deflection comes in, and it just brushes the top of the net. That would have been very unfortunate if you're Stefano Pina, but good building by DrErhano. Neuer comes out and gets a big fist towards it. But still, DrErhano in possession of the ball.
Good early pressure, though. This is what we were speaking about. Be relaxed in your attack. And look at that room. Just waiting with Ruud Gullit, just waiting for that little bit of space. And that's what we were talking about. Be relaxed, you know. You had a good spell of possession. You had a couple of corners in there. You're keeping the pressure on. That's what you want to do. You want to be relaxed against a guy like Stefano, because he will make you pay if you're not careful. So shame not to convert that bit of territory, that bit of pressure into a goal, but that's good, encouraging early signs for DrErhano.
Good, fast-flowing play from him. And one thing I want to touch on, actually, we'll wait until this attack's done by Stefano. Actually, is Pellet. He's found himself some room to find Cruyff. That one is going to be cleared away. But one thing that DrErhano are doing, using the lot pass quite a lot, I find. When he's pushing forward, sometimes we'll see players just pass, just standard ground passes.
Yeah, try and go tick-attacker.
Yeah, driven passes. That's typically what you see. But we're seeing plenty of lot passes coming in from DrErhano. Yeah. Maybe something different.
Using it very well, like long ball tactics, using it almost like a target.
Oh,
look at this.
Good opportunity. Neuer does get his hand to it.
Amazing opportunity, especially with a green time finish there with Ronaldo. You're probably thinking that one's going in the back of the net. Oh. And that one almost does as well. The two Ronaldo shots not working for Stefano. And that's what we were talking about. A man like Stefano can make you pay. Stefano Pina almost getting his goal.
We talk about knocking on the door. He's banging on the door, Stefano Pina. looking for that goal, but here comes DrErhano. A long ball forward from Neuer. Does find Eusebio. João Cancelo now back to Ferdinand, and then back to João Cancelo, but just good building by DrErhano. Very direct in his initial play, and then he keeps it up. Oh my God, it's just hit the crossbar. What a shot that was from Pele. DrErhano now literally just hitting the crossbar, getting so close. It could go either way, this one, Harry.
It really could. These two so well balanced. Stefano Pina up the other end with the 2 shots with Ronaldo, and the pressure right back up the other end. This is, again, a really good game. Good interception right there from Stefano Pina, and now he can maybe break, but bear in mind, the first leg was 2-2. This could honestly be another equal result. You just have to wonder who's going to break the deadlock, who's going to be the first man to get the goal on the board.
Cristiano Ronaldo down on the floor a little bit, might just slow down Stefano Pina's attack. Sandro into the feet of Ronaldo, now Pele. Looking for that pass in the middle, and he's going to find Vieira eventually, and switches it over to Walker. Stefano Pina building here, looking for those passes, has found himself pushed up the pitch now. Ronaldo, shot not quite on. Pull it into Vieira, to Pele, to Ronaldo, the time finesse again, and Neuer. Easy enough collection, and it's a quick ball out towards Eusebio, but he is going to lose it. Cristiano Ronaldo does find it. R9 now, a little bit of space. Vieira has Cruyff to his right and Ronaldo to his left, looking to try and find that little bit of space with Cruyff again. Went for the same place that we've seen DrErhano go for, and Neuer makes a comfortable save.
Yeah, just half chances really for Stefano Pina. The finesses around the box, we've seen how good they can be, but you know, as long as you're that far out, you're going to give DrErhano a chance to shift his goalkeeper over, a chance for Manuel Neuer to be in a more favourable spot to save those shots. So you're looking for something a little bit more concrete here if you're Stefano Pina to try and break the deadlock.
Tight games across the board here in the second leg. So just looking at our screen now, we have all the other games up. As you can see down the right-hand side, those results are there as well. But Joksan is the only one to have scored in a second leg so far. Between these 3 games that we have currently going on, we will be going into the Nicolas Maestro game as soon as we do get that one sorted. Apologies for the delay on that one, guys.
But
that
one yet to start,
yeah.
So first leg has yet to get underway. So you guys won't miss any of the action in that game.
Absolutely not. DrErhano getting this one up long and choosing to go along with a lot of his kicks from goal kicks from straight out of his hands as well. And this one might actually benefit him. He does find Eusebio down this right-hand side. We know how strong the crosses have been from DrErhano. Could this be another one coming in just before half-time? João Cancelo now on a yellow card. Keep that in mind. Eusebio trying to find some room. Back to João Cancelo. Plenty of time to cross this one in or look for the pass. Don't think that's what he wanted to do. Alexandro will just about get in the way there now. Ronaldo gets it out to Hullet. And Pele can stretch his legs down this left-hand side. The break is on here for Stefano Pina. Slows it down out to Vieira. And paces it back up again to Walker. Looking for the pass inside. Can't find it. Now Vieira there. Bundling it forward. Pele back to Vieira. Final opportunity at the half, you feel, and it's an easy shot for Neuer to collect. And these two cannot be separated.
I have mixed feelings about that attack from Stefano. Did so well up the other end, surviving the pressure and the press from DrErhano to then use the possession in the middle of the pitch as DrErhano's coming forward right here. I'll come back to my point here, Chris, as DrErhano's on the attack.
Ronaldo. Oh, he's going to find R9 in the middle. Oh. You would have put your house on that going in. And Neuer saves it. Somehow it's 0-0 at the half.
I think either side of
we
the
found
goalkeeper right there.
and everything. Yeah, it's been
anywhere
so close.
But right at the keeper. Maybe that's a goal, because that was a green time finish as we go into the half here in the second leg. But coming back to my point, Chris, about Stefano Pina and that attack, did so well surviving the pressure. But the problem is, again, it's just that kind of half chance he's creating himself. That finesse from outside of the box. Again, we know how strong that is when you hit that green time finish. But because it's so far out, DrErhano never really in any danger. Obviously, you're waiting for it to kind of find the onion bag, as you said yesterday, that sixpence in the top corner where the goalkeeper just can't reach it. But so far, that's just not been happening for Stefano. So you're just waiting again for maybe that more concrete chance for him to open up. And then up the other end, DrErhano, he's getting those concrete chances that we're talking about, those ones where you really should score, but he's just not putting them away.
We've got a few other names for the top corner that we'll bust out over the rest of the weekend. I'm saving them for Sunday, I'll be honest. Pele and Hull exchanging passes in the middle of the park here. Just, again, we talk about it so much, just looking for that little bit of room, looking for that angle for the first time finesse. Not finding it this time, though, and Pele will get this away for DrErhano, who I feel probably has just about been the better player here for me.
I think defensively, Stefano's been okay, but it's his attack again that's worrying. I feel like DrErhano is certainly the more creative going forward. Right now, it seems like Stefano just going for that finesse outside the box. Obviously, that's what most of these players are looking for.
Stuck in that mold.
He almost is just lacking a little bit of a plan B at the moment, whereas DrErhano, he has so many routes he can attack. Like we said, if he's attacking down the wing, and that's going to open up spaces in the middle of the pitch, you're just maybe waiting for Stefano to just have that one move, that one killer blow that saw him play so well in Bucharest last week. We know he has it in him, but right now he's struggling to break down DrErhano, I won't lie.
Sandro down this left-hand side now. Into Vieira, tackled by Vieira. Vieira just used so much between all of these players, but he's found Pele with a fantastic pass, the ball in towards Eusebio. He's not going to find him. That may well be a corner. Not if Ronaldo has something to say about that. This one will be cleared by Stefano now. And I like that. It was the first time shot at an acute angle, but didn't quite connect how we would have liked. And a deflection finds its way back to Stefano, who now can have an attack. Vieira now has Huller with a little bit of space in front of him. Too far out to try anything crazy, but he's going to find Ronaldo, who's got a little bit of space here, as does Pele, as does Cristiano Ronaldo. Great keeper movement coming in from DrErhano there. Neuer will easily find that. And Stefano, again, it's the same thing every single time. And DrErhano's ready for it every single time.
He's reading the way he's shaping up for the finesse, but now he has his chance to attack, does DrErhano. So Stefano has to defend this one well, and he will be a throw in to DrErhano. But yeah, again, I like the way Stefano is playing his attacks. I mean, he's recycling his attacks if there's nothing on. He's able to, you know, almost reset the pitch and use the territory in his favor, and all of a sudden he's the one with possession and territory, you know, knocking on the door of DrErhano. But again, just none of these first-time finesses, these timed finishes are really coming off for him. And all it takes is one, Chris. All it takes is one for Stefano to just go in, hit the back of the net, and he can just defend for the rest of the game. But defense is a lot easier said than done when you have DrErhano, who's so versatile coming forward.
Could be a counter-attack on a couple of defenders up here. João Cancelo being the named one, but the lob pass this time from Stefano does not find its way anywhere. DrErhano now with a fantastic flowing attack. Ronaldo, and it's a hand from Neuer. Just about gets to the ball, and that's going to put it up for a corner. DrErhano looking to kill this tie-off potentially. Neuer will easily collect that one.
It's a yellow time, Chris. Sorry to cut you off, but yellow time from outside the box from R9 to force that corner. And
again, you feel if it's a green,
maybe that hits the back of the net. You're right. But again, it's less predictable somehow than Stefano Pina's finesses. You know, Stefano, not sure whether or not he just didn't move the keeper then, but
yeah, I mean, it's a classic from Stefano. It's from one wing, pass inside, pass to your final player. Ronaldo here. This time he doesn't go for it. Neuer is moving. Eusebio is going to find a bit of room though, so that was better from Stefano
Much
Pina.
better,
and
yeah.
it's the thing where a lot of players are expecting the time finesse. So you go for that extra pass, the keeper is out of position, and you find yourself a goal. But the counter attack is now on Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh, I think he probably would have liked to play on that, ref. I'll be honest with you. But free kick going to come in from DrErhano here. And it's been back-to-back stuff between these two. Does go for the shot, and that's a wild one. Reminds me of my playing, to be honest with you, but Stefano Pina will survive this time.
I think that one just landed in my back garden, Chris. But yeah, much better that time. The attack from Stefano, obviously, again, DrErhano coming up the other end. As we said, unfortunate not to get the play-on advantage from the referee, but Stefano, he seems to be a lot more lively. And don't forget, we're ticking into the final kind of minutes of this, the second half of the second leg. Just a goal now might just steal it away from either of these players, and Stefano is knocking on the door here.
Yeah, DrErhano has to be careful. He's given him maybe a little bit too much room in the middle of the pitch. He's going to get away though, and every single time I like you watch DrErhano, and he just seems to move the ball so well, moving forward. Ronaldinho there now, finding space and finding Ronaldo. You want him in a position in the middle of the park, and that's why it's went out to Sandro. The cover coming in though, that's going to be Johan Cruyff doing his defensive duties. And now an opportunity for Stefano to break back and forth between these two end-to-end stuff. Maldini to Sandro. Stefano Pina now looking for an attack to break the deadlock in the second leg here. Eusebio back to Vieira. Eusebio making a good run forward. Hullet is there to maybe try and find him. But back to Vieira he goes.
Great patience here, Chris.
Very good patience. Cruyff, edge of the box, dangerous from this area. He just needs to move it up a few more meters to then find the further pass. A good opportunity here for Ronaldo. We've seen the keeper be moved, and it's going to be R9. And it's so well worked from Stefano Pina. We said the time finesses from the outside weren't working. He takes that extra pass. Neuer is in no man's land, and Ronaldo puts it in the top left.
What a display of patience from Stefano Pina for that goal. So many passes. I'm not sure how many passes were in the build-up for him, but it didn't seem like DrErhano had any idea what to do. He was trying to mark runs that Stefano were making, and he just didn't know what to do. I mean, there were so many different runs, so many options for him, and like you said, the patience to take that extra pass. We can see the formation change coming in here for DrErhano, but the patience to make that extra pass happen, it takes so much discipline and precision to find that man in the box, and it pays off. And that's what we were asking for from Stefano. You know, it obviously wasn't working out for him in the second leg, but he's made the adjustments happen, and he's reaping the rewards.
It's a massive game here as well. If you win in round 2, you move to the quarterfinals. It's such a big game for one of these two teams to win. The loser does stay inside the tournament, though. They will move on to round 3, but that will be an elimination match. But the thing is here, this is the last time you will have an opportunity to actually lose. Every other game after round 2 is elimination games.
And that's why you want this win here. Obviously, you'll still move into an elimination match in the quarterfinals. Yes. It will be a one and done, but it wouldn't be the worst time to lose in the world either, Chris. No. So obviously, like you say, you have that extra game. Yeah, you have that opportunity to mentally reset for the rest of the bracket. Obviously, you drop down to that lower bracket, but from then on, it's a shark tank down there. All these players here at this tournament are trying their best to win, and Stefano right now, he's in that winning position. He's in that driving seat. He has 5 in-game minutes plus added time to make that one a reality.
Well, DrErhano, as said, has now only about 3 minutes of in-game time to do something here, and it's a fantastic sliding tackle here from Hullet. Finds Vieira now, who's going to run it to the left-hand side, and that is none but Cristiano Ronaldo. The pace on it moves it into the corner. Does he go for the cross? Does he go to maybe try and get a corner? He's actually bursting in the box, and it's all the way from Cristiano Ronaldo, and R9 is there to pick up the pieces. Stefano 4-2 now in the game. And that is surely it, the final nail in the coffin. You don't see DrErhano getting 2 goals back here, and it feels so hard done by for him. He's played so well, but Stefano Pina just turns it on when he needs to.
And I feel so sorry for DrErhano. He's played so well throughout these 2 legs against Stefano Pina, but 2 things that have cost him. One, Ruud Hullet up the other end to give the ball away that sparks that counter-attack for Stefano, which ended in the goal. Such a poor touch from him. That's not what you expect from that kind of caliber of card in Ultimate Team. The other thing, obviously, the formation change had to be done. That's a green time finish from downtown, almost getting in the top corner, but the formation change is always going to leave you exposed on the back. Stefano exploits that, and that should be all she wrote.
Stefano does so well to hold on in the end. We talked about maybe running out of ideas on the attack, but in the end, finds the moments that he needs to. Maybe a little bit fortunate with the fourth. Actually, we'll say very fortunate with the fourth, but either way, he gets it done and will advance to the quarter-finals. Could be playing against DrErhano again. The way that we've seen DrErhano play in that game, it would not surprise me to see him potentially there once again.
Not at all. It's fine margins here at the Champions Cup in London, and that's what great players do, Chris. They adapt their game. That's what Stefano did so well. He realized, you know, he wasn't getting too many clear-cut chances because of DrErhano's defense, the way he was pressuring his players early. There weren't that many clear-cut chances aside from those time finesses he was forced to take outside the box. It's like we said, the way he adapted, finding that extra pass. He realized his mistakes, and he amended them so well on the fly. That's so well done from Stefano Pina, the man chasing Joksan in the rankings at the moment.
Stefano Pina was a finalist last week, as said, and he'll be looking to try and get to that PS4 finals at least at some point this weekend. Boys on the desk, what do you think of that game?
Thank you so much to Wonder Boy and to main man, Chris Tan. Gentlemen, joining me on the desk, Gaskin and Mr. Chris Trout. Some great matches. As you can see in the background, as you can hear there, Mo Aubameyang is very excited about something. We'll give you the updates on that. Just to give you an update, the Maestro and Nicholas game is going to go ahead. It will happen. A few technical issues means that we are going to press ahead with the other games, and we will bring you the highlights and all of the updates as they happen. So that will be going on in the background. So there may be a few cheers in the background. But you watched that game that we just saw, that Wonderboy and Chris commentated and casted on. What did you make of it?
I felt like DrErhano was quite unfortunate. Like he was just battering Stefano Pina for so long, but he just couldn't quite break through. And then the fortune kind of graced Stefano Pina, and then he took advantage of that. It was a shame, but at the same time, as Wonderboy was saying, Stefano Pina, he adapted to the play style. He changed everything up, went for something a little bit different, and it worked out for him.
Indeed. Looking at the analysis, as we will have that for everyone now, Trout, maybe you needed a horse of Troy. You know, you're battering at the front of the gates. You need a cheeky little surprise going through, you know?
Is that how that kind
That's
of...
a Greek analogy that I'm just throwing in there. Why not?
Okay. Well, anyway, moving on to the game. Yeah, DrErhano was just not very good with his time finesses, to be honest. They were not good enough. They were mistimed, they weren't in the right place, and he got punished in the end for not being able to score. He had all the chances, and I completely agree with you, Dan, that he was unlucky, but just not good enough, quite frankly, which is surprising because he's been so good recently, and I'm a big fan of the doc. So, yeah, I think it was one of those ones that he'd probably be scratching his head afterwards going, how have I lost that one? Like, what happened in it? Because I don't feel like I should have lost that, especially by 2 goals.
I feel like on the ball, he's phenomenal. Like some of the skill moves that he was whipping out, some 5-star skill moves that we haven't seen in the tournament thus far, and he was really utilising them in the right areas. But as Chris said, it was just unfortunate that maybe some of the time shots weren't there. When he did get the timing right, there was a header we saw in those highlights. Timed a header, but the keeper was there to save it. Just wasn't
waited for it to hit his foot.
Didn't quite have the same effect as it would have from the edge of the box, maybe.
So, you know, the person who's not going through there will feel sort of angry in some respects that just didn't have the luck when they should have done. You just keep making attempts and chances, but just not been able to put them away. It's cost him dearly here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a frustrating situation to not really lose because you were outplayed, but necessarily, you know, he's kind of outplayed himself in some respects. It's just not landed for him. And Stefano Pina, fair credit to him, he held into the game. They had a big stalemate in the second leg until he scored that goal, and then he wrapped it up with a really nice work second goal, and he took the spoils.
There is an upside, though, Tom.
Yes.
There is some hope still yet for DrErhano, because he's not eliminated from the competition.
And I'm glad you picked that up, Gaskin, because I was just about to do that. It's perfect. Just an update of the results as they've come in. You can see that in front of you now. Stefano Pina, there you go, that 4-2 win over DrErhano. And then, obviously, Moaba, wow, and the Lord, 4-2. You were watching that backstage,
I was
Chris.
watching that game. So I wrote down exactly what happened when it went wrong for him. And I think it's one of those games you've just got to forget about after this and just forget about it because it all went wrong. He hit the bar, then missed an easy rebound in the first leg. He also missed a one-on-one, then missed an open goal rebound. He hit the post in the 20th minute in the second game. He hit the post again in the 55th minute.
I'm picking up a theme here.
Hit the keeper and then hit the post.
Yeah, that's a good save, though, isn't it? If the keeper, it just hits any part of his body, if it's a save.
But he hit the post afterwards.
OK, fair enough.
Didn't score. And I actually wanted to go up there and give him a big hug, but he was shouting and screaming, so I didn't really want to go near him.
That's passion for
There is an upside, though, Tom.
OK.
He's not eliminated from the competition.
And that is the best way to look at it. Obviously, he will be taking on either Ustan or Zayed in that match, not going out of the competition. I love Dan Gaskin, just giving the upside to those moments. Well, listen, obviously, we had a little poll situation for you to get involved in and say which game do you want to see next. You had the choice between Pro Hunter and NYC Chris. You also had Dufty versus Ice Vogel, or Ustan versus Zayed, or Torre versus CN. And results are in, Gaskin. The upside is we will have one of those matches. It'll be Ustan versus Zayed. What do you make of that?
I think that's going to be a good game. I'm really excited. Ustan put in a ton of goals in his first round that we saw today. Sihan looked good as well, so that should be a closely contested one. I don't know whether it's going to be maybe a high-scoring game or whether it's going to be quite a tight one like we saw with Joksan in his first game today. So it can go one of two ways. Me and Mark are casting it, so it's probably going to be a tight game with very little goals. Sorry.
Okay, well, listen, you could pick up some negatives there, or you could look at the upside. That is exactly what we're going to do after the break. We'll have a little break, and the upside is we'll come back, and then we'll have Ustan versus Zayed as our next game. See you in a second.
Right, guys, we're here at the Gfinity Arena for the FUT Champions Cup here in December. Now, they've got some wonderful people behind me who are going to be playing some dizzy penalties. Basically, we'll put the ball down, we spin around it 5 times, we'll try and hit the ball into that beautiful goal over there. You all understand? Yeah, just about. Come on. Oh, he nailed it. Come on. Oh my God. All right, we're out.
Well, here we are at the Gfinity Arena. So much is on the way. We've even had casters move down over to the analyst, Wonderboy and Ton. I like the fact that we're nice and close because you're the best man in the building. Is that digging myself out of the hole?
A little bit.
Okay,
a little bit.
Good. Let's have a quick recap of the match that we just saw. DrErhano versus Stefano Pina, and we knew it was all to do in this match. A kind of close affair. Goals to left, goals to the right, goals straight down the middle. It finished 4-2 in the end. So Stefano Pina and DrErhano will probably be feeling a little bit hard done by, but as Gaskin said, there is an upside. He is not out of the competition. He'll be taking on either Pro Hunter or NYC Chris next. So, here we go then, gentlemen. We move on to this next fixture, Ustan versus Zayed. But before that, I just want to have an update on the brackets, how things are looking, who's been eliminated, who hasn't. Not quite decided fully yet, but there it is. NYC Chris going through against ex-Blue, the United States man, going into this next bracket. Pro Hunter versus NYC Chris. All to do there. This is the part 2 of the bracket of 4. Maestro squad versus Nicholas. Nicholas will be feeling good as he's been waiting for that next game. But as we say, a few technical issues on that. It is going to be playing out. We'll give you the updated highlights of that and all the stats as they come through. Lord, obviously, going through to the quarterfinals, but Moaba is waiting now for round 3. Will it be Austin or Zayed going through? Zayed went through in that penalties. What do you make of this fixture? Because we've got part 4 just on the screen now, but I just want to get your thoughts on it while they're fresh.
I think initially, you're looking at Ustan probably being the favourite right here. We saw Zayed, like you said, just kind of squeak through on penalties in that game we saw earlier. I mean, his group record was 3 and 4, just squeaking through as well. Was in the same group as Ustan, so it would be interesting to see who won that game. I'd be willing to bet Ustan won that game. So
if you're squeaking through, you might need oiling up a little bit. It's squeaky, it's noisy.
Yeah,
Bit of
exactly.
WD-40, thank you.
Bit of grease in there, you want to just oil up the joints.
Thank you, and then you could just slide on and just play your natural game. However, there was a one-on-one that Chris Trout noticed from Zayed, and he didn't take the opportunity, then goes to penalties. He would have been very angry if he didn't go through on penalties, you know.
The thing is, you can't rest on that. You gotta just get it out in your mind. When you've been into a game and it comes to the point of where, right, that game's over, you just forget about it. You move on to your next game, you play your own game in the next game. So hopefully you're better than your opponent, and that's all you have to do. It sounds easy.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, it's putting words into practice in actuality. So Ustan versus Zayed, you look at this fixture and form, you would obviously be leaning, I suppose then, Wonderboy, onto Ustan on this one.
Yeah, again, like we said, I mean, all you have to do is look at his group record, and I think it probably favours Zayat the fact that they were in the same group in Group B. The problem is when you look on paper, their records. I mean, you know, Zayat had the -4 goal difference and just a 3-4 record, like we said, squeaking out of those groups. Ooston +11, 5 wins, 2 losses. You know, we're looking on form, we're looking on paper. Those stats right there, obviously,
46 goals
speak
as
for
well
themselves.
in the group stages. He's able to score a lot more goals.
It's a lot of goals.
It's not his problem, though. I mean, well, yes, he scored 46, but you look at that, there was only one other player in his group who conceded more. 2, actually, sorry. But so realistically, yes, scoring goals is not a problem for him. But as we said before on the desk when we were up here with Mike when we started the show, Ooston's problem is not scoring. It's the fact that he just plays his game, attack, attack, attack. He's very, like, as we said, like the entertainers in the Newcastle era, way, so long ago at this point. And it's like that, but it's entertaining to watch. Let's see what he does.
Okay, all right, let's look at his idea. He's got there the stats that not scoring as many, letting in a few more goals, but they're not as bad as everyone else letting in those goals. So you'd sort of be leaning on he needs to up his game, maybe score a few more goals, or?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again now. Best defense is a good offense. The point I was making earlier, it probably benefits Zayat being in the same group as Ooston, is the fact that you can adjust your game. You know, you've already played against one another. The player who won that game will probably be like, okay, yeah, I just need to do the same thing. The player who lost will be going back and like critically analysing like what he did wrong in that previous matchup, and we'll be trying to make the adjustments. If you win that game, you're probably not making any adjustments because you've already got the result you were looking for. So Zayat, if he did lose that 1-on-1 in Group B, not entirely sure who had the record in that one, who won that game. Probably, you know, you're looking at Zayat to make those adjustments and maybe come out with something that might surprise Ooston in this game.
Yeah.
Don't think that will be the case personally. I'm a man of statistics, so.
You're a man of science as well. I have that on lockdown. In round 1, it was Moaba versus Ooston, and it finished 9-8 to Moaba. You think when Ooston was 8-5 up in terms of aggregate, it was looking like it's a done deal, but allowing Moaba to come back in, that might affect him going into this game against Agge.
You let a 3-goal slip, a 3-goal lead slip in something around 10 minutes against a guy like Moaba, who would be such a great scout to take in this kind of competition, you know, if you are Ooston. So maybe if you are Zayat, again, you think about being in the same group, maybe making those adjustments, but also looking at Ooston's previous game. You know, if he's susceptible to letting those kind of 3-goal leads slip, then you may be fancying your chances here in this game.
Okay.
So in the groups, actually, Ooston beating Lightning Zayat. So, I mean, that's something to look forward to. You know, the fact that they've already played against each other, Ooston winning that previous game. Only 5-4, though, so a very close one. So we could probably see something very similar.
It could be a reverse sweep very easily. Easily on that one. So without being too punny, Ooston has a problem. What is that problem?
It's conceding goals, clearly. I mean, that's the issue. I mean, I suppose it's when you're so talented going forward, you can sort of say to yourself, all right, okay, well, we don't maybe need to concentrate on the defending so much. But you're against so many good players here that can all score goals fairly easily. So he's investing a lot into that. And it's a risky game to play. And it just seems as if maybe just tighten your game up just a little bit. Just a little bit more.
Yeah,
and you'll be all right.
I loved it today. Look at the pictures of Moaba there. I was trying to do the recording of the first link of the whole show today. He decided he just wanted to walk through, and I went, Mo, I'm filming here. He's like, oh, I want to be here. So I know he's an interesting character going through.
Support as well, you know, the high five. My mum always high fives me when I score FIFA goals.
Really?
Don't score many, so I haven't had many high fives. But it's always good to have that support behind you.
Of course, and we're going to be supporting from the desk. People will be watching this at home, wherever they might be. They might be on a journey somewhere. Let's not speculate too far on where people are watching this. But importantly, if you have a problem where you're letting in too many goals, can you change it up in a tournament? Have you seen the better FIFA pros be able to change their tactics mid-tournament?
Yeah, a lot of it is like we're seeing from players like Stefano Pina, who we did just watch. You know, he didn't concede many goals because of his possession gameplay. You have the ball, the other guy doesn't have the ball. The other guy doesn't have the ball. He can't score many goals. So it's important to make sure you're keeping track of where the ball is, obviously, on the pitch. You're looking at that at all times, but making sure it's in your possession. If the other guy doesn't have it, he can't do much with it.
Okay. And another thing is the fact that some players play differently in the attack, so it makes it more difficult to adapt your defensive game because a lot of players play differently. So you have to adapt your game as you go on defensively throughout the match.
Yeah, well, I'm expecting goals in this one. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Wonderboy. To my right, you have two gentlemen who are itching to get into this game. On set. Dolce & Gabbana, take it away.
What is this Dolce & Gabbana thing about?
I think it's because it's D&G.
Oh, right, okay.
My name is Dan Gaskin.
Okay, it's good to be involved. Anyway, let's talk about this next game, because one thing we can almost guarantee here, Dan, is that we're going to have goals. I mean, look at the results that, look at the games that Houston's been involved with so far. 5-4 at the Aubameyang game, 9-8. I mean, incredible aggregate scores. Can he score more than his opponent, though? I know it's a stupid thing to ask, obviously, but, you know, he's conceding goals, but he's just trying to outscore. Can he do that again? How long is this strategy going to work for him?
He can definitely score goals. Fantastic going forward, but it's going to be that defensive aspect of the game. Can he stop those goals from going in? He was diving in quite a lot against Aubameyang. That's how he threw away that lead. He was just maybe too quick to just press that tackle button, and instead should have just held off a little bit, try and put a few bodies in the way of the shot instead of diving in and opening up those spaces. But, you know, he's still in the competition. There is an upside. And now it's a chance to redeem himself, as it were, in this lower bracket. But going up against Ziyad, of course, he came through from penalties in his previous game. So he's going to be pumped, full of adrenaline, getting into this one.
That's very true. And another representative from Saudi Arabia. They're really coming out strong this weekend here in London and putting on a hell of a show for everyone back home. But here we are, first leg of this elimination game. You feel like the first 10 minutes is going to be so important, probably for the rest of this tie for momentum. Obviously, both these players, very momentum-based players, and it's going to be Houston who's playing in the white kit here, Ziyad in the black. So keep an eye on this game, because you don't want to miss it. You want to turn off for a second, because you know there's going to be action as the first goal of the game goes in immediately from Houston, and it's R9 Ronaldo turning onto his right foot and finding the top right-hand corner.
And Houston asserting his dominance, as he did in the group stages when these two faced off against each other. It was a 5-4 victory then for Houston. Can he carry that on? What a finish it was. Keeper not moved in time. He's just slotted past. Sometimes catching your opponent off guard right in those opening minutes is the perfect way to start a game, because now his game plan could just be about just holding possession.
He's not going to do it.
Controlling this, no?
I guarantee he's not going to do that. He's going to try and win this game 6 or 7-0, because that's just the way that Houston plays. So you get the feeling that although Ziyad has gone down by 1 goal at the start of this one, he's going to have chances in this game. You look at the results, as I said, from Houston's games so far in this tournament. Prone to leaking goals, and there is the first chance on the first attack for Ziyad. Denied, though, by the goalkeeper. Corner now for the Saudi Arabian.
Swings this one in. A few bodies in the way, but Hullet's actually going to pass that one. Got to be careful there. We're talking about defensively. Is he sloppy? And look, these are just simple mistakes. Maybe too eager to get up the other side of the pitch and try and get those goals you speak of, Mark. Just needs to calm it down a little bit. We're only 8 minutes in. You've got that goal lead.
Free kick going to be awarded here by the referee, just as that shot was taken. Brings it back. R9, the man standing over it. Taken short, though. Here comes Eusebio. Ooh, tried to drop the shoulder and maybe beat that man who was expecting that shot to be taken.
It is a risk either way. And you do just go for that advanced fake shot. Sometimes you'll beat the man and you'll feel like you're on top of the world. But if they read it from the get-go, it's so difficult. Chance, though.
Oh, my word. It's 2 for Houston. I said he wasn't going to sit back. He doubles his lead. Both Ronaldos on the score sheet now, and it's Cristiano's turn to fire one in, and that's 2-0 now to Houston.
You can see the difference between the games we commentated on earlier, where these finesse shots just weren't going in. Goalkeeper movement was so much better from the likes of Joksan. But unfortunately for Ziyad, just not getting anywhere near that one, not reading it quick enough. Or maybe not wanting to move his keeper to open up his goal, open up that low-driven, potentially. So he might have just made the decision, all right, I'm not going to move my keeper in this scenario, and hope that he second-guesses himself and just puts it down the middle. But Houston continues his fine form in this tournament of goal-scoring ability, but it's where he goes from here. Can he continue to score those goals without conceding?
You've got to respect the man's game plan. He kind of believes in his ability, his way to play FIFA 19. Ronaldo now on the edge of the box, looking for a third here for Houston, and what a start that would be. Inside the first 15 minutes, and he makes it 3! On the stroke of 15 minutes, Eusebio joins the party. And Ziyad has just been hit with the hurricane that is Houston.
And usually, I'd be like, well, this could be an absolute battering. But if we consider against Aubameyang, Houston, he threw away a 3-goal lead within just, well, I think it was less than 10 minutes at the end of a game. So he does need to be careful here. Doesn't want to get ahead of himself. Yes, he's playing phenomenally right now. He's in complete dominance. Ziyad struggling.
What a start to the first leg here. Houston coming off the back of a couple of very stressful games, and he's hoping he's not going to have another one. And giving yourself a 3-0 lead within the first 15 minutes of the game, certainly a way to relieve that pressure and that stress. But here comes Ziad now. First real attack for him. Ronaldo will pick up the loose ball round the corner. R9 trying to find a shot. Ronaldo with a shot, and oh, there's the first goal.
Just like clockwork. Up one end and then down the other now. And he dives in again. It's a little bit unfortunate there, bounces back to Ronaldo, but he just seemed to be hitting that circle button a little bit too much. I had to think twice, because I'm an Xbox player, but I got there in the end,
You
Mark.
got there in the end, that's important. Wow.
And this is where he has to be careful. He just has to be so careful now, because in the back of his mind, he's going to be thinking, oh, well, I've already thrown away a 3-goal lead in another leg. How do I press on here?
That's a great ball. R9's going to collect that one. He's inside the box as well. Defender's going to have to be careful here. Goes for that finish.
Oh, my goodness.
Corner. Wow.
That would have been ludicrous.
Well, we've had some action in this first half so far, Dan. 20 minutes gone. 4 goals already.
Yeah, well,
crossbar been struck.
We
What else
can't
do you want?
complain about goals. I mean, in the Joksan game, we didn't see many. It was a very impressive defensive display, but now we're seeing offensively what happens when someone's got their time finesses down and when the goalkeeper isn't being moved as much. Courtois just about keeps that one in. That was interesting. Thought he was going to let that one run out of play. Thankfully not. But Ziad, that one goal, that was all he needed to just give him a little bit of confidence, give him that hope and say, all right, well, I've conceded 3 goals that I maybe could have saved moving my goalkeeper, but at least I know I can get goals of my own. He is vulnerable. Free kick.
See if he goes short again. He goes directly for goal. Courtois has to get down smartly to his right-hand side to make that save. Good to see Houston mixing things up there, deciding to go direct from the free kick after the first one he took short and tried to fool the defender with Eusebio. Now you can see the pressure high up the pitch here from Ziad. He knows he has to try and force the pace a bit, but that's just leaving gaps in behind here. Pele's going to get dropped as well. Lots of free kicks early on here for Ziad, and it seems like he's struggling to deal with the pace of these attacks coming in from Houston.
Well, both of these players, not much patience in their build-up. It is just playing it to those forward players, trying to beat that man, little 1-2s, triangles, and just getting up that pitch, not taking their time. Houston just wants to get as many goals as possible. But that might open up spaces for Ziad to actually get back into this game, unless Houston just keeps doing what he was doing and smashing them in from outside the box.
Vieira powering through the middle here. Ronaldo checks back onto his right foot. He's going to collect the loose ball. Ferdinand.
Oh,
tackle apparently fair according to the referee. Not sure how much of the ball he actually collected on his way through Ronaldo there. R9 will pick this one up though. Little body feint inside. Goes on that left foot now. Thibaut Courtois forced into another save, and he's just peppering Ziad's goal.
And this is the thing, Houston, he's just constantly looking for those long-range finesses. And I don't know whether Ziad has the goalkeeper movement in his locker, but if he doesn't, he could be in trouble in these 2 legs. And to be fair, even if he does, if he starts moving his keeper, I think Houston will notice that and he will switch things up.
Well, 7 minutes left till half-time then. Ronaldo. Vieira again. Eusebio now. Into R9, drops the shoulder again, and it's another one! 4-1 before half-time here for Houston. The man's on fire.
He really is, and it's a shake of the head for Ziad because he's not happy with these goals he's conceding.
Shell-shocked.
And I don't want to say they're easy goals to defend because they're really not. He's really struggling to stop the shots from getting away. It's more down to that goalkeeper movement of where he could probably improve. But to be honest, when Houston's just peppering you so much, as you said, Mark, 1 or 2 are going to start to creep in. For Ziad, he needs to control the pace of the game, slow it down, get some possession on the go.
Eusebio gets back then for Houston, does some defensive work after being almost the orchestrator of that 4th goal in the game. Walker on a book in as well, so has to be careful in those wide positions here, Ziad. Doesn't want to lunge into any tackles. Keeps that ball in. CR7 versus Maldini. Maldini wins the header. Not too often you see CR7 losing out in the air.
The thing with Ziad at the moment, he feels like he's trying to force the ball up the pitch. Trying to play over the top balls to players who aren't in space. Speaking of space, oh, that was going to smash into the top corner again.
Wouldn't be a surprise after the finesse shots we've seen so far flying to the top corner for Houston, and it really does seem like goalkeeper movement might be an issue here for Ziad. Every time we're seeing that finesse, Houston's shaping up for that finesse. You know, you get half a second to recognise the type of shot that's coming in. There's no reaction coming in from him.
Ziad's not really passing the ball backwards. Seems like every other pass is going forwards, not really looking for that space. Instead, again, trying to force it forward into that box. I know that the time's ticking down in this half. You can afford to just play that one extra pass and look for a bit of space. But what a first half it was from Houston.
11 shots.
I mean, he was just hitting everything that fell to his feet, wasn't he, really?
Why not? They were all finding the back of the net, pretty much. Crossbar denied him a couple of times, but 4-1 at half-time.
And maybe some changes for Ziad. He was playing the 4-1-2-1-2. Very narrow, opening up a lot of space on the wings, and that's where he has been vulnerable. There has been so much wing play, which has then allowed Houston to cut inside, get on the edge of the box and hit those finesse shots. So for now, it looks like Ziad's going to stay the same. 4-1-2-1-2. Just one goal could get him back into it, Mark.
Got to remember, this is a two-leg affair here. Going to the second leg down by 3. Seems like a bit of a tall order, but just 2 goals. We've seen big comebacks today, so have to keep that in mind here if you're Ziad. Not get carried away with the situation, with exactly what's going on in game here. Courtois once again has to defend. A timed finesse shot there from distance from Cruyff.
Man on the edge of the box is always Rio Ferdinand. And we've seen this a lot today, just laying it off and trying to find the ability to hit the ball from outside the box. As it's going to be CR7 just playing this one up, and maybe a chance for Ziad after all. These are the chances he needs to make count, Mark.
Yeah, on the edge of the box here, tries to squeeze the ball back to CR7. Unfortunately, couldn't quite beat the man. He was patrolling the edge of the box further, and that's a towering header from the Englishman. And Houston actually slowing it down a little bit here down in the second half. Every time he gets possession, he's not trying to force the play quite as much as we saw in the first half. And Vieira now winning the ball high up the pitch. How often do you see Patrick Vieira almost in a cam position there, actually winning the ball back?
Yeah, those CDMs, they do get quite high up the pitch. It's going to be Cruyff on the spin!
Oh, my word.
Oh, that would have been filthy. Not quite the 5th goal, though. And you are right, Mark. He is taking a little bit more time, Houston. Maybe recognising that he does have quite a considerable lead here. Can just play it slightly safe, but he is opening gaps at the back now for Ziad.
Great little roulette pass one. The ball roll works as well. Pele's in. Oh, he struck the post. There's the rebound. Now it is a 2-goal difference. Now the pressure moves back onto Houston. Yes, he's up 4-2. But we've seen him throw away these leads before, Dan.
Yeah, and it's because he slightly changed how he was going to approach the game. He played a little bit more possession-based football, gave the ball away, and he's offered up that opportunity to Ziad, really, given that space at the back. They're both vulnerable when it comes to those shots, when it comes to defending. And that's why we've already seen the high-scoring goals with both of these players in games before. They might struggle against the likes of Joksan, for example, but they really need to focus on getting as far as they can in the tournament now.
Sabio tries to burst past his man there, and I think we need to give some credit there to Ziad in the way that using that roulette and the little ball roll to create the space for the initial shot, kind of created the opportunity for that rebound. Just looking to the left there, Henry now. He's in space down this left-hand side and almost managed to squeeze past Kyle Walker there, but now end-to-end stuff here in this elimination game.
And it's where we're seeing the real difference of play styles between players. Again, Ziad, very good on the ball, knows his skill moves, can beat a man. He's going to find goals that way. Whereas for Houston, time finishing, down to a tee, passing, very good, possession football, very good. And it's why you just see goals on either end, because sometimes when you have a particular play style, you try and defend against that same play style. And it leaves you vulnerable against skill moves. Oh, what a goal!
Word. It's beautiful. Houston restores order here. The scoop turn on the edge of the box from R9. The finesse shot into the top corner. Courtois couldn't get anywhere near it, and now 5-2. 3 goals the difference once again between the two players.
All right, what's your prediction? How many goals do you think are going to be scored across these 2 legs, Mark? I'm going to go for...
Do you know the lottery numbers while we're at it?
Yes, I do actually, but I can't reveal them. I'm going to go for 14. I think 14 goals in total.
I'm going for 15 then.
Okay, I like it. Ambitious. Only 7 at the moment. But certainly more goals left in these legs.
Ziad on the attack again then from the kickoff. Ronaldo now. Fake shot inside. Here comes Ruud Gullit. Tries the body feint. Alexandro wins the ball back. Gullit did hit the deck pretty hard there, but fair tackle. Now look at the run down this left-hand side. Here is Johan Cruyff. He's going to be found. Ball back inside to Gullit. Look at all the players still streaming forward here for Houston. Eusebio, scoop turn again, finesse shot again, just wide.
That was probably
agonisingly wide.
Probably in if he had timed it right. And he'll know that. He knows a chance has gone begging, and considering the 3-goal lead he threw away against Mo Aubameyang, he knows he needs to be putting these away. He needs to get as far ahead as possible.
There's a man over here.
Just in case things go south.
It really is heart in mouth time every time that an attack goes forward for either of these players. You're just waiting for a defensive error. Beautiful stuff here from Johan Cruyff, almost checked back into more trouble after creating that little bit of space. Houston just toying with Kyle Walker here with Johan Cruyff, that Walker wise enough to that situation and well defended.
And Houston was trying to change things up there, trying to do something a little bit different. Didn't go for his normal passing game to the edge of the box, tried to beat a man, didn't really work out in the end, but I appreciate the effort. And it looked fancy while he did it.
Ronaldo pops that one through, Ferdinand steps out, Gullit's going to be in a strength battle there, just about gets the better of Ferdinand. Vieira on the edge of the box now, Pele. Maybe trying to check back for a finesse shot of his own here, Ziad, towards the end of the game. Henry now. We know back in the day he loved a finesse. There is the finesse from Pele, this crossbar denies him. A shake of the head there from Ziad. And I'm not surprised he got that one in the green as well.
The trouble is, Houston's got a 3-goal lead, but I still don't feel like he's
not safe.
He isn't safe. Ziad does look dangerous going forward. They both do. Every single attack could end in something.
Vieira back into the box. Last-ditch challenge from Maldini.
We've seen so many games this tournament where...
finally time for a break.
Yeah, it's like, breathe. Where both players have kind of just like counteracted each other with their midfield. The 4-2-3-1 cancels out the 4-2-3-1 at times. But because we've got a 4-2-3-1 versus a 4-1-2-1-2, we're seeing a little bit more space open up in a variety of ways, whether that's on the wing on the side of Houston or whether it's down the middle for Ziad. And it's creating for an end-to-end drama-filled game.
Corner then to Houston. Neymar, fresh on the pitch here, almost gets dropped there. Have to be so careful around that Neymar foot item. He likes to go to ground a little bit. He wins a lot of penalties. Maldini now comes forward for Houston again. Ronaldinho fresh on the pitch. There's Johan Cruyff. The El Tornado inside, looks for the bicycle kick again. And if anything, you can't say that Houston isn't trying to entertain everyone.
Yeah, he is performing exceedingly well. And if one of those goes floating in, that's going to be a massive confidence builder as well, and a confidence killer for Ziad. But I still think 3 goals behind going into a second leg, Ziad will be feeling okay. He won't be feeling
doable,
phenomenal. Yeah, he knows there is that chance every single time.
Neymar then for Houston. Still has players streaming forward. Sandro picks the loose ball up. Into Cruyff.
But it's going to be one of those similar situations that we've seen already in the tournament. Like, for example, Night Watch, when we were back in the early stages of the Xbox yesterday. You give yourself too much to do in your second half. Or your second leg, should I say. You've got to come out of the blocks hot. And that's certainly what Houston has done this game.
Yeah, absolutely. He was 3-0 up within 15 minutes of that first leg, the man on your screen there. You just worry kind of moving forward. I think you raised a really good point here. When he comes up against those players who can keep the ball, can work those spaces and create those chances, is he going to get that many opportunities going forward? That going to counteract the fact that he is leaving himself open at the back. We'll have a look at the replays from that first game as well. I mean, Ziad, he did get himself back into it to an extent. You know, he had those opportunities and he took them. But at the same time, you could have said, you know, there was so many times that the crossbar was hit as well in that game. That could have been, you know, 8-all that game at some points.
I mean, realistically, we could talk about how Houston would do against a player who has fantastic goalkeeper movement. The majority of his goals might not have gone in. They may have. Maybe the keeper wouldn't have been moved quick enough. However, he's just focusing on the game in front of him. He's noticed that these goals are going in. Ziad isn't saving them, so he's taking full advantage of that fact. And he's smashing in these time finesses from outside the box. And he's trying different things as well. He has, like, he's offered an El Tornado, tried to hit the volley. He's thrown a few crosses into the box as well. You can see Ziad there, wasn't happy about that goal.
This was a beautiful bit of play, though, here. Gets a little bit lucky on the rebound off the post, of course, but almost deserved that opportunity for the work that he did beforehand. At that point, it's 4-2, and then I think Ziad's thinking, yeah, I can get back into this one, but just a little bit of sloppy play again there, gives the ball away, and well taken there by R9. You have to say the scoop turn sent the player completely down the wrong street. And he found the finesse shot once again into the top corner, but it's those little momentum shifts that really can set these second legs up. And you wonder if, you know, normally if we're saying about a lot of the other players was like, you know, is Houston going to play this one a little bit slower or not, or is he going to try and see this game out? But before we get into our second leg, we'll have a quick update for you, Dan, because I believe we have a Twitch drop coming in for everyone at home as well. I believe we have a premium gold players pack, so link your Twitch and EA accounts to be eligible to earn this. And more rewards, Dan, put your phone away. Sorry, you're not allowed to do that right here, but obviously pretty good. Make sure you link your Twitch account with the EA account. So yeah, get yourself some free stuff. Make sure you do that, because if Dan opens your pack for you, you'll probably get R9.
Try to link my Twitch account as well.
You're not allowed to do it, man.
Okay,
like, you should have
fine.
already done it, to be fair.
I want to see something else from Ziad in this game, in this next game. I want to see maybe a switch up a formation. He was going for the 4-1-2-1-2. It wasn't really working in the majority of the game. Like, going forward, he looked all right, but defensively, he looked very vulnerable, especially on the wing. So maybe if he has got 4-2-3-1, go for 4-2-3-1 instead.
Let's see then. You can see both players on your screens at home now. Mentally preparing for this second leg. Ziad knows what he's got to do here. Houston's going to play the same way. I think that's one thing we can guarantee.
He's going to be hitting those finesses. And, you know, if that's a coach stood with Ziad, he's going to be saying to him, look...
As an Arsenal fan, by the way, we're both Arsenal fans, aren't we? Big fan of the Ozil.
Yeah, great to see...
representing Team Ozil.
Great to see professional football players getting involved in esports and FIFA esports. So there's a lot of pressure there as well with a new organisation. But back to my point. The coach of Ziad is going to be saying, look, that goalkeeper movement's got to be better.
Yeah, 100%.
All of his goals, I think, were just finesse shots from outside the box or close to outside the box, which can be saved.
And, you know, we talk about some of the attacking flares of the players who have won championships so far in FIFA 19, but those players are also the ones who are best at controlling their goalkeepers. You look at the likes of Tex, you look at the likes of Joksan. They've been fantastic. Megabit yesterday was pretty impressive with it as well. And you know, Nicholas seems to have picked it up as well. You look at MS Dasari starting to get into it a little bit more as well. The more tournaments he's getting into, getting used to that meta, and it's becoming an integral part of your game now. It's not a case of, you know, I'm not going to allow these opportunities to occur, because there are so many opportunities to hit those finesse shots in and around the box, and we know how accurate they can be if you get it in the green. The only way to counteract it is when you see that shot coming, you have to move the goalkeeper.
And I think that goalkeeper movement is going to continue to develop the meta across FIFA 19. When people realise that they can't be hitting their finesse shots, we're going to see more wing play, we're going to see more crosses, which, to be fair, in this tournament, we have seen players go towards those crosses, trying to find your CR7 in the box, trying to use his jumping stats. But in this game, for Houston, it's going to be more of the same. Can he keep hitting those shots? Or is Ziad going to be able to stop them?
Well, he's going to try one early on here, doesn't quite get that right. Not sure if Patrick Vieira got a piece of that. He did. So it will be a corner, and early pressure once again here for Houston. Sandro gets dispossessed, and now there might be a chance on the break here. Pele's going to pick the ball up. Slightly rushed, though. Vieira easily able to slot back into his position in the centre of midfield and pick that one back up.
Good passing work and a good start again from Houston. Really continuing from where he left off. But it's whether we're going to see this change from Ziad.
Here comes Ziad then. First attack of the game for him. Stops up, finds the ball inside to CR7. Beautiful little back heel. Oh my word, Pele, you've got to finish that.
Sandro positioned himself well,
finish
though.
that.
Really good defensive positioning. Yeah, you'd expect it. It's an open goal in theory, but there's still a man on the line that you've got to beat. You can't just simply hit the shoot button and hope for the best.
Look at this 3v2 situation. Houston's left himself open. There's a man free at the back post. Tried to find Vieira back into the box. It's just not falling here. For Ziad, there is the finesse shot, but Houston moves the goalkeeper across and makes that save look so simple.
Yeah, that's the difference maker, really. And then on the counter-attack every time is going to be a worry for Ziad. He's left himself a lot to do in this second half. Again, I do think it's doable with the way he's been attacking. He does have a little bit more to offer in terms of his versatility and how he can beat men. But it's his defence that I question.
So many gaps in behind here for Ziad to try and exploit. It's just a case if he can find the right pass at the right time. Here's Erhano on the edge of the box. Ball roll into R9. R9's fighting to try and get the ball back. He does so. Scoop turn, finish. Blocks once again, and it's kind of desperate defending, even in the first 15 minutes here from Houston. Ziad had opportunities early on here, and here comes another wave of attack.
And Houston really needs to slow this one down. It's a bit panicky at the back. He's got a bit of possession now.
But the men's still upfield for him though, Dan.
He just continues to go forward. Relentless, wants those goals, knows he has those goals in his locker. So expect him to just keep knocking on the door here.
Here is that ball inside, first real shot.
He moved his keeper.
Moved the goalkeeper.
There we go. He needed more of that in the first leg, but better late than never.
Here comes Ziad again then. It's been wave after wave of attack. There's barely been any play really in the midfield, to be honest. It's just been fired into those strikers up top as quickly as possible from both of these players. Both very creative players in and around the box. Going to be given away here, and still two men lurking upfield here. For Houston plays that ball over the top. I think Ferdinand will really comfortably just nod that one back out to the left back, Alexandro. But now after the crazy start, it has started to just settle a little bit this game, Dan.
And Houston doesn't really need to go for those kind of over-the-top balls, the risky passes. He can be a bit more patient.
R9 in behind, goes for the driven shot. De Gea makes the save.
And that one chance, all it came from was Houston saying, all right, I'm going to try and throw this one over and hope that he manages to get on the end of it. Just play it calm, Houston. Knock it around the park a little bit.
R9 then whips this one in towards the back post. Plenty of players arriving there. R9 now, going to bring it away. Tackled by R9. Ziad has had a lot of pressure in the first half of the second leg. He's needed to, but he needs to take these chances he's creating. All well and good having the ball in your opponent's third, but if you're not scoring, it just means that seconds are ticking away.
Well, I feel like it's just going to be that one goal going in favour of Ziad that can then get Houston sweating a little bit. Having flashbacks of the previous round against Mo Aubameyang. So maybe with that in the back of his mind, that's why Houston is pressing so much. That's why he's trying to get this 6th goal.
Eusebio now, few step overs. Vieira going to be dispossessed by Hullet. Look how many players are up the pitch here. Woo! That's such an important tackle there from Rio Ferdinand, because I think there were 6 players ahead of the ball there for Houston. That ball gets past Rio Ferdinand, that's another gap. And you know there's going to be a number advantage going up the pitch.
It's a brave challenge as well. If that goes wrong, that could easily be a red card. But regardless, Houston will just be happy that the score is still 0-0. But definitely Ziad has looked good going forward. He just needs to get that ball to the right man. He doesn't want Hullet, doesn't want Vieira. He wants his Pelés. Even Henry can hit it.
There's R9 round the corner. This should be a goal, and is a goal. 1-0 to Ziad, 3-5 on aggregate. Cuts back inside onto his right foot, and R9 rifles it into the top right-hand corner.
And Houston does look shaky at the back for sure. Ziad is certainly exposing it. Just a couple of 1-2s to work his way into the box, finding that right player as to who he wants to shoot with. He had opportunities to hit it with Henry if he wanted to, with a finesse. He could have hit it with Hullet in theory, but instead he's going to pass it to players that he's confident, who knows they can put the ball in the back of the net.
Game on, as you say, Dan. 2 goals the difference between these 2 players here. Just a reminder to everyone, this is the second leg, and this is an elimination game as well. Final game of the tournament for one of these 2 players on the main stage here at the Gfinity Arena in London. Half-time approaching now, 5 minutes left. See if I can get a goal here before half-time. Wow, what a second half we will be set in for.
And we are looking at that difference again of the global series points mark.
Eusebio's just sold Alexandro down the river, though. Maldini bailed him out a little bit.
450 points available for the winner of this game, whereas the loser only walks home with 275, so a little bit of a gap. As Pelé tries to find a gap of his own, but he can't. Decent save, but still, good pressure from Ziad.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum of 2 minutes added time.
Houston sends this one clear then. Out wide, Alexandro wins it, though. There's going to be a chance for another attack here just before the half-time whistle. Big challenge, though, from Paolo Maldini. Houston now straight up the other end. That is going to be the half-time whistle. 2 goals the difference between the 2 players on aggregate. Big chances in that game, though, for Ziad. He could have reduced that deficit even more. But now he knows the job he's got in front of him in this second half.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to be making some changes here, Ziad, and he was playing the 4-2-3-1 as well. Did switch up from the 4-1-2-1-2 that he was trying in the previous game. And you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, we've got other results coming in. Tor, 6-0 against Sihan.
Wow.
We've got Pro Hunter and Chris all tied up, and Maestro and Nicholas. That game that we tried to play earlier is underway, and it's all a close one.
Definitely interested to see who's going to be the winner of that Nicholas Maestro game. Both of those players have been in excellent form so far here in London. But back to putting our focus on the game we have in front of us, of course. The air around the corner here to R9, dropping a little bit deeper. Hold it in the middle here. Pele now, more a cautious approach here from Ziad in this second half, and it looks like he's changed to a 4-2-3-1, and that surprises me a little bit, to be honest with you, considering that he was creating those chances in the first half, but maybe realising he feels confident he might be able to get 2 goals back here, but 3, he needed to be aggressive.
Yeah, he switched to the 4-2-3-1 during the first half, and he noticed that Thierry Henry was getting the ball quite a lot in the box, and that's why he's taken Thierry Henry off and he's put Eusebio on instead, because he wants that reliable player that can finish those shots. You saw he was reluctant to shoot with Thierry Henry earlier, so I'm not surprised about that change.
Houston here coming forward then, looking to put this game to bed. Ronaldo comes back and makes a challenge. Eusebio, the player that you just mentioned, he's going to play this one out to Pele. Pele, though, gets dispossessed by Cole Walker in that right-back position. Now, Houston playing a little bit more possession-based stuff than what we've seen, but just as I say that, I swear every single time I've talked about a player holding possession better today, they've lost it. But luckily for me, and everyone at home who might think I've got some sort of influence over the game, gets the ball straight back.
And this is what Houston needs. He needs these moments of possession, these spells that are going to be frustrating Ziad. But he gives it away again. And look at just the sprinting players from Ziad's side, all hurtling up the pitch, searching for that goal they need ever so desperately.
But look at the players hurtling forward here for Houston. Every single time he seems to play the ball into his striker, there seems to be 3 runners desperately trying to get up the pitch to support him and give him an option for a pass. Ball through to CR7 now, manages to turn back onto his left foot. There's the finesse shot. Courtois with a comfortable save, didn't quite get the timing right on that one.
And if we look back at that group stage result when these 2 players already played each other on Thursday, it was a 5-4 victory for Houston, so a very similar scoreline to it is now. Ziad will know that, and he will definitely want to try and better it here, because I've got to say, more on the line in a knockout situation than just group stages, but Ziad, a little bit wayward with his passing there. Needs to be making sure his passing percentage is staying nice and high if he's going to get back into this game.
Well, then there's a man over here. A chance for him to finish it. He doesn't use the man. He uses Ronaldo's right foot. And a 6-3 on aggregate. The hill was just turned into a mountain here for Ziad. Cristiano Ronaldo with another goal.
He'd done so much to get back into this game. He was playing so well, Ziad, as well, but you knew that there was always that potential that Houston could just slot one of those away. Just one little moment, lack of concentration, perhaps, for Ziad not quite moving his keeper quick enough.
And the thing is, now he's changed back to the 4-1-2-1-2, I believe, here, and I don't really understand why he changed away from that. All the pressure was with him in the early stages of that first half. He seemed to be creating things, even at the end of that second game. I understand, yeah, you don't want to concede goals, and the 4-2-3-1 arguably a more defensive formation, but since he's changed to that, he's just conceded a goal, and he hasn't looked like creating as much.
Yeah, perhaps he was just hoping that the players on the wing, like Eusebio, who was brought on, would be able to influence the game a little bit more heavily, but he has to go again here. Ziad, a lot to do, but if he was watching when Aubameyang scored 4 goals in 10 minutes, with 20 minutes, you can score 8.
Here's Ronaldo inside the box. That's what I'm talking about.
1 of 8.
When you have those 2 strikers up top, you have that cam, it just drags those CDMs, it drags the centre-backs out of position. You have so many more runners. The space was there, and CR7 Scored one at one end, he's gone up the other end and smashed it past De Gea.
I think the trouble is when you're playing 4-2-3-1 against a 4-2-3-1, often your CAM just gets cancelled out by a defensive midfielder like Vieira or like Hullet. Whereas the 4-1-2-1-2 just spreads them out a little bit more, allows you to bypass them, and they're so difficult to get past. Two rocks in the centre of midfield. But game on again.
Here's Cruyff for Houston. Beautiful drag back, look for the second. Well read there by Ziad, well defended here. Cruyff gets away from his man though, and Courtois with his right hand there, pours that one behind for a corner.
Corner's going to be taken short. Just trying to work this one in. Not going to work out this time though. And instantly Ziad trying to get down, maybe rushing his passing there because he knows time is against him. You still have a little bit of time to work with here.
Ronaldinho steals the ball back off of his fellow Brazilian there. Neymar.
Oh no.
Going to be just switched across there. Skipped a heartbeat there, and again, to be honest with you, Ziad's playing this one risky, and Alexandro steps out here for Houston. You feel like Houston now, it's going to go for the kill. Looking for one more goal just to finish things off. Neymar manages to get past Hullet there somehow. Pelé comes back and does some defensive work here, but with 10 minutes left on the clock, Dan, 2 goals the difference, still very doable, but he needs to get a goal on the board now.
And it's so difficult because Houston's playing such a high line. A lot of pressure from him at the moment, especially his fullbacks, really high up the pitch, not allowing those two strikers now in this 4-1-2-1-2 formation to really be able to break away and do anything. And he's also very scary going forward with every single attack.
Here's Ronaldinho then inside the box, back to Ronaldo, goes for that finesse shot. Sabio manages to get a pinky on that one and send it forward to Ronaldinho. Maybe time for an attack here for Ziad. Big tackle though from Alexandro, stretching right out, using every inch of that frame to intercept that ball. And now look at the attack coming from Houston, decides to take the shot. Maybe that's a situation where he could have run the clock down just a little bit more.
Look at Houston's players, they're sat on the halfway line, these 4 defenders, so high, not allowing any simple passes. Maybe Ziad can expose it with the ball over the top, but he's running out of time to find 2 goals. He needs one now, this second, to have any chance, really.
Vieira's going to get it away then for Houston. Moments ticking down here in our second leg. And it looks like, barring something special coming in from Ziad, that he's going to be crashing out of the tournament here in London. However, here is Ronaldinho, squeezes it through, here's Pelé, oh, big save from David De Gea.
Courtois joins the attack in the box.
Why not? Get up there, big man.
You got to feel, even if there were a goal, is there time? No, there's definitely not anymore.
I think that's going to be it, Dan. And I think that is going to be it. Extra time is just evaporating away from Ziad, and it is going to be Houston who moves on in the tournament. And if you were excited by that game and the goals that were scored in that one, he is now set up for a rematch with Mo Aubameyang. If you weren't watching earlier, you wanted to know the score from when they met up earlier, it was 9-8 on aggregate. Make sure you don't miss that one.
That certainly could be an incredible matchup. But I mean, just thinking of that game for Ziad, if maybe he had been able to just not concede as many goals in that opening leg, as we are going to move across now. It's NYC Chris against Pro Hunter, and NYC Chris is leading 5-4 on aggregate, but Pro Hunter winning this second leg.
Yeah, but NYC Chris has the ball in his hands, and I think he's going to be holding that for us every single one of those 6 seconds that he can. Approaching the last knock-ins in this game. Henry now down the right-hand side for NYC Chris, trying to maybe finish this one off, but he's turned possession over, and it's not the first time we've seen that, Dan. When a player has the lead here towards these last moments, kind of going for broke and going for the extra goal instead of just maybe running this clock down.
And this could be heartbreak for Pro Hunter. If you consider earlier on in the tournament, he was 4-1 up against Stefano Pina. Threw that one away, potentially facing elimination now. If he were to lose to Chris, and you've got to feel with a corner in Chris's favour, a goal ahead, surely the victory has been secured.
Every second just ticking away here for Pro Hunter. It's been a heartbreaking day for him. But NYC Chris, you'll probably hear him on our main stage if he manages to finish this one off. He does, he takes home the win. And he'll progress in the bracket as well. I mean, every single game at the moment, Dan, you can see the reactions from the players. You can see the pressure, this kind of the relief that comes in every time that they pick up the win. Good to see that little bit of sportsmanship between the two players there. DrErhano, he's going to be a little bit disappointed with going out of the tournament, of course, but smiles on his face. He looks like pleased with the Global Series points he's picked up.
I mean, it means so much to all of these players. It's what they're playing for, those Global Series points. They want to get to that E-World Cup. Let's head on over to the desk then and see what they have to think about that game.
Thank you so much, Gaskin and Onset. Is Dolce & Gabbana not the name you like?
To understand it.
I'm okay with it.
You went well over my head.
Okay, because some, you hit and miss sometimes. But I tell you what, there was some hit and misses in that game. Tan Wonderboy, talk to me about what we just witnessed. Great casting from Onset and Gaskin.
It was pretty good, wasn't it? Yeah,
it was all right.
They're getting quite good at that. Yeah, Houston, as we might have expected, and most of us kind of predicted him going through. Lots of goals in the first leg for Houston, and that's something that we've never doubted about him. We know he can score goals. We know he can get those clear-cut opportunities and make those goals happen. It's his kind of defensive capabilities that we're sort of struggling to get around at the moment. You know, he's looking a little bit susceptible on the defense.
But he's good at reading. Zed was not moving his keeper. Obviously, that's a new meta in FIFA, and it wasn't making those adjustments besides. So it's just a finesse top corner. Thank you. Boom. But then he shored it up in the second leg and made it a tougher game for Houston. So, maybe going forward now, Houston taking on Aubameyang. You've got to say maybe.
Once more, what was that?
Moaba. If you look at it,
Mo Aubameyang.
Mo Aubameyang.
Mo Aubameyang.
Mo Aubameyang.
Nice.
You got it, man.
You got it.
It's there. Sometimes you just say it fast enough.
It's dangerous water to try and do. Like this to the host.
To be honest,
he can throw you under the bus.
We're casting him next, and I guarantee I'm going to slip up on it more than once, but don't worry, it's a tough name to say.
But I appreciate you picking me up on it and making that, highlighting that. I'm like an elephant, I'll never forget. However, it obviously Houston taking on, that is in the next in round 3. He's going to have to shore up, as you say, defensively, because going forward, not a problem.
100%. I mean, look, he's an aggressive player in the respect of, yes, he attacks aggressively, very, very fast, goes for the shots where he can. But then on the defense as well, he seems to play the same way. It's very, very aggressive. He's pushing these players forward at all times, and he's getting caught out by players that can turn him very, very quickly. So I think he needs to adjust, maybe just sit back a little bit more, and that might help him. But I mean, I'm not one to necessarily criticise, you should say, my weekend league record. But at the same time, it's a little bit too fast and forward for me on the defence. His attack is great. I literally could not follow it whatsoever. He takes the shots where he needs to. He finds the right space at the right times. But realistically, his defence does need work.
I think people need to know that when we're on the desk here, we're not critiquing, we're not, criticising, putting the players down. It's just you notice something and it might improve their game, and I think that's a good thing.
And here's the thing,
you have to sunshine and roses. We have to criticise them as someone.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to consider as well the calibre of opposition that Houston just played against and his future opponent. We know Mo Alba in the past has made some deep runs in these tournaments. He's arguably, in fact, there's no real argument about it, a higher caliber player than Houston just faced. So if he's going to make those adjustments, he's got to make them pretty quickly if he's going to take down Mo Alba in the next round.
Okay, I'm going to critique someone. If you don't score, you don't go through in this competition. Cian, I don't know what happened to my main man, because against Torre, 7-0 to nil to Nepois in a 2-leg affair. I mean, so much to talk about on this, but simply beautiful finishes from CR7 there.
I think what you want to point out on this one, though, is how good Torre is at defending. He's notoriously good at it, and I think you can criticise Cian for that because we know how goal-heavy we have seen games go on in this tournament, but we know that Torre is so strong.
There's that CR7 goal.
At everything, attacking and defending, and it's very, very difficult to score against.
7-0, what does Cian take away from this now out of the competition?
Learn to defend.
Learn to defend. Yeah. Okay, that's a fair point on that. Torre obviously didn't get any goals against Joksan, so he knows what it feels like. Yeah. Going through, Torre is going to play Yago, and then Joksan waits in that quarter-final. In terms of other games that we touched upon, Pro Hunter versus NYC Chris, that we just caught the end of that game.
Yeah, Chris was not looking good, to be honest, for him at all, and he comes back with the fantastic game. See him here with Ronaldinho, of course, eventually getting another goal on the board. But I don't know, it was a shaky one in the end, but he did eventually get through.
Pro Hunter, obviously not signed, coming into tournaments like this, the big stages, he's new to this sort of environment. has done himself no shame in the fact that he's now put himself out there in the FIFA community and said, look, you know, I can play, I'm working on my game, and hopefully someone will pick him up. That's the dream, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what these tournaments are for. Obviously, you're trying to grab those global series points, but we speak so much in our commentary, Chris, about making a name for yourself, making a stand, you know, sort of big scalps in tournaments. Pro Hunter coming so close in this one, but you know, that's what you're here for. You're here to make those kind of results where people, you know, turn their heads and say, okay, this guy might be for real. If we match up against him in the weekend league, obviously those elite level players will start matching up against each other in their respective regions. You're starting to think, okay, well, maybe this guy has a little something about him.
Yeah, do you have to go high pitched at the end there?
Yeah, you absolutely do.
Okay, obviously round 3 will be DrErhano versus NYC Chris. You're looking at that one based on NYC Chris and getting that win against Pro Hunter, and also DrErhano had a very unfortunate game against Stefano Pina. What do you make of that round 3 fixture?
I think you look at Chris and how he's went through the losers bracket all the way through, won a few games off the bounce now, getting himself in a decent enough position, played plenty of FIFA, which will help him, but going up against DrErhano, we did see him get very unfortunate. If he can go into this next game, hopefully not too disappointed by his unfortunate loss against Stefano Pina, then hopefully I think DrErhano should be able to get that one in his favour. However, Chris, as I said, he's got that momentum from the loser side.
He has that momentum. He has a great attack as well, does Chris. I think this is going to be a story of Chris's amazing attack versus DrErhano's amazing defence. Like we saw against Stefano Pina, he was very unfortunate. You know, he lost by 2 goals, but those
keeper movement as well.
His keeper movement was great, but you know, when you lose by 2 goals, you're thinking, okay, maybe I should have done something better. But that last goal that he conceded was only because he had to push players forward because Stefano Pina scored in the last 10 minutes. So that's when the gaps start to appear at the back, and that's why he only lost by 2 goals. But it was a very close affair towards the end of that.
Very close affair, and going into that round 3, the doctor, I'm sure, can get a prescription to work out what he needs to do against NYC Chris.
Is it nice?
Listen, looking back at that bracket that we've been waiting on a game, Nicholas versus Maestro, technical issues, was all sorted. It finished 6-5 to Maestro in that one. Goals galore, here they are, coming in for the first time. You get to see this. Backstage, we've got all the games linked, but just to go through some of these games, Cruyff, sometimes the difference maker in this ultimate team.
Absolutely. Cruyff is a staple throughout most of these teams that we're going to be seeing here at this competition, and this was a game that myself and Chris were really looking forward to commentating.
Absolutely typical.
It's typical, isn't it?
And we don't get a commentator.
The technical difficulties, we were about to jump into this one, had to watch the Stefano Pina game instead. Not that that was a particularly bad game, but when you look at the aggregate scoreline on this, I mean, look at this, just that's for 5-4 on aggregate, and that's Maestro going ahead, and
he's very vocal, and that's what I appreciate
very
about
animated, yeah, that's what you want to see up there on the stage, and that's how you start making fans in the global series, you know, you get a bit of character, you show a bit of emotion, and that's something that we've seen from a lot of these PS4 players.
Indeed. Round 2 still to go, Dufty versus Ice Vogel, the Kingfisher. Obviously, we'll do it right now. Let's have a look at the bracket. Let's see how things stand, because then you'll get a sense of this as you can see it in front of you. So we're waiting for that round 3 game between DrErhano versus NYC Chris, and that is going to be a juicy contest, as I often say with these matches, but they are, because we know they're going to be goals galore. Maestro is straight through, and he'll be waiting in at round 3 now for Dufty or Ice Vogel. And your main man, there, Mawaba, is going to be taking on Houston, and that is going to be some goals there. It's bound to be, isn't it? Because we've seen Mawaba with 9-8.
Yeah, I'm quite excited because we actually get Caster's next game as well. So, I mean, there's going to be so many goals in this one. Both players seemingly not great at defending, but very good at attacking. So it makes for exciting FIFA.
Well, I'm just being told in my ear, as I do have a good production team behind it, Gfinity, that is actually going to be our next game. So you will get to cast on that.
I read the Illustrator.
Oh, you read the auto cue. Well, there you go. So that gives you all of the brackets there. What are you looking forward to most then in that one that you're casting?
Just the amount of goals. We've seen fantastic goals from both these players as well. So it's those exciting moments that you look for as a fan, as a commentator. So I think it'll be a good game. It's
a high-ranking affair, honestly. Houston, 19th in the world right now on the PS4 side in terms of global series points. Moalba, like we said, been making deep runs in tournaments on the PS4 side. In the top 5, he's actually number 5 in the world for global series points. So when you're looking at the standings, there's a lot of implications there in terms of who's going to move into the next round, get more global series points and improve their standings there. But like we said, the previous results we've seen so far here in London, means that we're probably going to be seeing a lot of goals between these two men, and that's a mouth-watering proposition that you're putting in front of me right there.
Well, listen, gentlemen, I'll let you be able to go backstage, bring yourself, get ready, because you're going to be casting that one. There it is, Moaba versus Houston. That is going to be next up for you. We'll have a little break. You can settle yourselves into a comfortable position, because when we come back, we will have that game for you.
We all know champions rise early.
Yeah? Well, this one stays up late.
They all want to meet Neymar. But me, I am Neymar. I'm DrErhano. I'm Dybala.
And my Mbappe is my Mbappe, son Mbappe.
Please, Mbappe can work. This icon played for years without winning the Champions League. But I've already won it twice!
Ronaldo's the best striker in the world. But on my team, he plays centre back.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Not that way.
Come on. What? You can do that.
Okay, okay. Run that baby.
They say Pep's a genius.
Pero yo le gano.
Mine is Korea exterior.
Can you reach the final in Madrid?
Madrid? It's right here in LA.
So here it is, the biggest game of the year, the Champions League final.
That's right, James. Cool. What's going on here?
We'll take it from here.
For the players.
Ah, you're too kind. The Gfinity Arena erupts with a few round of applause, a few whoops as well. Cheeky, why not? It is a Saturday. Chris Trout to the side of me, and also Brandon Smith. Listen, gentlemen, we witnessed a beautiful game just a second ago, Houston versus Zayed. Just a reminder of what happened in that. There was goals galore, 6-4. It finished Houston in the end. Zayed had enough in the tank, but just wasn't able to use it. Courtois has got to be doing better than that. That's something I mentioned, Brandon. Would you agree with that? Courtois.
It's a tough one with the goalkeepers. It seems to be three choices: Manuel Neuer, David De Gea, or occasionally Courtois. Courtois is the tallest out of the three, 6'6", so you'd expect a lot of these finesses him to be able to get that reach. However, sometimes he often performs the worst, I'd say, out of the three.
I agree with you there. I think you kind of see David De Gea as the preferred keeper. I just think he's technically a little bit better in the game.
I might be biased by putting Alex McCarthy Saints keeper if I had a choice. When will he break into the England team? I don't know, maybe when he's fit. Listen, you look at that game, Houston goes through. He's now taken on Moaba. We've seen that before. It finished 9-8 back in round one. Are there going to be as many goals, or maybe they'll have shored up their defence at this point?
It's a very different game now. It's a lot more on the line for those two players, and
you're expecting cagier affair then?
Yeah, I think so. It was a chaotic game. That
we were sitting underneath at the talent room. We just had like these roars and these stamps above us. We're like, what is going on above there?
He was behind by 3 goals.
Yeah, and at that point, 4 goals in like 10 in-game minutes. FIFA Houston doesn't need us to tell him how to defend. And FIFA Houston is an attacking player. We saw that in the last game. As he gets through, I'm sure we'll be looking for revenge on this game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you mentioned it there. He was 8-5 down was Moaba and managed to get back into it by scoring those 4 goals. Surely Houston is not going to allow him that much time on the ball or allowing him his free-flowing attacking football.
No, I don't think so. I think it will be tough for both players to really get much out of this. I think they're going to be a bit more cautious about how they approach this game. They've got a game against each other under the belt. Nice way to test the waters and feel each other out.
Would you reckon they might frustrate the opponent, just keep that possession for as long as possible and look for an opportunity?
It's a tough one because Aubameyang probably right now is one of the best at that time finish. Like every time he hits it, it's green. And like if you saw some of the goals he scored in like the last few weekends of competitive events, like the guy is incredible.
People tend to compliment him.
Yeah.
I saw him in the major in Bucharest in November for the FUT 19 Champions Cup. People were saying how well Mo Abba just takes those opportunities.
He's just incredible. Like I think he made me and Richard speechless once or twice, and that doesn't normally happen. Okay.
No. Or you want to see Brandon behind backstage, always talking, talking.
But he's incredible. I don't think we have seen as much of that time finesse as we would want to see compared to other events. This is the time to do it though, and you know, it's going to be a great game. Both players like to score goals. Both players are attacking.
A great game, yes. I think we can all predict that, Brandon. But I want to push you further. What's your thoughts on this one? Who's it going to? Is it going to be a reverse sweep or what? He's speechless. I've made him speechless. It happened. Trout, who do you reckon for this one?
Really tough.
It's a tough one. Yeah.
It's silence on the desk. The loser of this is out of the competition. The winner of this goes on to take on Lord in the quarter-final. And we know Lord obviously getting that 4-2 win against Moaba. You would want maybe a rematch there, potentially in that quarter-final if Moaba goes through. But then that's to take nothing away from you. I think as a neutral, you're watching him, the amount of goals he scores.
I think you just want goals. Any viewer at home that'd be watching from
goals last time.
Just give us goals. Just give us loads of goals. However, it's a tough one. I think on paper, I would probably just about back Mo Aubameyang to pull through this one. Just on what I've seen so far in FIFA 19 and the way he plays, I'd say Mo Aubameyang.
OK, Mo Abba is
yeah,
Trout?
I'm going to agree with you.
Oh, Trout, don't do it to me. Why?
I'm going to agree because I think that coming back from 3 goals in the last game is a big, big statement. And that's going to be something he's going to have that in his locker. He's going to have that kind of mental advantage going like, you could get a couple of goals ahead of me, but, you know, I've done it before, I'll do it again. I'll come back from 3 goals.
Watch me. I'm just turning him a chair because that is enough from you guys. Over to the casters. Jay-Z said it, goals. Goals I do adore. Are we going to see lots of goals in this one?
Hopefully we are. I think we will. Let's be honest. You look at these two guys and you think attacking football. Mo Aubameyang against Houston. It'll be a fantastic game, I'm sure, Harry. I mean, let's just follow on from what they were saying. Predictions. Yep. I know I'm throwing you straight under the bus here. Chris Trout just jumped on whatever Brandon said.
I know.
Classic.
I think it was the right bus to jump on, though, honestly. I think it's a good point that Trout made, actually. I don't want to blow his trumpet too much, but it's a good point when you are able to come back from a 3-goal deficit in a game like that. Obviously, we're seeing a lot higher stakes match at the moment, than it was previously today. But when you're able to come back from 3 goals down, that says a lot about, I say it so much, mental fortitude. That is so important in these kind of tournaments where goals can fly in so quickly and formations can change and goals and situations can change so quickly. I mean, we've all played FIFA 19 and know how quickly the game itself can change. So I think that's very important, to keep a strong head on your shoulders. And Mo Alba definitely has a good set of brains. Set of brains. I reckon he's got more than one. The way he plays FIFA. See how I saved that. But he has a strong head on his shoulders, and that's just classic Mo Aubameyang. He's made so many deep runs into tournaments in the past, and he's fit. He's in the top 5 in the world in global series points at the moment, and it's really hard to bet against that, especially as Brandon was saying on the desk. The way he hits those timed finesses as well might be the best in the world at the timed finishing in FIFA 19, so keep an eye on that.
Well, somebody else who's very good at attacking actually is his opponent in Houston. Very quick attack that he had going on there. That's going to just go by the left-hand side post. Houston, sorry, will be from left to right in the white kit. Mo Aubameyang, sorry.
There we go.
Yeah, straight away, first one wrong.
I ribbed Tom on it.
Yeah, you did. You're not going to say anything to me.
I'm not, no. I thought you did great.
I'm much bigger than Tom. Anyway, black kit for Mo Aubameyang from right to left. We started off bad. We've already thrown ourselves under the bus, Harry.
Mo Aubameyang. Let's say it 3 times. Mo Aubameyang. Mo Aubameyang. Mo Aubameyang.
Is that like one of the films where you sit in the mirror 3 times and it appears behind you?
What, Beetlejuice?
Yeah.
Is it Beetlejuice?
Definitely.
Something like that. I don't know. I don't watch many horror films. I get scared.
Now we do have Cristiano Ronaldo on the attack there. Maldini will be able to shut him down. Sandro eventually gets his ball away. So cagey start from both. Oh my God, you can't let that happen. Whoa, what the hell's going on there? A goal for Houston, and more Aubameyang playing with fire at the back with Manuel Neuer. Gets it away far too late. And R9 will take that all day long.
I mean, how do you break down that goal right there? We saw Mo Alba's reaction in the player cam. I mean, what do you do?
I mean, it looks like Neuer should be jumping on it towards the end, but he gave him the opportunity.
The fact that the opportunity's there, and we spoke about in the pre-game Mo Alba having a strong head on his shoulders, and speaking about mental fortitude, you've got to keep your head after that happening to you and just say, you know what, that's the game sometimes, that'll happen, but what a gift for Houston, and that might just be the chance that he needed to just take control in this two-legged tie, and so many people favouring Mo Alba here, that might just help out Houston's campaign in this two-legged tie, Chris.
They will do. R9 in the attack for Mo Aubameyang, yeah, pull it. Does actually have Eusebio to his right-hand side. Pele in the box as well. It's a good ball in, and it's going to be levelled up very quickly. We said there'd be goals, and there's 10 minutes gone, and there's already 2. Fantastic finish in the end. A well-worked goal. Eusebio just gets away, and Cristiano Ronaldo never going to miss that.
The perfect response to a blunder at the other end is to go into your opponent's half and make a goal like that happen. So well worked from Mo Alba, and that's why so many people think he's one of the most electrifying attackers in the game. He's up there with Tex for me, honestly. The way he can attack and make you pay, he's going to take every chance that he gets, so you've got to watch out if you're Houston in this tie.
Houston go for another shot. Neuer is moved across very quickly by Mo Aubameyang. It's quick attack forward. Ball released to Ronaldo, looking for the run of Eusebio. So much pace on that card. Not able to quite get away in the pass, not able to be pulled off. Ronaldo. Oh, 9 down the right-hand side. It's played inside of Vieira. Plenty of space to run into here. Looking for the run of Eusebio once again. Isn't able to quite find it. And here we go. Back and forth here, Harry.
Certainly, and it's been very open. Like you say, back and forth game at the moment. You think about the game we saw previously, Chris. Stefano Pina, he's so
Don't do it to him!
Oh, what a goal!
Oh, that's absolutely filthy from Mo Aubameyang. Cristiano Ronaldo from 3 million yards out. Unbelievable, he flicks it up all on his own.
Bang!
And he's lobbed it over the top of the keeper. David De Gea is all at sea. And that might be the best goal we've seen in this tournament so far.
We said we'd see goals. I'm not sure we were quite prepared to see that caliber of goal, Chris. What a flick up, and then the finish.
I mean, it's just rude to even try it. Who thinks of going for it? Dani Alves down the right-hand side to Eusebio. Mo Aubameyang once had more, but what a goal that is. I think we'll find it hard-pressed to find a better one here in London this weekend, but here we go. Houston on the attack. Can he answer back straight away? There's plenty of room for Ronaldo. Not going to quite happen for him, and Hullet will get this one away. I'm still not over it. I'm not over it.
Breath. We have to catch our breath here, Chris. This is going to go on for another couple of halves here in this game, and then we have another tie after this as well, another leg, the second leg to come. And I tell you what, this is such an open game. I was saying about it before, that miraculous goal. What a tremendous goal it was from Mo Alba, but certainly seems so much more space for these two than we've seen in previous games.
Rushed ball in there by Houston, but he needs to compose himself after that one. Because you just sort of, if you're Houston there, you have to sort of say, well, what can I do?
Yeah.
What can I do? Did not expect the scorpion kick to come in, and that looks like it may well be a goal kick, and it is. Wow.
Let's take some breaths.
Let's just take a step back. Still plenty of FIFA left to play.
Within the first half hour. And if you're Houston right now, you know, your goal in the game came early on thanks to a blunder, thanks to Mo Alba's goalkeeper, you know, pretty much gifting him that goal. And then Mo Alba...
Do you speak German, Harry?
I don't, no. Can't read lips either, so pretty useless right here. Unless you were trying to read the formations.
That's what you meant.
Okay,
yeah.
right. We were looking at Mo Alba's face up there on the player cam. But to come back to my point, I mean, for Mo Alba to then respond, thanks to his goalkeeper's blunder, to respond to that by going up the other end, scoring a fantastic team goal, and then also to put some absolute fire on the finish from CR7.
Oh, it's a good ball in. Oh my God, how is it not 3? Smashes off the crossbar, and it's still an opportunity here for Eusebio, who's flailing around on the floor for some reason, but Pele will get this one away for Houston, who really has been second best so far, only getting his goal due you have to say a massive blunder by Aubameyang and also by Neuer.
Well, here's the thing, though, Chris. You've got to say there's a lot of space in behind Mo Alba.
There's a hellish amount of space, actually,
There you
Harry.
go, yeah.
Ronaldo to the back post. It's a fantastic ball, and it's an absolute terrible finish. Pele just can't get the contact that you're expecting. I mean, you've got to say he's got to convert that.
Yeah, we say Oostin's been second best, but that is a prime example of how much space there is in behind for Oostin to exploit. So for both teams, actually, we saw a through ball there almost from Mo Alba get through. He will retain the ball from Pele, but behind both teams' defences, look at this room for Hullet.
They're streaming forward here. It's going to be played out now to Dani Alves. It's a great ball in, first time finish. Phenomenal goal by Eusebio. Very well worked, and Aubameyang is starting to run away with this one. Front post cross there, you'll never expect it. Eusebio smashes it past David De Gea. You've got to feel that maybe should have done a little bit better, but a really good finish.
Always tough, Chris, when you're beaten at the front post, but good improvisation there from Mo Alba. He saw Eusebio making that front post run, and like you say, probably not expecting it if you're Oostin, and that's how dynamic Mo Alba can be on the attack. It doesn't matter what's on, he will find the man and he will make you pay.
Good attack opportunity here, though, for Oostin. Goes for a shot that maybe snatching at them a little bit here. Needs to compose himself.
Bit of a wry smile there from Mo Alba as well. He knows that if Oostin's going to be shooting from there all game, then he knows he's going to be creating chances like this, and these are the more clear-cut chances.
Oh, they're parting like the Red Sea. That's 4-1. Mo Aubameyang 4-1 up against Oostin now. And every single time he goes forward, it looks like he's going to score. And where's the defenders from Oostin? They're just nowhere to be seen. And Ronaldo's always going to score that one. CR7 puts it away. 4-1 to Mo Aubameyang now. And the thing is, we say that it might be over. We say that he's trying to put this one to bed early, but we've seen a fantastic game between these two in round one that ended up being 9-8, so this one may well far be from over. We haven't really seen the attacking prowess of Oostin yet, and when we do potentially see that, he can score goals, so this one is not over yet, folks.
Yeah, the potential is there from Oostin. Like we say, there's spaces to be found, and that whole goal came from the space in front of Hullet. That space in front of the back four at the moment from Oostin is something that Mo Alba is exploiting, and Oostin's trying to exploit it himself. You can see right here. He's trying to play forward. He's trying to find that space between the back four and those two CDMs from Mo Alba. But at the moment, like you say, Mo Alba is being the beneficiary here with the attack.
Having a lot of luck down this right-hand side is Mo Alba with Dani Alves and Eusebio, but he's actually going to lose the ball here. R9 now. Great ball in actually towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Not going to be able to find it. Ferdinand will lob this one away. Matthias into Ronaldo. Potential for an opportunity to add to his tally for Mo Aubameyang. Hullet now into CR7, room ahead of him as well, looking for the pass. Nice skill through the middle. No, that's a fantastic tackle, good defending. We criticise Oostin's defending there. We said it was aggressive. Aggression works out in that respect, but look at, I mean, the shots is well even, pretty much.
Exactly even.
And Mo Aubameyang is the one that finds himself with the benefit.
And that's how clinical Mo Alba is, and why he, as Brandon said on the desk, might be one of the most attacking players that we have in the global series at the moment for FIFA 19. And he's such a joy to watch because we saw a variety of goals. We saw the great team goal for his first, and then you think about his second, that wonderful bit of improvisation by CR7, the front post from Eusebio. There's so many ways this man can attack.
Speaking of the attack, he's on it once again. It's this right-hand side, causing many problems, but that's a wayward pass by Ruud Hullet, not something you're expecting to say. And Ronaldo now is going to get this one away, and Oostin needs to answer back. I said there is plenty of FIFA to be played.
Yeah. Still 3 halves to be played.
Yeah, there's a long time. So this one is not over by any shot of the imagination. Pele down the left-hand side, plays it back to Sandro. Just playing possession football. The thing is now Mo Alba can slow the game down, can't he, when he's in possession, which we've seen him have the majority of. Then he can just slow this game down. Good skill by Dani Alves with drag back. Hullet and Matthias exchanging passes and just keeping a hold of it. He's been a lot more patient with his build-up now, which he can do because he has a significant lead.
Yeah, I think he's, again, just looking for that killer blow, though. I mean, he always has runners off the ball, and I don't think Mo Alba is the type of player that will try and kill off the game. There is a man in. He is offside, though, but I don't think Mo Alba is that type of player. I think he's looking for more goals, to be honest with you, Chris. It's fair enough to say, you know, he can kill off the game, but he's going to try and do that through attacking gameplay. He's going to play maybe a little bit more possessive by keeping the ball and recycling attacks than maybe he would, but look at the amount of bent forward.
How much room does Mo Aubameyang have in the attack yet? Vieira does clear this one away, and Oostin
really playing the opposite of a defense.
Oh, Cruyff.
You hate to see it.
Cruyff.
You hate to see it. It's like me watching me play there.
It's a Sunday League touch, that was.
Ridiculous. Anyway, Mo Aubameyang on the attack again, but there's so many men forward for Houston that every time the attack comes in from Mo Aubameyang, he's finding all sorts of room. Matthias. Oh, that's an a good ball through, but not going to quite be able to find it in the counter-attack coming on.
I think he was looking for R9 right there and went to the wrong person, but look at this.
Look at the run from Cruyff. He's going to be able to break away. Is he going to have time to pull off the shot as well? Which way does he go? Oh, great save by Neuer. The keeper movement coming in, just making him guess. Short corner. Eusebio towards the edge of the box, not quite what he wanted. Oh, here we go, though. Vieira's going to win this one back. An opportunity here for Houston. Pull it. Oh, that's a good tackle by Matthias. He should be able to get this one away as well. It's actually 4-on-4 momentarily. The ball into the middle to R9. Maybe thinks a long pass over the top, but not quite. Slowing it down, Mo Aubameyang, yeah. Does lose the ball, though. Walker will clear this one away. Really good passing exchanges from the team of Houston. Ronaldo has a runner in the middle. That's Ruud Gullit. He's now found Cruyff on the edge of the box. So dangerous from there. And the movement of the keeper from Mo Aubameyang is pretty much perfect. It was only a yellow timed, but very well moved.
Two unfortunate kind of instances there for Houston as Mo Alba's going to come forward again. One, the pass into Cruyff wasn't good enough to hit that first time, had to take a touch, and then the actual timing of the shot in the end from Houston, just the yellow, like you say, Chris, so not going to be enough to trouble Mo Alba. And those are the types of chances, if you are Houston, you need to start converting. You're down 3 goals in this first leg. You're going to give yourself a bit of a mountain to climb against Mo Alba in the second leg if you don't at least get a goal back in this one.
Where's the referee there for Houston? You feel as if that could have been potentially a free kick, and he's released Eusebio down the right-hand side. Ronaldo has R9 to his left. Couldn't quite wait for the pass to come in. And does get dispossessed. Good defended by Houston here. Ronaldo's actually going to find R9 bursting away. This is a one-on-one, and he's rolled around the keeper. Fantastic composure, and gets one back. 4-2 now. Good goal. And it seems as if there's plenty of room. Even though Mo Alba has that lead, there's plenty of room in behind this. Maybe thinking about adjusting his formation, making things a little bit deeper on the defensive side, because there's plenty of room.
Yeah, just to maybe secure this 2-goal lead that he has going into that second leg. But I like the composure there from Houston. That's something that you said, Chris. And that one-on-one, after the one-on-one save from Mo Alba earlier on, there was a bit of mind games going on. Mo Alba brought the keeper out and then sent him back, and then brought him out again, and then in the end there was the save in that previous one-on-one. Right there, Houston was just so patient and composed, used the ball roll with R9 just to get around Mo Alba's keeper, and then from then on it was easy. So that's the kind of composure we're going to need to see from Houston if he is going to eventually come back in this 2-legged tie. Don't forget, the loser of this will be going home, Chris.
Good finish in the end by Houston. Ball roll, just finding that little bit of space around the keeper. And R9 never going to miss from there. Here we go, then 4-2 now. As said, though, plenty of FIFA to be played. But Houston really doesn't want to concede again, and it looks like that could happen here. Thierry Henry down the left-hand side, the Frenchman does have options in the box as well. It's a good post towards the back post, and he answers back instantly. Mo Aubameyang now 5-2 up, I should say. That 3 goals deficit is once again reinstalled. Fantastic ball towards the back post. Harry, you could have scored that.
You're right, I could have. Not sure I can quite leap that high.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you not got the jump?
I tell you what, I don't have the hops, as the kids these days would say. But that's heartbreaking for Houston. He worked so hard to get his second goal, and then Mo Alba just makes it look easy after the substitutions. And that's, again, speaks to Mo Alba's versatility. We saw Eusebio at the front post earlier on. That's at the back stick, and just as lethal.
Vieira, edge of the box. We talked about the timed shots from Mo Aubameyang. We haven't really seen that. We've seen a stupendous goal from him today.
Stupendous, I like it.
Stupendous, yeah. We're throwing that one in there already. It's not even Sunday yet. Ronaldo. Looking for the pass to Vieira. It's a smart one. He's now got runners in front of him. That's not the pass he wanted, is it?
Vital interception, though.
Massive interception now, Ronaldo. Look at the run in the middle from Eusebio. There's runs from Thierry Henry as well. We know he can finish them, but he does actually have Ronaldo to his left. He doesn't need him. 6-2. Mo Aubameyang extending the lead. This is going to be so hard for Houston to bring back.
Yeah, it is, because what do you do here? He has the man to square it to, does Mo Alba, so Houston smartly covers him with the defender, but when you're that good at green-timed finishes like Mo Alba is, it doesn't matter what kind of angle you're shooting from with a player like Thierry Henry. If you're hitting those green-timed finishes,
they're catching the keeper off guard and you're scoring from that kind of angle. Great patience there from Mo Alba as well, recognising Houston was covering that squared player that he had. So just, I mean, what do? You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't if you're Houston.
Houston needs to go back shortly, not going to happen with any skill moves like that. And every single time he moves forward, it looks like Mo Aubameyang can counter-attack so effectively. The run from Henry.
He had it.
Chance to make that pass was gone. Potentially offside, choosing not to go with that one. Henry now back to retrieve the ball here. Does actually have a really great run from Sandro down this left-hand side, just choosing to keep a hold of it and sending it back to the keeper, Manuel Neuer. Maybe didn't start the game how Mo Aubameyang would have wanted him to. But the score now, I don't think he'd be worried about that too much just yet. Cruyff inside to Hullet, reaches it. Ronaldo is actually going to find Ronaldinho here. This is surely to try and get a goal back for Houston. Not going to happen. The finish to the bottom left corner, not quite finding its way there. And an opportunity once again to break here by Mo Aubameyang. Is stuffed out by Houston, but Houston needs to get back in this game. I feel like he needs another goal big time.
And if I'm Mo Alba right now, I'm searching for more goals. I'm maybe playing a little bit more risky. That's a tackle that maybe is a bit of a 50-50. Now Mo Alba is going to try and exploit those gaps at the back as Houston has to start chasing the game. We're ticking into the final minutes, into added time now in the first leg. But I mean, if I'm Mo Alba, I'm looking for more goals, and that is what we can call a professional foul there. That will be a red, though.
Now, there's only actually 2 more minutes of this game to go. Maybe even just 1, but I feel like that was a little bit harsh for the red, but it's good tackle to make. I feel as someone, as you said, a professional foul.
If we're going by the rules of the book, do we say that as a clear goal-scoring opportunity? I mean, that's...
I don't know, it seemed a little bit harsh. It might be from behind, but...
I feel like Mo Alba would have still had defenders covering that shot. But
yeah, it does seem that. I think it's because it was from behind, and that seems to be the issue. But either way, there's only 1 minute left to play. But Houston, can he get a goal back here? Be a massive help going into the second leg. The shot from Cristiano Ronaldo, edge of the box, not going to find anything, and that should be that for the first leg as this goal kick gets cleared upfield.
Look at that, the statistic: 7 saves from who was it, Manuel Neuer, and then De Gea on the other side, 0 saves made. So Houston's goalkeeper not making a single save in that game. That's how incredibly clinical Mo Alba is there.
Fantastic game from Aubameyang there, though. You talk about the goals. I'm sure we're going to see them in a second, but we all want to see that specific one. I think it was number 3 or number 2 that came in.
Second goal.
Ugh. Absolutely ridiculous goal.
I mean, unreal.
From Aubameyang.
Especially to bounce back after that, your goalkeeper making that kind of mistake, Chris, and it's a great way to do so. I mean, like we said, we spoke about it on the commentary. When you concede a goal like that, where your goalkeeper makes a mistake, you have to just shake it off and say, look, there's nothing I could have done there. My goalkeeper just wasn't doing his job. You got the other end, you equalise fairly swiftly, and then that kind of goal is a statement maker. That's just a highlight reel goal for Mo Alba. And
I mean, he is. He's a walking highlight reel, this guy. I mean, he doesn't score terrible goals, does he? But here we go. Let's check what we have to watch here. I would like to hope that we
at
have
this
the
point,
yeah, I mean, that's
you know it, just
right
jump on the ball, man. Just it's like you've got to just jump on the hand grenade. Just smother the ball. Don't let R9 get in there behind you. I don't know, not exactly sure what he was thinking, and Mo Alba doesn't know either.
I mean, to be fair, what I will say, Mo Alba did make the mistake for it to happen.
This is it. Watch this. Just sit back and enjoy.
Look at this, man.
Flick up.
My God.
Boom.
Fantastic goal. And the thing is that caught me out is actually how far De Gea was out. I think he's not expecting it there and moved just slightly. We've seen him move to the left, so maybe he thought that he was going to turn and try and go for the top right corner. And then because he's moving to the left, he's moving forward slightly, and it's caught him off his line.
I just love that little smile from Mo Alba right there. He knows that was a highlight reel goal, and
that was a great goal as well.
Watching all of Mo Alba's goals is the range in which he does so. I mean, you look at some players, they're a little bit one-dimensional, looking for that kind of first-time finesse, setting up that first-time finesse outside the box, just inside the box. Mo Alba, he's not really fussed about that. He, will just play pure attacking football and take any chances that come to him. And it's a joy to watch, to be honest with you, Chris.
It's fantastic football, fantastic FIFA. This was to make it 6. Thierry Henry smashes it across the goalkeeper. You can't do anything. As we said, we talked about that chance while the game was going on, and it was like one of those things where what do I do? Do I cover in the middle? Do I go over and try and make the tackle. It's such a hard decision to make. I mean, there's so many times that everyone will find themselves in that situation online where the square is on and you're like, please don't scumbag me with the square. And then eventually the shot just does come in.
I don't know if it stings more conceding a squared goal or conceding a goal like that where you watch the square and he still scores it anyway. It's like, I did everything right. Like,
you can't do anything more.
You can't do anything more at that point. And if you're Houston now, you have to shake off that first leg. You have to just go in with the mindset in the second leg. First of all, don't concede any more goals. That's going to make it a lot more difficult. Second of all, you need to start taking some of the chances. It's not like we didn't see Houston have no chances in that game. I mean, end of the first half, you look at the statistics, all even. It was just Mo Alba taking his chances, and he was 4 up at the break, if I remember correctly. So very important for Houston. Take every single chance that he gets in this second leg, because, I mean, if you don't, it's going to be nigh on impossible to catch this man.
Well, Mo Alba with plenty of smiling faces on the camera just before we went into the game there, and rightfully so, a 6-2 lead going into the second leg. But as said, we did see a 9-8 game between these two. And that's been a slight change in kit. Mo Alba now in his white and Houston in the black PSG kit. Vieira in the middle of the park now, looking for a pass out, and you've got to feel that Houston needs to find himself a route back in this game pretty sharpish. There's maybe an opportunity. Actually, Hullet is going to find Pellet. It goes for the skill move, and that's just not going to work out, unfortunately.
Maybe a chance for a first-time finesse there, honestly,
that was
Chris.
what I was thinking. That is what I was thinking. Unfortunate there, Neuer will collect that.
Yes, he will. And those are the type of chances where you're trying to fake out a player like Mo Alba. You know, Mo Alba's so experienced, has seen that kind of first-time finesse every now and then. So I say every now and then, would have faced them many a time at a tournament, Chris. So maybe going for the double bluff there, trying to beat the man, and instead of anticipating Mo Alba, moving his goalkeeper in anticipation of that first-time finesse. So again, it's all about that double bluff, that triple bluff in and around the box. So very, very interesting decision there, honestly, from Houston, not to go for that first-time finesse.
Yeah, losing it in the middle of that. There's actually numbers forward, and he goes for the ball through. I think he wants that to go to CR7.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it goes the other direction. It's going to be retained by Mo Aubameyang now. Ronaldo. Good skill move to keep a hold of it, and the ball all the way out to Eusebio is maybe not what he wanted. Alexandro putting the afterburners on there and manages to keep a hold of it. Eusebio, though, turns to Mo Aubameyang with an opportunity here. You've got to feel that 7 might just be unobtainable for Houston, but that one is cleared away. Maldini gets it away to Eusebio. Walker combining with Maldini to, once again, find Eusebio down this right-hand side. That pass is just a little bit short. And it's the passing that doesn't seem to be there for Houston right now.
Yeah, he has goals in him, does Houston. I mean, he scored 8 in the first meeting between these two, so he just needs to find them, needs to settle down, just find a way back into this game, because there are goals in this game for Houston. You feel like it might just still have a twist in the tail as long as you don't let Mo Alba settle into the game and kill it off. Find goals quickly if you're Houston, because like we said, he can score those goals.
Oh, there's so much room down this left-hand side. Alexandro first-time cross to here. This time is there to clean up the pieces. We'll get an attack on the go here, actually. It's going to be CR7. Over the pass out to R9. Down the wing is not necessarily where you want it, but he can turn it back onto his right, and that is just not... Nothing seems to be clicking for Houston here. Nothing at all.
No. He's certainly not finding the amount of space that he was finding in the first leg of this two-legged tie.
And that could be an adaptation from Marba, though. He could definitely be sitting deep. He's 6-2 lead, second leg. Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Could be an adjustment, but you know, when you are down by 4, you're looking to try and exploit the space in front of the back 4 and try and find the first-time shot opportunities, those first-time finesses. That certainly seems to be what Houston's going for. You know, that's what he's trying to build. He's trying to build towards finding those opportunities. And like you say, it's just not working out for him at the moment. A little bit sloppy, maybe. I mean, you know, we're looking at his opportunities right here. I mean, a lot of the passes...
He's got 6 men to try and get through.
6 men to try and get through, and a lot of the passes that are on for him are being covered by Mo Alba. So you have to ask, is this sloppy offense from Houston, or is it really good defense from Mo Alba?
The thing is, though, he has to pour so many men forward that every single time Mo Alba is going to have an opportunity to counter-attack back, keeping a hold of it there with Ronaldo, just about using his strength and somehow keeping the ball. Eusebio edge of the box, it's going to be whipped in towards Pele. Hullet is there, but here is Patrick Vieira, completely unmarked. He's a little bit slow to get it out of his feet, and this one will be cleared away. The first big opportunity of the second leg over towards Mo Alba, and Houston, it feels like he needs a miracle.
Yeah, you're right. unfortunate there maybe for Mo Alba, the man that it drops to. Maybe he's thinking an R9 might be in that position, but in the end, Vieira, not the best finishing stats on Vieira, so maybe a little bit hesitant to go for that first-time shot in the box. I still think that's better than taking a touch. If you take a touch, you allow that man right there on your screen. Houston, an opportunity to make that tackle in the box. Just the 30th minute, we're already seeing a substitution here. So interesting to see some tactical changes maybe from one of the two guys up there on the stage.
Seems like Houston who's the one making the changes there. Interesting to see that coming in 30 minutes, but if he feels like it's, well, we're 30 minutes in game through this one and nothing has changed for him. So you've got to feel that you could maybe change something up in your game plan to potentially do something, and that's going to be a yellow card for Hollett. I think that's his second in the space of a couple of minutes. There you go. Put myself under the bus there, didn't I? I'm glad the referee gave him that though.
Yep. I think it was correctly adjudged by you, to be honest with you. You should maybe become a referee after this.
Nah. There's so many referees from the Northeast. It's like the second highest.
This is a very obscure statistic you're bringing out right here, Chris.
An attack again from Houston. Not coming to anything. Which seems, I feel like I'm repeating myself every single time he's moving forward. Aubameyang just has numbers back in force. And it's so hard for Houston to try and break through. You've got to feel like he needs to start doing everything but the kitchen sink at this point.
Right, and maybe that's why he's making those kind of substitutions. Maybe a formation change was the reason those substitutions had to be made, but maybe just realizing again something isn't happening for him, and maybe he's looking for a change of personnel.
That's close.
So unfortunate, Eusebio there just adjudged to be offside. And if that's not the case, then that could have been the 7th for Mo Alba.
What do you think Houston's route back in here is? I mean, score goals is obviously primary objective #1, of course, but let's see how this attack goes, and then we'll try and theorize how else he can try and break down this Aubameyang defense. This is good moves by him, though. Cruyff is going to find himself with some room. Yellow time finesse isn't going to do enough. How has Ronaldo won that? And that's actually offside, and that's how he's won it.
I think it's a foul, to be honest with you, Chris. I think the referee, you ask how he wins that header, I think maybe challenging the goalkeeper a little bit too aggressively for the referee's liking could have been offside as well.
Oh, R9's on his bike, and he's going to hit it first time. Aubameyang going to keep a hold of the ball here once again with Pele. Walker will win that one back, and you feel like Aubameyang maybe could have taken his time there and definitely put this one to bed. As you can see, results down the right-hand side. Still other games going on. Dufty doing fantastic there, 7-2 against his Vogel. DrErhano losing against Chris. Chris on an absolute tear at this moment in time. But let's continue in this game. Aubameyang, M10 Houston. Aubameyang well in control of this game.
Yeah, just a quick word on that result elsewhere, Chris versus DrErhano. We thought that might be a case of Chris's great attacking gameplay against DrErhano's great defensive gameplay. Right now it's Chris's offense that's playing out, so obviously we've got the tail of the tape on that one. We'll have to see if it stays that way at full time after the 2 legs.
Okay, well, we're heading into half-time on this one. Aubameyang well in control in the driver's seat. Completely in this game, and you got to feel like that might be over for Houston now, but we are going to go to a different game now. We are now going to go to Yago against Torre. Okay. So that's an interesting one so far. At this moment in time, it is 4-3 to Torre. We're going to be heading into, I do believe,
it's 4-3 to Yago, actually.
Is it? Sorry, 4-3 to Yago, and they just about finished the second half and the second leg. So things are on a bit of a knife edge in this one. A close game between these two. But Torre, one of these guys that we talked about at the beginning of the weekend, who can cause problems for a lot of players on PS4. Right now, Torre, one of the guys that we could say has caused so many problems, but right now he's behind.
Torre, again, one of those guys who's up there in the rankings. So this is not the fashion that we want to see Torre kind of put up a result in this kind of tournament. This isn't the Torre we expect to be losing this kind of game.
And loser goes out at this point, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, that's correct. So loser will go out in this all-South American derby, and that's a fantastic shot by Ronaldo and a fantastic save by here, of course, Torre from Brazil, Yago from Argentina. The South American fans over on that side of the pond will be wanting a winner from their country here right now. It is the Argentinian Yago in the lead.
Yeah, in the lead in the game as well as on aggregate up there on the stage, and
bit of a comeback by the looks of things. I mean, what, there's been 3 goals in 45 minutes from him, so an interesting start. And of course, just to bring you guys up to speed, it is going to be Torre in the black from left to right. Now it's going to change to right to left. And in the blue will be Yago, who will be left to right.
I tell you what, I've been so impressed, Chris, with the talent coming out of South America here in London. I mean, it seems like the global series standings, when you look at the rankings of the players, so many South American flags in there. I mean, you have the Brazilians, the Argentinians, so many South American players coming out and impressing me here in London. And it seems like a bit of a hotbed for FIFA talent at the moment, as we're seeing, you know, 2 South Americans play against each other right here. I think South America is a region that might just be a little bit understated, and maybe we don't speak enough about South America as a region in FIFA that is sort of on the rise.
Well, we did actually see Socrates coming on there for Eusebio, so not necessarily the sort of player you would expect to come on and cause so many problems, but right now he is on the ball, and a fantastic long shot on this player. He's a very, very good card, but maybe just a little bit more of a physical presence than Eusebio on the pitch right now. It is going to be Ronaldinho for Yago. From left to right, Socrates. Can he have influence straight away? Walker is there to cover out Cruyff, and Hullet will just usher this one to Maldini, and this one should get away. Have Walker down this right-hand side. Torre does need a goal back here. He is 4-3 down. Plenty of FIFA left to be played, though. R9 into Hullet. So Eusebio tries to get it back to Hullet, but just being crowded out. Yago defending very, very well. A lot of pressure coming from his side, and he won't retain that ball, but ball is now back with Torre trying to get on the attack once again.
Yeah, trying to chase the game here. Obviously, is down by that 1 goal on aggregate, but this is a man in Torre is, you know, not shy of a top 2 placing at the moment in the rankings. I mean, he's 3rd, just a few points behind Stefano Pina, and obviously, if he gets a good result here in London, he can be climbing the rankings as well. Obviously, everyone on the PS4 side chasing Joksan up there in 1st, but this is a guy who won't be wanting to go out in this sort of round. If you know, you let the players around you in the rankings sort of go further in the bracket in these kind of tournaments, Chris, you can start to sort of see a bit of a gulf in those rankings.
Yeah, and Torre really has it. I think the story for him has been a struggle outside of groups and outside of Swiss. He seems to do very well in this one. I mean, in groups he got through, which is the main thing, but it didn't necessarily have a fantastic performance. But at previous events over the past couple of weekends in Bucharest, he's done very, very well in Swiss, and then he gets into the the bracket stage and struggles. Right now, struggling here. This is a knockout game. Of course, this will sort of send them on towards the quarterfinals, though, if they can manage to get a win. So it'll still be a decent enough result for one of these 2. But as I said, Torre quite near the top of the rankings on PlayStation, of course, and we'll want to try and get a goal back here to get back in this game. Yago, though, doing fantastic so far.
Yeah, he needs a goal to get back in this one. And something that I've noticed about the kind of the top 5, top 10 ranked guys here in London, especially on the PS4 side, their ability to get late game goals. They maintain their concentration levels right until the end of the game. So definitely don't blink in this one, Chris, otherwise you might just miss a goal from Torre.
Pause has been kept there by Torre. Try and make a change, try and get back into this game. He's controlling it for the most part, I say, as that ball does trickle out. Well, let's see if this change does indeed come in, what he will be changing. Of course, we are watching from Yago's side, so he may be thinking about changing something, of course, and not too bad when you got Pele sitting on the bench, imagine.
Yeah, must be nice.
Must be nice.
But if you're Yago here, what do you do? Do you go a little bit more defensive? I mean, we can see he's sort of sitting in that 4-2-3-1. We're seeing a lot of players this weekend and throughout FIFA 19 favouring that formation against the sort of the 4-1-2-1-2s that we've seen in previous FIFAs. The other the other thing you can use as well is the 4-2-2-2 as we commence the action here in this game.
What's your favourite, Harry?
I personally am a fan of the 4-2-3-1.
I watched one of Mike LaBelle's videos, that's why I use it.
Oh, there you go.
There. He's not paying, he is paying attention.
I
have a couple of your views. Very welcome.
Yeah, I like the 4-2-3-1. I think those 2 defensive midfielders sitting in front of the back four just sort of close down the space, especially when you think about the meta in FIFA 19 at the moment. That outside of the box, first-time finesse is what most of these players are looking for. So you have those 2 CDMs just to try and control that area of the pitch in front of your back four. Will stop things like that happening, Chris.
That's a fantastic chance for Torre to get back into this game, and he will defend this attack from Yago very, very well. Can the Brazilian get back into this one? 20 in-game minutes to go. Ronaldinho now it's just he can turn on a sixpence. That's when you watch him. He just can turn and make any sort of jinking movements that he needs to try and find the opportune moments, to try and find the pass areas again. Rolls just behind him, unfortunately, and Yago now has a chance to counter-attack. It's getting towards that time where things for Torre need to become a lot more attacking. And they need to happen very, very soon. Pele now back to Ferdinand, and then back to Pele, the 1-2 that you never would expect to ever hear. And this is just setting up. Surely it's just far too much from Yago, though. Take the opportunity. It's presented on a plate for you, and he doesn't take it.
One too many there from Yago.
Remember that.
Remember that one, yeah. If we're all, excuse me, if we're all even going into extra time, if Torre can find an equaliser right here as he's chasing, just remember that one, Chris.
Ronaldinho on the break. He somehow managed to keep hold of the ball. David De Gea just about gets his legs to it. Socrates will clear this one away. Ronaldinho now out to Vieira, and you've got to feel that Yago has to take that chance.
He has to be careful here, Chris, to be honest with you. Think about the last 20 or so minutes. That's the only real chance we've seen from Yago. So needs something to relieve the pressure. This is good, though. This is much better. I like the way he didn't have anything on there, so we'll recycle this attack. Maintain possession. That's what you need to do in the final 10 minutes, because Torre was building some momentum. He was building territory right there. So very, very important if you're Yago. Steady the ship. Do not give away the ball, and don't let Torre back into this game. One goal is all he needs.
Having a little look down this left-hand side. Ferdinand will be there to cut this one out, though. Vieira looking for the run of Neymar, and will find him. Not quite fresh legs, and Sandro will be able to get back there and clear this one away. Walker heading back to the sturdy ship of Paolo Maldini. Walker now forward towards Socrates, and that's going to be offside, so an opportunity for Torre to get this ball back. Change coming in from Yago here. I mean, Ronaldo, yeah, looking pretty knackered, to be honest with you. Does have Neymar on the bench as well, but I mean, if you're Yago, you maybe try and show this up a little bit.
Yeah, would love to see.
Yeah, here you go, defensive support. Come back on defense from pretty much everybody by the sounds of things.
Just would love to know the changes that have to come in here for Torre, because a lot of his players on the attack were looking a little bit weary, looking a little bit fatigued. So I'm wondering who he brings on here, Chris, to be that electrifying presence, if he even has any substitutions left in this second half of this second leg.
Well, here come the subs anyway. Didn't
5
quite
minutes.
see who that was. So Thierry Henry coming on for Cristiano Ronaldo. Any more for any more? No, that seems to be it. But here we've got plenty of room down this right-hand side for Kyle Walker. That's a good ball in. Actually, Eusebio is taking the touch. And good defending by Yago once again. 4 minutes of in-game time left to go. And Yago has an attack. This is exactly where he wants to be. Stretching his legs down this left-hand side. Ferdinand wins that back, and he was adjudged to have fouled. 2 minutes of in-game time remaining, as well as extra time. It would take a dramatic late goal for Torre to get this one back. Pele just trying to usher it towards the corner flag, and has a strong man in Cristiano Ronaldo back here as well. Maldini wins the ball. There may be one more opportunity for Torre, and he needs to send everyone forward. There's been a defensive commitment by Sandro there. Ronaldinho now left. 2 minutes of added time. Vieira striding forward. That pass to his former teammate Thierry Henry is actually going to find him. Ronaldinho, good ball out. The cross is going to come in from Walker towards the back post. De Gea's there with a big palm, and you feel that might be it. Yago takes it 4-3 and celebrates in style. What a game between these two South American giants. But this time, the Argentinian Yago does take it.
You saw the celebration and the emotion shown right there from Yago. He knows what a big performance that was from him after trailing in the first leg to come back in the second. Not only to come back, but to hold on, Chris. That's why we saw the display of emotion. That shows an incredible amount of maturity in this kind of stage. Looking at the statistics, it was Yago who had less shots but more possession. Again, if you think towards the end of that game, we're expecting Yago to have more possession at the end of it because he's trying to keep the ball, trying to kill off the game, whereas Torre on the other side trying to go forwards, be more direct, so he's naturally going to have a little bit less possession. But what a scalp to take from that man. Don't forget, Torre, top 3 in the World and Global Series points. And that's quite the scalp to take.
Massive win from Yago. Really good in the groups, and he continues to march on here in the bracket. Tom and the boys on the desk, what do you think of that game?
I'll tell you what, indeed. Thank you very much to Son and Wonderboy. Marching on is Yago. going 3 against Torre, and that is a bit of a big scalping from him. Should give him all that confidence for Yago going through to the quarterfinals to take on Joksan. We saw some goals there in that first game that we were watching, in Moaba versus Houston, and what an overhead goal.
After that, I don't know what happened at the back there from Aubameyang, where somehow the keeper's just fumbled everything, and then it was the easiest finish you're probably going to see at a competitive FIFA event. Houston scores that, but then there's one way to reply to it, and what a goal that was by Cristiano Ronaldo. Yeah,
we were watching it backstage, and that, I think it's Manuel Neuer, just get rid of it. Just get rid of the ball. We saw a few of those legs, goals being sort of like bundled in. Bad mistake from the keeper. However, the overhead kick, not an easy skill in FIFA 19 to do, but he's managed to do it at a big stage, big tournament like today.
Yeah, and it was actually probably the correct thing to do at that moment. It's not like it was just for style points. It was actually the correct shot to take. You know, he's got his back turned to goal. Not really enough options. The ball's come up for him, and it's just like, you got to take your chances and have a shot, and he's done exactly
so far
that.
out.
Yeah.
Luckily, Mike LaBelle is going to break it down for us at the breakdown board. Oh, we call it a touchscreen over here, but that's fine. It does what he wants. But gentlemen, what else did you notice about those matches that were coming in thick and fast? In terms of there were goals there, but what did you like about Yago's play there? Not having all the possession, but managing to get the job done.
I think the best thing about this 9Z Yago is that, one, we always thought it was just one Argentine in the FIFA world, and that was Nicholas. And now we've seen this youngster just come out of nowhere, tops his group. Now he goes through again to another huge game, as we said in those quarterfinals. Can he go that one step further and make the last 4? Sometimes people just have a breakout tournament. DHTX last year, you know, every tournament gives a different story, and that's what the FIFA community wants. The competitive FIFA community just wants different stories happening all the time.
I don't know who Nicholas supports, and I don't know who Yago supports, but imagine they were a Buenos Aires fan. Boca versus River Plate. Wow, what a semi-final that would be. That would be a showdown. We'll have to have the game in Madrid, obviously, for that one. But Trout, what did you like about that? I mean, because obviously, Moaba, just a 6-2 victory over Houston. There were goals there, and no chance for Houston to get sort of revenge on him.
Do you know what? I was actually a little bit worried for Mo after that first goal went in, the fumble from Neuer, and you just see Neuer on the floor like, oh no, it's happened again. Yeah, I was a bit worried because he had a really tough time in his game prior to that, where he hit the post like 4 or 5 times in the game, missed some easy sitters. And I was like, oh no, it's going to happen to him again. He's going to have one of those games, and it's, you know, that rub of the green is still not coming his way. And he turned it around with some really nice goals. Obviously, the first one was really nicely worked. The second one was audacious as anything, and you know, a greatly worked skill from him. And then from then on, I think that just kind of got him back into the groove. He found himself again and started to progress from there. And I think Houston again. I think that there were some shades of the previous matchup where he lost that 3-goal advantage, and I don't know, it just kind of got away from him at that point.
There was another round 2 match because of the technical issue earlier on, meant that we were waiting for the Dufty Ice Vogel game. The Kingfisher, unfortunately, not able to fly out of the water and get his rewards before he goes back in again, losing 8-5 over 2 legs against Dufty. What do we know about Dufty and in terms of his confidence going through to play Nicholas now?
Again, another one of these players, you know, we talk about Yago, this Argentine that's come out of nowhere. You know, you look at the Swiss players as such, any Switzerland kind of FIFA pro you're looking at is a player called Lubo, who plays for FC Basel, who, you know, coming into this tournament, I messaged him, I was like, who is this Dufty like? Is he new? He's a young player, he's played in a lot of tournaments in Switzerland. Now he's on the big stage here in London. He's thriving off it. He's playing so well.
Yeah. Well, listen, gentlemen. Trout, Brennan, stay there at the desk for me because I want to go up to Mike LaBelle to break down that wonder goal, maybe the goal of the tournament, some people were saying. He is with Lottie right now. Lottie, what's going on?
He is indeed, Tom. Well, what's going on, mate, is that we've got some unbelievable games happening right now and some special and magical things happening in them. And Mike, of course, what you do best is breaking down some of those special moments for us. So what have you got on your breakdown board?
So for our first example, we're going to talk about the spectacular. And Mo Aubameyang's been known to create moments. He's done this in Bucharest. He arguably had the goal of the tournament in Bucharest. And we're going to see more of the same. And in this first freeze frame, I want to show you what he sees. So before he pops up this ball, before he gets that bicycle kick, before you see something magical, as you said, he notices that the goalkeeper is off his line. which means I've got a chance to, maybe I'll draw a foul inside the box, outside the box, but if I go with a crazy flick and I get some sort of shot off, it'll allow me to either hit a top corner or maybe even just to go straight over his head because he's off his line, and that's what you're gonna see here. He pops it up, you get the bicycle all in one motion. None of us were ready for it. You heard the crowd erupt. It's definitely good material, and it gives him a lead, and it's almost like you're sending a statement. Like, I'm seeing the game a little bit quicker than you, and that's something that I feel like Mo does such a good job of kind of utilizing his ability to see the pitch a little bit quicker than his opponents. And in the second freeze frame, and we're seeing more crossing, I do want to mention that. And we're going to look at a crossing position that Mo's running into frequently because he's using the 4-2-2 when he's attacking. And it's very similar. You've got two players where you've got your attacking player, he's going to be running into the box, and you've got your goalkeeper. And we're always watching the goalkeeper because in competitive FIFA, you can move the goalkeeper, and every single professional player is moving that goalkeeper. So what Mo's going to do is he's going to whip in a cross where he's putting the ball in between the goalkeeper and the attacking player. Therefore, he's going to force basically his opposition here with FIFA Houston. You're either going to move the goalkeeper or you're not, but the ball's going there, and I'm going to put some pressure on you. And it's something that Mo's done really well, and it's allowing him to score a bunch of goals, plain and simple. He's scoring more goals than the majority of players here, and he did that in Bucharest as well. It's probably his greatest gift is his offensive awareness.
I mean, I just want to ask you, we're seeing a lot of perfect placement shots and high air shots, not many low driven. Why is that right now?
The only pro that I see that uses a low driven constantly is Tex, and it's more used as a mix-up. But you're not seeing as much of the low-driven shot because it doesn't fit the meta quite as easily with the time finishing. You can get those finesse shots off from almost anywhere. And also low-drivens are primarily used from within the box. Inside the box, then you're going to see more of the low-drivens.
I mean, we're seeing a lot of stuff outside the box. It's getting a bit crazy out there. And speaking of that, let's take a look now at some of the highlights from the other games that we have also been going on apart from the main stage. Now, first up, we've got Ice Vogel versus Dufty. And just to remind you guys, this is actually a round behind because in the bracket we've had some technical difficulties, but nonetheless, still an incredible game. We're seeing a lot of stuff here from Dufty. He was looking phenomenal in this game, especially towards the second leg. But we see Pele here with an unbelievable screamer coming in from the corner there, running it in, looking fantastic. I mean, Mike, his second leg, he just wasn't letting Ice Vogel in. I mean, looking at him as a player right now, is he the one to beat?
I don't know if I'd go as far as saying the one to beat, but definitely one to watch. Nobody was talking about Duffy prior to this tournament. He's from Switzerland. He's representing a country that's not typically represented well at tournaments. So I'd like to see him go really far, and it's a good way to kind of put your country on the map.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our second game then that we saw as well. DrErhano versus NYC Chris. Now, in the first leg, we had a ridiculously crazy goal here. I mean, not the best. It's probably not the one we want to see. Not very good looking goal. But it went from the ridiculous to the sublime. Coming in here, looking phenomenal with the form. And again, that sort of perfect placement we were talking about earlier, Mike. You know, outside the box right now seems to be the place they want to score from.
It's easy for a lot of these pros that have spent so much time with the game already to activate or to master the meta and really showcase how to use the finesse shot and the time finishing from outside the box. And in this year's game, it's just hard to get inside the box. It takes a lot of extra work. And if you get a small angle, a small gap, as you're seeing with a lot of the time finishing, you're able to create a little bit of space and you can score. You can challenge the goalkeeper, or you can catch the goalkeeper maybe slipping because the defending team, the guy will move the goalkeeper left and right, and he shifts. If you catch him off guard, you've got a good opportunity to maybe score from 30, 40 yards consistently.
Now, that one ended 5-3 to NYC Chris. And we're going to move on to our last game that we were watching upstairs as well. It's Yago versus Torre. I mean, looking at both these guys, it was difficult. I mean, I'm going to look at this now because we had an incident here. You've got to be so careful when you do get into that box, like you were talking about before. There's no room for error here because that's going to cause some problems later in the game, potentially in the second leg too. You want to take that goal, I mean, it's going to hurt you in going into the rest of the tournament, and in that match, you could be dropping out of the entire competition just because you managed to create a foul that maybe you shouldn't have been taking in the first place.
I mean, it's easier said than done, but you can't be reckless in the box, plain and simple.
I mean, it can't happen. It can't happen at all. Is that something we haven't seen many box fouls because, plain and simple, they're shooting outside of the box, and it's exactly what you said. But do you rate a goal from inside the box, a well-worked goal, maybe from a corner or a throw?
I like to see goals that look different, but at the end of the day, it's all about capitalizing where your opponent's making mistakes. If I'm playing in this tournament, I don't care how I'm scoring as long as I'm scoring.
It's true. Just try not to make the mistakes, guys. That's exactly how you do it. Mike, thank you so much for the breakdown. Awesome stuff as usual. Tom, let's start the next one.
Thank you very much. How about this? Mike LaBelle, are you watching this? How about this for a turn in the box? Yeah? You like that? No? He's not even responded. OK, fair enough. So, gentlemen, Brandon, Trout, we go on to our next matchup, which we're looking forward to here. Stefano Pina versus NYC Chris in the quarterfinals. Talk to me about these two guys, maybe their history getting through here to this tournament today, but also the fact of previous games. And Dr. Erhano, one of them against Stefano Pina earlier on today.
Yeah, definitely. I think Stefano Pina, the best player on paper, from results last year. He was like the finalist against MS Dasari in London at the FIFA E World Cup. And then you're playing against, another tough opponent, which New York City Chris didn't have the best of FIFAs last year. Before that was dominating the scene, but it's fantastic to see him back this early on in FIFA 19. And, he's got Marcus Gomes behind him from Australia, teammates under that City Group banner. And that's going to be a great game in itself.
OK, and Trout, Stefano Pina, does he have more pressure, would you think, because of his history, of what he's achieved so far, going against NYC Chris? Who do you think has the edge going into that quarterfinal?
With Chris, I think he's played well, but I feel like he's not performing as well as I know he can do. I think I've seen moments in his gameplay where, he's not looked like he's in trouble, but he hasn't been making the best decisions. Like, he's been giving away the ball. And admittedly, nothing has really come from that. He's had a few difficult matches. I think it was Pro Hunter. He was 4-0 up, and then all of a sudden he brought it back to 4-all. You shouldn't be doing that at 4-0. Like, I know Pro Hunter's probably playing more aggressive game, and he's going for it. He's changed his tactics up, and it's clearly working. And he's feeling the moment. But you should be killing off games.
He's an emotional player. A lot of FIFA players, they're either very cool and calm. If it's not going well for Chris, I've seen him last weekend when a game was going well, he was just laughing and joking to himself. And other times he's a little bit angry now and then, but...
He's in a quarterfinal right now. Yeah, emotions will be high for NYC Chris. He's taking on Stefano Pina. That is our next match. We'll have a break right now, probably change a couple of these desk analysts. When we come back, we'll have all the action for you.
Bienvenidos a todos, señoras y señores. No se despisten que empieza lo bueno.
For the players.
How about that? Love that. The new Footmas coming through, new icons, 3 times SBC, Rashford, Vass and Dumbier. That's some big news right there on set. Mike LaBelle, did you not like the turn, by the way?
I feel like he's sitting above us. I don't like it. Yeah, how do we put our... Yeah, there, that's what I'm talking about. Now we're
back in your place.
Yeah.
Thank you. So what do you think about those 3?
We're all on the same height now. I just want you guys to know that that's really...
Actually, this is a lot better for my back. I enjoy this. So, gentlemen, what do you think of that? Footmas, those 3 players potentially there for people to pick up. What can they do? What can they add to your ultimate team?
Well, 2 of them, definitely some pace. You've got Dumbier and you've got Rashford. I mean, there's a lot of pace behind those 2. Very interesting, that Rashford foot item. I think he'll be in a lot of teams through the weekend league. maybe starting on that left-hand side, maybe super sub coming on as well. But that Vascard, I think he's a little bit of a sort of hidden gem there.
We'll see. I'm definitely a festive person. This is my favorite time of the year in terms of what's happening.
Seeing your jumper. It's almost Christmas.
Well, I mean, I should have put on maybe something red, you know, get a little red, green, ugly sweater would be good to go. But this is one of my favorite times of the year, basically, is what I'm saying. Especially with FIFA Ultimate Team, they've released all sorts of different SBCs and items you can unlock, and you put them into the squad. And even later on in the year, you know, a lot of times these cards aren't re-released, so this is the time to grab them.
Time to nab them now. Okay, so we're looking at that quarterfinal. Stefano Pina taking on NYC Chris. What do we need to know from your perspective, gentlemen, about this quarterfinal?
Well, New York City Chris, we're always waiting to have one of those runs at a tournament. He's kind of come short for, you know, FIFA 18 wasn't the greatest of years for him. FIFA 19 didn't have the greatest start to the year, but he's always been in and around. He's always been able to produce these results when he's needed to. And all of a sudden, you can see the momentum's building behind him. He's getting through round by round, and he's starting to look pretty good. But the problem is, you're starting to come up against the upper echelons of the PlayStation 4 now. You've got Stefano Pina. We saw what he did back in Bucharest. He won the PlayStation side of things there. So he's got that sort of acumen where if Chris wins this one, then you have to talk about Chris' potential tournament winner.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's important how you start, but it's more important how you finish. And obviously, over 2 legs, that we've seen a few tactics coming in, but simply score more goals than your opposition.
You can put your chair up now.
Is that all right?
Yeah,
I feel like I was
distracting now. Thank you. Come back.
Okay, right. Well, you came over here to the desk. I should have been a bit more like, this is my house. I'll tell you the rules of it, and you need a coaster for that drink. But I'm not. I'm more polite and more impartial. But listen, Stefano Pina, what do we know about him? What do we need to know about the PSV man?
I've got you on the breakdown. So we have with Stefano, who's more of your structured player, not going to miss any of his opportunities, very clinical. He's just good at controlling games. You're going to see matches sometimes where he even has 65 to 70% possession, which in FIFA 19 is unheard of. Now, on the other end, you have Chris, who's a little more wild. He's going to put a lot of pressure on you. He's ready to score a bunch of goals. A high-scoring match is going to benefit him. A lot of offense benefits him. A slower game would benefit Stefano. And I think, like you were saying with Chris, what's missing is maybe just that mental hurdle. He's been right there.
Yeah,
ability has never been an issue with Chris. He's always had world-class ability. And that's hard for me saying as a Red Bulls guy, but he's always had world-class ability on the virtual pitch, and it's just been a matter of him getting past just that little hump, and this is definitely a test for him. Stefano was the world champ last year on the PlayStation side. He just came off being in the finals in Bucharest, so it's make it or break it.
Hey, I tell you what, being a New York Red Bulls fan, you must have loved it in the days of Henry, Bradley Wright Phillips. That must have been they were the glory days.
Still have Bradley Wright Phillips.
I know, but it's still that partnership together.
It's definitely a good look. I'm not complaining.
Okay, well, listen, NYC fans, I'm sure, will be cheering on Chris. He needs confidence. He knows he's got ability. What would you say to him right now before he goes into this quarterfinal? How do you give him a shot of confidence?
Don't get too down on yourself, to be honest with you. Chris is quite an emotional player. You know, you'll see him when he scores goals, he gets really hyped, and he really kind of gets carried away with the game. But just relax, just play it like any other game. You know, imagine you're playing a weekend league game. I know the pressures are kind of difficult to ignore sometimes when you're in the big stage. You've got people here in the arena watching you. You've got, you know, thousands of people watching at home. But it's just a game of FIFA 19. I think that's where Chris can get inside his own head a little bit when he does go behind in the game. So just stay calm, stay composed. And we've got 2 legs to play here, so just see it the whole way through.
Yeah, indeed. I asked you to answer because I think it's a really valuable question and answer for people watching at home. Listen, this is our penultimate game. What do you want to see in our final game of the day? That is the question on our Twitter, @Gfinity. You've got 2 options. It's a 50-50. You decide. Lord Horf versus Mo Amber, or B, is it Joksan versus Yago? Those are the options. Let us know. You vote for it. And then, obviously, we will put it on as our last game of the day. Well, listen, gentlemen, I didn't even ask for a prediction because I don't want to put you on the spot with this. I just want to get to the game. Over there, Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley. Gentlemen, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you reckon is going to take this?
I can't believe you do that to me. I'm going to let the FIFA do the talking. I'm not one for predictions. So, what are you thinking, Tom? You never give a prediction.
I feel like from seeing on Spring Cup, NYC Chris, I know he's up against it, but if he listens to Onset's advice and has that bit of confidence, I reckon he could do it today.
There you go. Well, here we go then. We've got another big game in front of us now. It's going to be, of course, Stefano Pina, the runner-up at the grand final last year in London. The best PlayStation player on paper. We're saying, of course, you know, you're looking at Nicholas as well and some other big names on that PS side. But, you know, he got to the final. He got there to the end, Richard. Up against New York City Chris, who, as we said, had a great start in FIFA 18, was in that Barcelona event, the first major of the year. That, of course, DH Tech's became that 0 to hero. And then after that, kind of just didn't really perform anywhere else, New York City Chris. FIFA 17, though.
You're a different animal.
He was.
but he was always the nearly man. I had a line about him. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. That was the line.
I always remember that, Richard.
And he just never really got over that final hurdle. He was always at the finals. He always made it through to his console semi-finals, console finals. He just never got over that last hump to become a champion.
But
Is
he's a
this
fantastic
going to be his
player.
breakout
Yeah, he's a
day?
fantastic FIFA player, and you know, we were looking at. I think he's obviously his esports manager Will Bibbers was breaking down like how busy. You know, you're looking at the EMLS. These guys have got EMLS as well. New York City Chris. He's got all these all these tournaments as well as part of the global series and the EMLS, which we know have got back-to-back events. This guy is safe to say he is back performing at the level he knows. And to be honest, this is the first we've seen him go in a tournament as of yet.
Yeah, I would say this is the best that I've probably seen him play personally for probably ever, having the opportunity to commentate him. We came in, me and you, Brandon, towards the back end of FIFA 17, so we didn't really see him at his height in FIFA 17. But right now, I think this is the best Chris that we've seen. We've had the opportunity to commentate over in FIFA. Good performance in the group stages. I believe
just looking at his stats here, won 4 games, lost 3 games, scored and conceded the exact same, scored 30, conceded 30, had to start in the losers bracket today against X-Blue, a fellow American there, won 3-2 there, then came up against Bro Hunter, the German, won that 4-2, then had to play DrErhano, of all people.
It's been a tough ride to get to this stage, but here he is against Stefano Pina, who's had a fantastic FIFA 19.
Fantastic. He didn't make that first FUT Champions Cup. Did Stefano Pina as he comes in with a shot early there. However, was at that LQE last week, and of course went all the way to the final up against F2 Texan. He may have lost that, but he got himself 850 global series points and put himself in great contention up there in the top 10 on the PlayStation side of things.
Yeah, he started this year, FIFA 19, exactly where he finished FIFA 18, on top of the PlayStation 4 side of things.
And now he's in for a 2-legged game to decide whether he will get into Championship Sunday, as we like to call it. There's 4 players already there from the Xbox side of things. Those players are F2 Tex, PSG Dax, and the 2 Saudi Arabians in the Royal and MS Dasari.
Important to point out as well, at this stage, the loser bracket is over. If you lose this game, you're out. Don't matter if you're from the winners bracket or from the losers bracket. Quarterfinals or bust from this point on.
Of course, looking at Stefano Pina's run today, though in general in the tournament, went 6-1 in the group, which still wasn't good enough to get him a top seed because Nicholas went 7-0. The only player to do that in the tournament. Came through today, Richard, played against Pro Hunter, won that 5-4, then played against DrErhano, the top seed from Group A, won that game, 4-2. And then, of course, jumped all the way through to this game now. And he'll have his coach behind him there, Romo Abdi. Former PSV esporter, as they call it out in Holland, a professional FIFA player, now a coach, and he's really helped him as well.
Yeah, as he's brought him on a lot, he's improved the confidence in which he plays. The way that he just manages games is a lot better. Now he's got that voice behind him, that voice of reason almost, that calming voice behind him. And that's what Chris has got as well, with his City teammate.
Which is fantastic as well. We saw the early example of Jesper Pilm, obviously professional FIFA player there, was a coach of Marcuso last year. Went out in the groups, on Thursday. Came along, coached Agge in his game, although he went out to Ice Vogel. Fantastic to see. Marcus Gomes, what a tournament he had. You know, you look back to that first FUT Champions Cup, the penalties, the penalty shootout against Pro Romans, that game there. We'll come on to it after this attack. Back to goal now, heel till. This is Cristiano Ronaldo off the post and in. And speaking of that duo, New York City Chris, and behind him Marcus Gomes. I'm sure he'll be hyped up after that one.
Really good short free kick from Chris. He worked the ball nicely into CR7, heel to heel flick away from Rio Ferdinand. And Mike was talking about it earlier on the breakdown board, that low-driven shot. He'd only seen a couple of players utilising it this year, coming out perfectly there, canning it off the post.
And exactly, Rich, where do you use it? In the box, that low-driven.
Yeah, we saw Megabit use it on the edge of the box and use that rising shot into the top corner, but that low-driven, a lot of people expecting the near-post finesse. You can catch your opponent out. That's a very rash tackle. He's actually already had a red card. Has New York City Chris in the knockout stage. He got Pele sent off in the 3rd round, I believe. 2 yellow cards, and Patrick Vieira going into the book there.
And we saw as well earlier, Ice Vogel, so he got that red card as well. Yes, he's not in the competition anymore, but it just shows 1 of 10 men. Sometimes you can still pull through. That's a free header there, and Cristiano Ronaldo would be wanting to do so much better there for Stefano Pina.
Yeah, just to mention about this City group, what a fantastic job they are doing at the minute. Lots of different players, lots of different clubs, all under one banner.
And recently just announcing the sign of Shells at Manchester City. The UK PS4 player there. On the other side of that, PSV, what a roster they have got.
Yeah, great depth.
Ali Rizarregan.
To that roster, good talent spread throughout. Can't find a weak link.
You can't. However, Stefano Pina 1-0 down. If you have just joined. Still got one more round of games after this one, and then that will conclude the PlayStation day of action. Players will go back and sleep, the ones that are through, and come back tomorrow for the big deadline day, you would say, where the prize money's up for grabs, the points are up for grabs. Who will be, you know, setting themselves up in those rankings in a better position.
Quite interesting as well, with the PlayStation playing on different days to the Xbox. The PlayStation pretty much rolling back-to-back days. I wonder if the Xbox players coming into Sunday, they've had a full day off, full day to calm themselves back down. The blood pressure's going to go down. They're not going to be as hyped. Are we going to see a slower start potentially from the Xbox side of things than the PlayStation? These are questions all coming in to Sunday that will be addressed.
Okay, some players like to, you know, we saw yesterday when it was Xbox, players like Nicholas was going around London enjoying the sights, of course, which is one of the perks you do get with, you know, competing in these events, getting to see different places around the world. And you know, no Tex here today. He'll be taking that day off, and I'm sure a number of the Xbox guys will be relaxing as well. No MS Dasari around. He's relaxing, ready for his big day tomorrow. 1-0 down. Stefano Pina on the attack on the edge of the box. Will play to Cruyff, back into R9 with a shot, just wide. Fantastic effort from him.
Yeah, good play to get into that position, and then a couple of centimetres past the post from Stefano Pina. Good opportunities though. Chris pretty much only had that one opportunity so far in the game, coming from the free kick, which he did score from.
Rifled home, didn't he? Posting in. Overlapping run, done so well. Alexandro bombing on there. Maldini just about doing enough to clear it.
Chris will create a lot of chances, but he's so clinical when he does. I remember watching him a game, it was the Barcelona, the round of 16 matches. It was Timo versus New York City Chris. And I've never really seen Timo get beat as comfortably as Chris beat him. I remember that tournament very well. I remember standing behind Chris, and it just seemed so easy for him. And Timo's one of the best players in the world on the PlayStation 4 side of things, and Chris made it look like he was playing a weekend league game.
And what a month, you know, New York City Chris had last month in November. I think he finished #1 in the world on the weekend league. Here he comes. Oh, keeper was moved slightly. Stefano Pina. Time to perfection from Pele. Not too sure what the keeper was doing, but it was a fantastic finish anyway. The finesse was on point.
As long as it's one target, it'll go in. That's a mistake from Chris. The goalkeeper, just look at the replay here. Where's he going? He's gave him all that side of the net. I think you were expecting the pass inside and then the first time finesse into the opposite corner. But he saw the goalkeeper movement. Good reactions from Stefano Pina.
Really good finish as well. Really good finish as well. The angle, the timing, the power in that shot to level this game up. But the point I was trying to say was Chris has had an insane last month. Qualified for every single event that had online qualifiers in November. You know, looking ahead to those January events, and as we said, finished #1 in the world. Playing some fantastic FIFA! Wow, I thought that was going to just dip into the top-hand corner there.
Just past the post from New York City Chris. But again, the goalkeeper movement causing a mistake from a player. We've seen it all weekend long for the past 3 weekends. Goals are going in because people moving the goalkeeper, being a little bit, almost just not thinking about it 100%.
I have to say as well,
like, goals.
You know, last weekend and the weekend before that, we saw so many like time finesses on the games that we've been commentating on. I haven't seen loads. I've seen quite a few, but if anything, I've seen more headers this weekend. Vieira, try and force that one through.
Offside.
Just offside there. But no, you know what I mean? I've seen a few low drivens, I've seen headers, I've seen a variety of goals.
Yeah, you've seen a more variety of goals.
Compared to, you know, what we saw last weekend, you have to say. Whether it's players just reading what was already in the game and what a lot of players were looking to do. You saw how the Royal changed his game up massively and was at times, you know, playing for the headers there. And
yeah, the Royal, the goal that he scored, the third goal to seal the game against Megabit. If he doesn't play that ball in the air, the goalkeeper movement can come out.
Johan Cruyff.
Because he played it in the air and dinked it into him, it's a lot more less. You're just less likely to move the goalkeeper. It's as simple as that. And I think that was the reason he did dink it over the top. New York City Chris at half-time. 61% possession to Stefano Pina. 4 shots, 1 on target. Chris, not registered a shot on target, but he has scored a goal in off the
saw that
post.
as well. Apparently shot accuracy 0 because obviously the shot hit the post in that first half there.
Used to be a thing when you were playing against your mates. You're not even got it on target and you hit the post.
Well, I hit the post, but clearly, obviously, that's not the target. Here we go, into the second half. Only 2 shots for New York City Chris. You have to say on paper, on the stats, Stefano Pina. It's been all him. But the scoreline says different.
Chris just needs to get a hold of the ball a little bit. He got dominated in terms of possession in that first half. Pina likes to control the ball, likes to dictate the pace of the game. But Chris is clinical, as I said.
There's that finesse.
Wins himself a corner.
It will go there. Player Eusebio stepping over this one. Pele to whip it in. Cristiano Ronaldo was there as far as the edge of the box for Erhano. I doubt he's going to be having a shot. Maldini said, you know what, I'll fancy a finesse, but fortunately, don't think he's going to be finishing that one.
We've had the opportunity to watch Chris for probably about a year and a half now in competitive FIFA, and it almost seems as though, would you say he's mellowed a little bit? He seems to be a lot more calmer individual than what we first saw when he came onto the scene. I think that's just through experience, through LAN experience. But he does seem to have mellowed.
I do remember in FIFA 17 though, like the heartbreak. Although he was getting to these finals, and it's a fantastic achievement in itself. Like he just couldn't, as you said, Richard, he just couldn't like get over the line at times. A fantastic FIFA player.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just like a heartbreak for him. Where he was getting to, like, I remember like the Club World Cup even back in London.
You could have wrote a Shakespearean tragedy about Chris's 2017 FIFA experience.
It was just so tough for him. Then he came back, as I said, into FIFA 18, started really well. Then kind of just dropped off as the year went on. People adapt differently to this game cycle. People will start qualifying for tournaments next year. Some people would have played their best tournaments this year. That's just how competitive FIFA goes sometimes.
The thing is, when you lose a tournament, when you lose a couple of knockout games in a row, it almost
starts to play on your mind. It starts to play on your mind.
Am I going to be able to get into another final? Am I ever going to get into a latter stage of a competition again? And for Chris, I think this is a big, almost milestone for him, that he can play at this level, that he can play with the European giants.
Pull it to Pele. This is Stefano Pina on the ball, went for heel to try and open up a pocket of space and loses out on possession.
For a switch of the play.
As we say, whoever wins this two-legged game can guarantee themselves in the last 4 of the competition a jump up in prize pool, a jump up in global series points.
And they can sleep easy tonight knowing that they're coming back
that's
tomorrow.
A little mistake there. Look at the time. Oh no, Ronaldo! What a save!
That's much better goal kick movement.
No.
It didn't make a drastic move left or right. It just kept him central. We've seen that's probably the best way to do it. Just keep him quite neutral in the goal, and then he can move. If you're moving him all the way to the left, you're opening up all that space to your opponent.
Wants to come in here. It's played short.
Maldini again.
Cruyff. Out to Maldini. Maldini, I don't think he'll be hitting that one. Back to Hullet again. Vieira. Well done in the tight area as well, that he's been able to try and create. Saved by David Gea. Out it goes again. The pressure from Stefano Pina here. It's fantastic.
Relentless pressure right now from Pina.
You can see as well on the face cam. Ice cold. The composure from him is fantastic.
Finesse.
He's waiting for that finesse, and there we go. It's going to be
easy day's work there for De Gea. Chris just moving him across, covering the finesse. Just needs to get a foot on the ball, does Chris. Again, he's losing out on possession. He can't keep hold of the ball. Every time he gets it, Pina pressing high up the pitch, winning it back, and it's coming straight back at him.
And if anything, after that experience from F2 Tex last weekend, he'll be putting that pressing element into his game, because that press from Tex is so hard to play against. Here we go, there's that finesse, and there's the goal that's been coming for Stefano Pina.
And it's all come about from Pina stealing the ball.
Pressure.
In Chris's defensive third. He's sprinted probably, he's won it 20 yards away from the goal. If you're winning it there, you've only got 20 yards to make. If you're winning it in the midfield, you've got so many more yards to make. And
he probably hasn't let go of that R2 button. Just literally change player, sprint. And we're actually looking at the team of Stefano Pina here. Of course, it was New York City Chris that did cue the pause, so we can't see what he's going to do. I'm sure that Pina might have a look at what he's doing.
Eusebio coming on and Ronaldinho
coming on. There's any changes here when he clicks that button. At the moment, still 4-2-3-1.
Yeah, a couple of changes for Pina, Ronaldinho and Eusebio.
You can see the subs as well for New York City Chris.
Yeah, Messi, Ronaldinho, Cruyff. For Ballack on there as well. Getting straight back into the game. Couple of changes for both sides.
You know, of course, you guys can join the conversation at home. Who do you think is going to win the tournament? Who's been the surprise? Who's been playing good FIFA? Hashtag Gfinity FIFA, hashtag FIFA World Cup. There you go, there's the change. Stefano Pina's made one as well. Can there be a goal back? At least we'll get a chance. We say, Richard, always get one more chance.
Well, there's plenty of time left. We're not in do-or-die situations. Like, we've got another leg.
We've seen what Aubameyang could do against Houston with those.
The overall performance hasn't been great from Chris. That's what's worrying me more. It's not the scoreline, it's the performance. You can get lucky over one leg, you can't get lucky really over two legs. That's why we play a two-leg format, so the best player goes through.
Cruyff for cross, surely Eusebio! He only needed one chance, Richard. It might even go as far as saying the third shot in the game that Chris has had, but what's going on here?
Goalkeeper expected the finesse, moved across.
Where's the left back?
Yeah, a lot of questions.
Ronaldo's kind of had to drop back there. He's saying, well, that's not my job there. Eusebio in all the time in the world.
Alexandro's going on holiday. On that occasion, Eusebio fires it in from close range. Now we're talking about Chris not having a great performance in this leg. If he can go into the second leg with a 2-2 draw, things are only going to get better for him.
Of course, by his own account, he knows how to try and create a few more chances. You know, on paper, he hasn't had that much to work with. Pina's had a lot of possession. He's had a lot of chances. The press has been there. Edge of the box for Vieira. He's going to try and tee up a finesse. Or not. Great dribbling there by Eusebio, that icon. Waiting, teeing up the right move, and there's the finesse, and there's the goal once again. Patience is key.
Yeah, good play in and around the box, close control, didn't rush anything, just kept it moving. From left to right, a lot of left stick dribbling, just trying to create a little bit of movement. You can see it.
You have to appreciate it. You have to appreciate what these guys do.
With Ronaldinho, and then just a sideways pass. And then finessed into the top left corner. That's the goal we've seen time and time again this weekend. For the past 3 weekends. And Eusebio slotting it into the top corner, giving Stefano Pina the lead once again in this game. Back and forth like a seesaw. And it swings Pina's way.
Now it's Chris's job to get himself a goal back. As he plays out to Cruyff into Erhano. Basic fake. Can he play the one more? Could we be all square?
Oh,
no! He's Vieira of all people to be in those situations.
He timed it in red. He got a red time.
I don't even know if he's going to take the finesse, or it looked just like a power shot, and then it was red, as you said. Richard scuffed his lines. And people say, why don't you shoot with Vieira? Why don't you do this around the edge of the box? That was inside the box. And he scuffed his lines completely, and if he goes to concedes now, you've got to feel sorry for him.
And that win as well, because Chris had moved the goalkeeper, expected a finesse, and he near posted it. Chris going to counter-attack again. Look at Johan Cruyff making a run through the middle.
He's found it. Cruyff. Eusebio's out wide. Is he onside? Yes, he is. Heel to heel. Ball across. Look at the time. Oh, Cruyff was there.
Fantastic defending from Kyle Walker. Getting in. Stuck in. Getting his hands dirty and doing the defensive work. Pina
press
just
there.
happy
Now
to keep hold of the ball.
6 players forward trying to press this ball back.
Never beaten Ronaldo in the air though. It's a safe ball.
Oh, one more attack. Pina. He's going to be around the right side of his man now. Eusebio. Oh no.
Yeah, went for the fake shot down the line and then the cutback. Heavy touch from Pina.
It's complicated it slightly there.
I think this is going to be full time.
I would say, from the way this game has been, I think Pina would definitely deserve maybe to be in the lead here slightly from what we have seen as a neutral. Pina's pressed well, he's had a lot of the possession, he's created a lot of chances. There we go, that's leg one complete, Richard. Pina just in front there, and he should be quite happy with how he's played there.
Yeah, first leg wrapped up, 3-2. Pina does lead at this stage, but I'm going to look at the stats right here on the screen just beneath us as the players do go through. You can see the face cams there. 57% possession from Stefano Pina, 10 shots, 7 on target to Chris's 6 shots and 2 on target. He had 2 shots on target and scored 2 goals. He has to try and get back, just get on the ball. 95% pass accuracy from Stefano Pina with 57% of the ball. Those stats are event-winning worthy. You can see right there, Marcus Gomes getting in, having a word with New York City Chris.
And here are the replays from that game. This was the opening goal, heel to heel. Cristiano Ronaldo posted. This was New York City Chris.
Yeah, he did take the lead, did Chris, and then sort of went a little bit askew from there. Stefano Pina, good bit of play in around the box, into Pele, finesse, mistake.
Slightly as well, and that's one thing we've looked at as well. The goalkeeper movement from Chris has been a little bit inconsistent from him. You know, as you mentioned, he's got away, and you can see there he's made the mistake. He knows himself. He doesn't need us to tell him. This was the other chance, remember, this was a little bit later as well. 70 minutes or just over in this game where Stefano Pina got himself in front at 2-1. Finesse again.
Yeah, 3 finesses, 3 goals from Stefano Pina. Did the job that he needed to do. Chris got back into the game with Eusebio, firing it in at that near post. But it was Stefano Pina who did have the last laugh.
Did as well. You're thinking there, Chris, you're back in this. And then Pina went, no. One more attack is all I need. Ronaldinho into Eusebio. Pretty much exactly the same type of goal. I mentioned as well that we haven't really seen many finesses when we've been commentating. Well, there you go. We've just seen them all. Stefano Pina in front, 3-2 there. The man from PSV, from Holland, from Belgium, but he's playing for the Dutch club. One of the best PlayStation players from last year. Good to see him starting strong again this year as well. And a fantastic first leg there as we approach the latter stages of the tournament in today.
Yeah, really tight game, that one. 3-2 the scoreline. I'll be interested to see what's Chris going to do in the second leg. He's going to try and keep more of the ball. He's going to try and keep better possession to try and just frustrate Pina, bring him out of his game a little bit potentially. When you play against a possession player, it's almost as though you've got to play against them to try and just bring them out of the comfort zone a little bit. Interested to see what Chris can do in that second leg. Will Marcus have a big impact on him?
I'm about to do something that I've actually never been able to do before. It's normally the host that gets to do. I think we've just about to do a Twitch drop for you guys at home. I know you've been watching, hours, you could say, over the last few days. Link your Twitch and EA accounts, of course. I believe rare packs have just been dropped. Rare gold packs, of course. I saw you open a few packs earlier today. I opened a few last night. I think I didn't do great. I opened a 50k pack. Got Mane. I made my money back. Nothing to really cheer about. Best pack this year?
Best pack this year.
I know you've opened a few of them.
I packed Paul Pogba, which is pretty decent. Backstage, I opened 3 50k packs and got Glick. So
that's good.
I mean, is it good? Is it good?
I'm joking. 83 rated, wasn't it?
Yeah, 83 rated.
You're not going to get your money back on that one, are you?
9k reward. Oh. So.
Not great from him.
We move on.
Good luck to you guys as well. If you do get any of those packs or any of the player drops over, of course, this 3-day tournament, which has been fantastically done, of course, by the guys at EA Sports, who have been, putting all these tournaments on all around the world for these guys and giving these guys the opportunity to play professional FIFA as a career, which is insane to think still to this day. But we've still got a second leg in front of us, Richard. Who is going to come out on top?
You can see on your screen there, both players getting ready for this game. We're just on the load-up screen right now. As we do get into it, you can see the view from the audience there. Some big FIFA players in there as well.
You've got coaches, you've got players, you've got...
Joksan just there.
You've got everyone in there.
Next to the main man, rank 10.
As you know, you guys still can come down, I believe. You might be able to purchase tickets for tomorrow for the Championship Sunday, the big one. Tickets are free, I believe, and you can come down to London at the Gfinity Arena, which has hosted so much esports, not just obviously competitive FIFA. And hopefully, over the next few years or the next few game titles, there'll be even more tournaments down here. You can see Stefano Pina there, 3-2 up. To be honest, I don't know what he can really say he's done wrong in that first game, because the finishes were perfect. It was a finesse every time. The press was well. Everything was good from him.
More of the same, if you are Stefano Pina. Keep the possession more. We talked about what Chris needs to do. If you're Stefano Pina, try and get an early goal, kill the momentum of Chris coming into this second leg. Hold the possession as much as possible, frustrate your opponent, and then capitalise. Oh, little voice break there. Capitalise when they do start to push momentum forward, when they go on constant pressure, when they put 3 at the back. That's when the space will open up in behind.
Here we go then. Second leg between the two. Of course, one more round of fixtures after this one. To find out who will be your last 4. Whoever wins this one will be one of your last 4 on PlayStation. They ensure they'll jump up in that prize pot, and that obviously the Global Series ranking points there. I believe if you're jumping up to this, they'll be guaranteed 625 Global Series ranking points, and at least, Richard, $5,000.
Yeah, money for finishing top 4, ranking points for everyone else.
I can assure you now, though, they're not thinking about the money. They're not thinking about the points. Just how am I going to get over this game, and how am I going to get through? Didn't know already, of course, Stefano Pina in that white strip from right to left. New York City Chris trying to defend this one from left to right. He's just gone for a cross all the way over, back over again. Wow.
I'll tell you what,
that is a fantastic goal from Stefano Pina. Richard's clapping next to me. He surprised himself. Ball all the way across to the back post. Headed back over again.
It weren't just the finish, it was a build-up to the play. 4 or 5 passes. He played it pretty much from his own half, through one-touch passes into Johan Cruyff out wide, to the byline, back post cross, nodded back across the box. The wherewithal to press X and head it back across, and then the header.
From Pele as well.
That's twice we've seen Pele score
could
headers.
jump up a little bit higher than Pele. Don't get me wrong, fantastic icon in the game of FUT item, but wow. To have that in your mind, to have that idea of playing over, then back over again to create an opportunity. No one expects that.
An early goal for Stefano Pina could kill the momentum of New York City Chris.
And it's not been a mistake from Chris there. I don't think he can really say anything to that other than, wow.
Fantastic play, yeah.
What a fantastic goal from Stefano Pina.
Now your question, is the nightmares from previous years coming back to Chris? Is he thinking another quarter-final? Or, as he matured, are we going to see a performance to take him through to the semi-finals?
Trying to find Hullet on the edge. The drag backwards, he was still in possession there. And the press there. Vieira, if he can get around it. No, he can't. Johan Cruyff will. Instead, still a long time left in this one. Plenty of time to score 2 goals for New York City Chris, or alternatively, plenty of time to extend that lead for Stefano Pina. But I'm sure we'll be looking to do that. Very dangerous from crosses as well. A lot of players have been, to be honest. Pele, through to Hullet, back to goal, Cristiano Ronaldo. No, he's not fouled at all. There's won the ball, says the referee. As Patrick Vieira runs away, plays it through to Yaseba now, out to Carl Walker on this right-hand side. Twice there, the ball does not fall through to him. Now he's got to defend this one.
Yeah, just looking at the mini-map as well, Pina in no rush to go forward. He's going to look for Cruyff down the line. He's automatically made the run with Johan Cruyff, tapped L1, forced the player to make the run in behind. Just keeping hold of the ball. He's in, like I said, no rush to go forward. He's got a 2-goal cushion. As it stands, he's going through to the semi-final and continuing that fantastic form from last weekend that he showed in Bucharest.
If you didn't know, obviously, what this tournament is for or what it's all about, the FIFA 19 Global Series 6-foot Champions Cup. Throughout the game cycle, really, of FIFA 19, obviously, since the game dropped in September the 1st. Cup was in November, now in December we are. We've still got 4 more to come in 2019, Richard. And
that's a good pass. He's Maldini got the pace.
So much more prize money up for grabs and potential for players to become heroes for their clubs, esports organisations, countries. Here we go, Pele. To Vieira again, Pele, he just feels like he's kind of lost for options. Look, he's got so many people around the edge of the box, which everyone kind of searches for. He has to try and change up. There's that finesse the other way, and then he's forced to have shots from that far out, which, don't get me wrong, sometimes they go in, but on that angle, it was so easy to read.
Yeah, good play from Chris to get into the opportunity. Eusebio on that weak foot, 5-star it is, but got to be a 5-star finish to get past Manuel Neuer from that sort of range. Chris comes forward once again, R9 down the line. Look for that cross into the box.
Played it across. Pele is there, back to Hullet. Hit it, why not? Outside the boot.
It's twice Neuer being forced into a save. The German #1 for the Belgium #1 right now, Stefano Pina. Good ball out wide. Have I just seen Ronaldo get beat in the air?
Wow. I think, was that not Ronaldo against Ronaldo? No?
Ronaldo against Kyle Walker.
Saw Ronaldo again.
Check my pulse.
Just seems a bit forced from Chris, and I don't blame him. You know, he has to try and force this ball through. He has to try and create a chance, but defensively, Pina has been fantastic.
It's a risky switch of play.
And it makes it look so routine. From right back to left back, all the way back over to Kyle Walker again. As we said, Richard, he'll be happy to keep the ball. Threaded through down the line. R9 cannot get around that. Possession changes hands again. The scoreline hasn't changed.
Chris coming forward, down this right-hand side, look for CR7 to try and get onto it.
As we said, elimination game this one. Whoever loses out the competition, whoever wins goes through to the big day tomorrow, that last 4. And he'll be waiting for essentially 3 players, because at the moment, Nicholas up against Dufty needs to be played. Maestro's waiting in that quarter-final for one of those 2, and then it'll either be one of those 3 joining the semi-final against one of these 2 tomorrow. As confusing as that sounds. Lovely ball through. Can he just have a little dink there? Good defending there from Maldini. He had to defend well. Cruyff, ball roll, still in possession, trying to force it through.
Quite fortunate as well there from Chris, because the way that he actually manually tackled with Alexandro. We've seen a few penalties gave this weekend from players tapping circle, tapping B on their preferred console and giving away penalties. Usually just stand up, jockey, second man press. Like Pina there, he's not pressed the button, he's just jockeyed with him and then
waited for the time and then
just nicked the ball off him.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum of 2 minutes.
Need to see more from Chris. We wouldn't be asking these questions on him if we didn't think he could do it. He's got one half. Sure, Marcus Gomes will have a few words as well. Player with a lot of experience from that rest of the world region as well. Here we go. A word from both, I was going to say, sets of for coaches there. Looking at the stats.
See the stats there?
It's better, but...
Yeah, I said he needs to get hold of the possession, and that's exactly what he's done. He's got 91% pass accuracy from 49% of the ball, which is very good. However, he just got unlocked by a fantastic goal from Stefano Pina. I'm sure when the analysts, if Mike gets to break that down a little bit later on, they'll tell us how good that goal actually was. We saw it in real time, but breaking it down, the intricate passing from midfield into the final third, and then the wherewithal just to nod it back across.
It wasn't just any goal. It was an unbelievable goal from Stefano Pina there. But we asked for a better half from Chris. To be fair, you know, the scoreline isn't with him, but you know, the stats-wise, it's been better from him.
It's a better performance.
But you need goals.
Goals win games.
Here we go. 45 in-game minutes, so roughly about 6-7 real-life minutes.
That could have been the chance.
Oh, Eusebio. Just stuck a leg at it. Ball got hit against him, but obviously with the power, just rebounded back into the hands of Pina. Expect a more aggressive second half here from Chris. He has to press more. He has to try and win back this ball. Stefano Pina chips it across. Ferdinand will just hoof it clear now. Needs to keep possession. Well done. Cristiano 2-on-9. It's a heavy ball, a very heavy ball to Pele.
Yeah, he wanted to get the ball going very quickly there. Thought he had a counter-attack on, but just rushed it a fraction in the final third.
Just moving too quickly for him, wasn't it?
Moving a little bit too quickly for his own good.
Cruyff to Vieira, all the way across to Gem.
He looks so composed on the ball, does Stefano Pina. There's got no pressure on him, there's got no rush on him. Looks like he's playing a kickoff game right now. The way that he's just moving the ball about. He's almost playing the predictable pass. He sees the player, just gives it. Nothing too complicated about what he's doing. He's going to look for a short corner here.
As we know, in our final games of the day, I believe we have Joksan up against 9Z Yago, the Argentine there. And then you've got, of course, Lord Horf, the youngster from Denmark. Great to see him doing well in this tournament up against Mo Alba, Werder Bremen. He's had a crazy run in this tournament. And then, as we said, we're waiting to see who will be joining Maestro in that quarterfinal as well, Nicholas or Dufty. Crazy. It's quite a funny story, actually. Dufty, the Swiss player, playing against someone that plays for a Swiss club in Nicholas from FC Basel. Over in this one, seems all Stefano Pina.
This is a quarter-final tie.
It is. And one of these players will be in the big finals tomorrow. The semi-finals, the last four on PlayStation. Need a huge 60 minutes now. He's already lost 15 in this game, Richard, to try and pull it around. You just feel like a goal could ignite Chris again, unless he doesn't concede. Oh, he concedes, unfortunately. Stefano Pina, 3 goals up on aggregate.
With only a third left of the game as well. It's going to have to be a miracle, a Christmas miracle for Chris, if he wants to get back into this game. Again, good play from Stefano Pina. Goalkeeper moving left and right, like he's line dancing. Doesn't know which way he's going.
Just worked him, didn't he? Faked him to go one way, went the other. R9, a routine finesse for him. Is it too tough now for Chris, would you say, Rich?
I don't want to say it is.
No, because we've seen what competitive teams can
unbelievable
provide.
comebacks in 30 minutes. Look at Megabit yesterday. Mo Aubameyang scored 4 goals in 8 minutes.
He just needs a goal to bring him up a little bit. Boost that confidence, Chris.
Just to raise them spirits. Get his head back in the game, because right now he's probably thinking every bad pass, every bad decision going against him. You know, he's an emotional player.
Fantastic. He has been great. Sure, he's well at home. People watching all around the world. There's a lot of support for New York City, Chris. Oh, he's done well there. Cristiano Ronaldo around the right side of his man. Tried to just drag it back. Walker was there. Now he's lost back out to Cristiano. Is he onside?
Yep.
He is. If anything, just trying to hold on to possession there, Stefano.
R9 looking to make a move in behind.
Chris needs it. Needs something. Wouldn't even be surprised to see a change in formation. See a lot of players make a lot of changes. The only change we've really seen from Chris, I think they had one pause and then just at half-time. There's another mistake. It's a tight run there. If he's on, I think he is. I think Maldini just about played him on. R9 all the way across. There we go, Pele, great save.
Yeah, Chris tried playing a ball pretty much last man across his defence. Picked up from Stefano Pina and then didn't manage to capitalise on the mistake, did Pina, wins himself a corner. 19 minutes left on the clock. Chris making changes right now. He cued the pause, and it looks like Pina also making changes. We saw this last week in Bucharest, switching to that 4-5-1. First variation.
Flat formation, obviously. It has got the width if he needs it.
The three centre mids, very close together, good at winning aerial balls, good at tracking back.
And if you're winning, you're not really bothered about them going forward. It's just a case of just stay back and do the job.
It's a little bit of a variation of a 4-3-2-1. If you imagine the left mid and the right mid a little bit tucked back, usually in a 4-3-2-1, they'll be playing left forward and right forward, but they're just sitting next to the three centre mids. And it's quite a compact.
It's like a wall.
Yeah, it's a compact formation. It's good for seeing out games.
Especially around the edge of the box as well, as I'll talk about again and again. We know how deadly these finesses are when you've got three midfielders all
Not only
around.
three midfielders, three units.
Yeah.
I mean, Hullet, Balak and Patrick Vieira getting blocks on it, getting limbs on the ball.
All just sitting around the edge of the box, just making those runs again and again. And, you know, only be controlling one of those, man, and it just be an AI run from the others. As we approach the last quarter.
Penalty.
Oh, no. Oh, no, Chris. I think Chris is just known. It's just not gone well for me, this game. Omri.
It is.
Into the book for him.
Well, inside the blocks, that's the question. Yep.
Oh, no. It's going to be a penalty.
Pina.
This is Stefano Pina. He's even holding the controller up, I think, just ensure there's no way that Chris can see. Of course, there's like a block that just separates them all. Down to the left, save. Oh, no. I think Chris is like, I've saved the ball. Keeper tried to get up on the rebound, through his legs.
It's just not been Chris's day. Unfortunate for him, for the tournament to come to an end like this.
It's a case of scratching his head there. Could I have had a better first leg?
He only lost 3-2. He's not been embarrassed at all. This second leg, just a couple of chances not gone for him. Pina being clinical every time he's had a chance. Stefano Pina moving on to the semi-finals.
Maybe you look at that experience from playing in the Eredivisie, which he does now.
That grand final last year.
Playing the grand final, playing those big tournaments.
There's no bigger pressure than the FIFA Interactive World Cup grand final. And he was there. He was a grand finalist. He made it through to that cross-console final.
There's the box.
People forget that. People come into tournaments and they look on that PS4 side who the favourites are. People forget a little bit about Stefano Pina. This man is arguably the best player.
He's up there.
Not regarding rankings, just in terms of quality over the last 12 months, him and Nicholas.
And you look at that Belgian region, you obviously got Gilles there, the player from Los Cladel, but other than that, you're looking at the best player from Belgium. If you look at rankings, if you want to put it into tournament context. Stefano Pina, last year, second place. Best player on PlayStation. Year before that was Dito. Here he comes again now. All the time in the world for R9. Slows it down, drag back, goes the other way off the post.
Yeah, that would be a really nice finish. That
I don't think he would expect to be in this position where he can stay this calm and have all the time in the world in situations like that. Unfortunately, it will be elimination time for New York City Chris, who's had a fantastic run, we have to say, in this tournament. He's guaranteed himself, at least the points that he wants to. I'm just having a look here at the exact thing. I think it might be 275 or it might be 475. 475. 450 Global Series ranking points there for him. Oh, nice, Stefano Pina. That doesn't breathe the confidence how he's feeling right now. I don't know what will. 6-2 he's up. Unfortunately, it will be the end of the road for New York City Chris here. He's still got the points though. He's still competing in tournaments. He's had a fantastic November at home, online for Champions, online qualifiers. Oh, wow!
That's a good goal.
Give us a smile, Chris. Give us a smile. Heads it off. course he knows it's over. You can't really smile about too much.
It's a remarkable finish.
Incredible finish. Keeper just watched it. Flying to the back of the net.
Big finesse shot. Well, like 35 yards out from Thierry Henry, the king of the finesse. I think it's safe to say.
But it doesn't matter for him. Added time of 3 minutes. And that'll be the first player, as we know, going through to the semi-finals tomorrow. The final four in London.
Starting to establish itself. The first
to
man.
shape up indeed. Stefano Pina, fantastic tournament last weekend. Looks even better this weekend, does he?
He'll be the first man on the list coming back tomorrow on the PlayStation 4.
And looking so good in those rankings as well as he jumps up into that prize pool. Guaranteed $5,000. Maybe even if he loses this game, and there it is. Stefano Pina, congratulations.
6 goals to 3, it wins out. It runs out victory in the end. Good performance from Pina. Again, Pina, one to watch. I don't even think that was the best Stefano Pina performance that we've potentially seen up to this point so far. I think he's got a little bit more to give as well, has Pina. So
if this isn't building up to tomorrow, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think he's got another gear to go in. I think you're 3rd, 4th gear there, cruising. If he can get into his best form coming into tomorrow, which we know, Championship Sunday, in that final day, he does tend to pull it out and bring out a big performance. People should be scared on the PlayStation and on the Xbox, because tell you what, I think he's looking at text thinking, I want a little bit of revenge from last weekend.
I think he is indeed, of course. With his coach there, DrErhano, he's helped him so much there. But commiserations, New York City Chris. He'll be out the competition at that last stage before jumping into the semis. It's going to be Stefano Pina. One more round of games to come. But before we do that, I'm going to throw it back over to the desk with Tom and the guys. Guys, what a fantastic game.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Thank you so much, Brandon and Richard. So here we are, Mike LaBelle, on set. We talked about whether NYC Chris had enough confidence, whether that was in question. Tell you what, Stefano Pina made that look pretty easy, getting enough goals to go through straight into the semi-finals.
Yeah, he did. You know, he is the player to beat at the moment on the PlayStation. Him and Joksan, you're kind of looking at as the two going towards the finals that maybe, you know, when those paths clash, who's going to be the best on the PlayStation. They kind of laid down that marker at the moment. And New York City Chris, again, just can't get over that hump. I'm not sure what it is, you know, what the difference is. He was tied up for quite a lot of that, you know, about 2-2 for that game. And then before you know it, his head starts going and goes behind. And you can see the same reoccurring problem that he seems to have. When he goes behind in those games, just can't find that resolve to kind of get back into them before he knows it slipped away.
So let's have a look at the big moments, Mike, and talk us through some of them that are on the screen right now. It just seemed like Stefano just has that way of getting the goals. When he was 4-1 down back in round 1 against Pro Hunter, that's the difference between the top guys. I mean, to play it back from Hullet straight into CER7 and bam, a goal. I believe that was Pele that scored that one.
He's looking for sure things. Plain and simple, you make that extra pass. You've got a maybe situation when you're out there on the wing. If you get it back to the middle, it's going to turn into an automatic finish. And that's what you're looking for at the pro level. And we almost see a bit of a 360 turn there, but from inside the box, time finish, top corner is the best corner. And at that point, Chris knows the game's over. And he's right on the cuff. And I'm going to play devil's advocate to what Mark was saying here. You know, either he's right on the cuff or he's just getting beat by guys that are just a little bit better than him. So maybe he's, you know, maybe it isn't a mental thing for him in some of these areas. He's just getting that matchup that's unfortunate. I would have loved to see Chris with a different opponent, because I do feel that Stefano and like you were saying with Joksan have been the two main guys on the PlayStation side in terms of consistency so far in FIFA 19.
Saves the penalty, but unfortunately Ronaldinho says, yeah, all right, I scored the second one. And that's just unfortunate when that sort of thing happens in FIFA. And then, sublime finish there, yeah. Takes that on board, Stefano Pina, yeah, okay, that was a good goal.
It was a good finish. There's not much you can do about those, is there? When you
that was a good
finesses from distance, but I mean, you kind of feel for Chris because he keeps falling at this hurdle and you kind of want to see him succeed. You know, I know he's got a lot of fans back home in the States and everyone wants to see him succeed. He's such a nice guy, you know, away from the stage. And it's disappointing from him, but, you know, Stefano Pina just keeps finding this consistency that you touched upon. And being consistent in FIFA 19 is so difficult to do, but we're seeing more and more players find a way to be consistent on both consoles. And you really are starting to see sort of a top 4 to 6 kind of separating themselves a little bit from the rest of the pack.
Nice guy has apparently finished last, though, unfortunately. Does he need a little bit more of a ruthless streak about him, would you say?
I think it's a will to win. Like, we've seen Stefano get a lot of ugly W's.
Yeah.
Games where you're like, he's not playing that well. Or I think he looks beatable today. And somehow he gets the job done, and that's what we got to keep on repeat. The reason you're seeing the same faces is because they're figuring out a way, no matter the matchup, no matter if the game's going against them, they're playing well, they're not playing up to a certain standard, they're still able to get the win.
Yeah, well, listen, guys, it's December. It's the FUT 19 Champions Cup. We already have our first PS4 guy into the semi-finals. His name is Stefano Pino, and he's up with Lottie right now.
He is indeed, and a semi-finalist you are. I mean, incredible stuff coming in from you. I feel like for your gameplay and the way that you are, you know, showing everybody what you can do, that consistency is key for you. You know, you are our previous PS4 champ at the E-World Cup, looking good coming in as well this season. I mean, how do you think you are personally doing against this high level of competition that we are seeing through all events?
Yes, I'm not playing the best of my gameplay, so but yeah, I win, so that's the most important thing. Yes, that's I'm happy with how I play sometimes not, but at the end, if you win, it's all good, so yes.
That's true, a win is a win. What can you do now and next, going into tomorrow, to step up your level of gameplay and maybe, you know, show us exactly what you can deliver to these really important events?
Yeah, tomorrow's in the semi-final. It's yeah, tough games. I need to step up my level, my gameplay, but yeah, I think I can do it. I played in Bucharest really good, so why not in London?
Exactly, I love that. Exactly, why not here? My last question to you, sir, is, of course, we've got some incredible people and we're still waiting to see who else goes through to the competition tomorrow. But if you could face somebody going into tomorrow in the semi-final, who would you want to face?
Yeah, it's a lot of great players like Nicolas, Maestro. Yeah, I played Nicolas a lot. Maybe Maestro. I think I will play against Maestro. Why not?
Amazing. Well, there you go. That's the man himself into the semi-finals tomorrow. I cannot wait to see what you have in store for us. Thomas, back to you.
Thank you very much. From the touchscreen, just come on down here. Thank you very much. Join us because Mike LaBelle and Onset are here. So, right, gentlemen, there it is, done, dusted. He is the first guy in the semi-final and definitely the man to beat. Will Maestro or Nicolas be joining him? Time will tell on that one. Now, we did have some other games going on, so we can now give you those highlights from those matches and mainly looking towards Nicolas versus Dufty. 8-5 this game finished in the end. And what did you take from the game?
I mean, we got both players scoring goals, which makes me happy.
And as long as Mike LaBelle's happy.
Top tier analysis from Mike there. That's why we pay you.
MLB, he's happy.
Hey, I just like being involved.
Would you rather watch a 1-0 or do you want to see an 8-5?
No, you're right. It was a high-scoring affair, and you know, Nicolas was under pressure a lot of the time here. Obviously going to the lead at this point, and he did take a lead almost into that second leg. But I mean, I wanted to sort of touch upon going back to day one on the Xbox side of things, on the PlayStation side of things, sorry, and looking at those groups, we had some real big upsets and players going out. Even though we had those players going out early, there were some names in there that maybe we weren't expecting to make it out, groups that did make it through. Now that we're getting towards the end of the PlayStation bracket, we are seeing those names that we expected to make it into that sort of top four, those semi-finals, still involved in the tournament. And I think that's really interesting because it obviously shows that there is that kind of that separation, as I've mentioned before, still happening between those top players and the rest of the pack. The rest of the pack sort of find out to have the right to challenge these players who are kind of establishing themselves at the moment. And I think the further and the more tournaments we go on, I'll be interested to see if there's anyone who can upset that status quo a little bit.
Yeah, upset the rhythm, and that's what they seem to get into on set, Mike, is a rhythm, and they find a way of grinding out a result when they need to. We saw that with Stefano Pino. But obviously, Nicolas, he had that loss 6-5 to Maestro in round 2. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We go to that quarterfinal. It's a rematch between Maestro and Nicolas. We saw it earlier on today with a particular matchup against with Moamba and Uston, and that didn't go to plan for them.
It's interesting that you have those two matchups. You have Uston and Moamba that we're talking about, and you know they both have very similar play styles, very aggressive, like to score a lot of goals. And the other side of things, you know, Nicolas going in that rematch. Those two players have very similar play styles as well, but very different play styles. Both possession-based players, both like to craft their opportunities. So even, you know, this far into the tournament, we're still seeing those two play styles. And it's interesting how they've kind of separated themselves across the bracket. It'll be good to see when those two play styles kind of clash against each other and we have the clash of two different types of player.
Indeed, and the thing is, but Joksan seems to be just getting those results, grinding it out, and that is what the people have voted for, MLB. So I know you like a goal or two, but they have voted for it on our Twitter, @Gfinity. 72% of the vote went for Yago, the Argentinian Maestro, versus Joksan, and that is going to be our next game. What do you say to that, gentlemen?
I'm rolling with Joksan the whole way. North America. I think that he's one of those guys that's shown what? It does sound like I got a bias. Maybe I have a little bit of a bias, but I'd like to see him continue doing well. Mark just brought up.
I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
You got this. Come on.
He hit us with the Kansas City chant. So we were talking about different styles.
Yeah.
And I think there's three styles. You have a balanced play style, and then you have the structured player, and then, for lack of a better word to describe this other style, it's almost like a YOLO aggressive style. Where, and if you don't know what YOLO means, you only live once. It just means they're going for it at every possession. That's when you're looking at the FIFA Oostens or the Mo Aubameyangs, the Gorillas. Those guys have this style that is like everything's happening at once, and they're just trying to overwhelm you.
Yeah.
And then I consider Joksan to be very well balanced between controlling a game, being very defensive, and then when you need to see some of that additional creativity in the final portion of the pitch, he's got that in his locker. And at the same time, we don't give enough respect to the South American players. We see a lot of Brazilians. You said we got an Argentinian on deck here. These guys show up in every tournament, and they do well. They're not going out on the Swiss stage. They're not going out in the groups. And we often don't give them enough credit because we just don't see them tweeting in English.
It's not
plain and simple, so like
play until tournament time. That's another thing, you know. We get to catch a lot of streams, and as you say, you know, maybe we're not watching them because, you know, they're not in that those.
There's a barrier separation because they're not
so
in the English
difficult,
channels,
and that's on us. We have to be honest with us. You know, it's great to see. You know, we always
we're just not good at school. We just didn't learn languages that well.
We always
Mike.
touch upon how much of a worldwide esport FIFA is, and every single tournament you are seeing these South American players perform. So it's great to see them once again in the latter stages.
Indeed. Let's have a quick reminder of where we stand in the bracket and how the standings are when we go through now to the quarterfinals and then on to the semi-finals, which will be taking place tomorrow in Champions Sunday and the Championship Sunday. So there you go. That's how things stand at the moment, and it is going to be very interesting indeed. And interesting point made there by Mike. Maybe we'll touch on that a bit later on when we come back after a break. And as I say, the next game we will go into, you voted for it, 72%. We're going Joksan versus Yago. See you after the break.
Sorry, cheating. Shoot! Oh, it's missed! All right, guys, we're here on the main stage for some blindfolded FIFA. We've got F2 Tex, the back-to-back champion. We've got MS Dasari, the current world champion. And unfortunately for them, we've got two hashtag boys behind them to guide them along the way. We've got Harry, we've got Ryan. Do you want to put the blindfolds on, boys? Yeah. Right, let's get into it. You're already struggling to get the blindfold on it. Shall I press play so you can actually get in the game? Tex has got kickoff.
He's got the ball. Wait, no. He's in front of the goal. Oh my God, he's shot. Right, good save.
Sorry, he's cheating. He's looking at the side of his eye or something.
Win it. Oh, good. Oh, gosh.
These instructions are dreadful from you two.
Okay. Stay conservative at the minute. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Oh! Why is Dasari tilting his head? Can we do something about this?
He won it back through now.
Right, this is ridiculous. Right, cross it. Shoot. Shoot. Just be.
Oh, it's missed!
Yeah,
what a save!
Oh.
There's been two huge saves already in this game.
Tactical change.
Okay, so we're on the attack. Okay, so you're facing the whole go around.
It's such a soft analytical approach from Ryan, just to let you know.
Salah. Oh, shot on target. No, just run back. Run back. No, he scored.
What?
Oh, yes. No. Oh, yeah.
Aubameyang's taking it off of him.
It's for me now. Okay,
Salah on the pitch.
Salah's not moving. He's crossed it.
Ozil.
Come on, man!
He's 5 at the back.
Oh, it's the post!
No,
it's Allison!
Come on! Shoot!
No, don't shoot. Okay, cross it.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's done it! Dasari takes the lead!
Instant. Let me watch this.
How does he know how to plan his run and cross the ball?
It's Ryan's gentle whispering in his ear. That's what it is.
Salah's got it.
I've got a feeling about this attack.
Keep going. Keep going. Oh my God. No.
What? It's fine. It's a yellow card.
It was the most perfect foul you'll ever see. It's like if someone could see, they wouldn't have been able to make that foul. Run. It's
Salah?
the right wing. Cross it.
Oh, it's just overhit. That's it. Emis Dasari with the win. Tex's first loss in a while, to be fair. He thinks everyone's a little bit sceptical on exactly what was going on there. You know, Ryan's taking the credit, but Dasari's your champ.
So there you go, a bit of F2 Tex versus Emis Dasari in a bit of a blindfolded FIFA. These guys are getting into it, and I like that in the arena. Yes, I mean, that is the first loss F2 Tex has had in quite a while, but to be fair, he was blindfolded, and that could be the final going into tomorrow. You never know.
You're going to blindfold him.
I think that would make it more entertaining for us. It wouldn't at all. But listen, it played far better, Emis Dasari, getting that header. Imagine, Richard, would you be better at FIFA blindfolded or without the blindfold?
I'd say no.
Okay, but you're quite an emotional player. I've seen you online.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Play the way that I play in real life.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. There you go. That's everything I needed. So listen, going into this next match, we have Joksan versus
I want to know
Yago.
what you just imagined right there. Like, he just erupted in laughter.
It's just such a beautiful image there. Richard Buckley, been great casting today. Mike LaBelle breaking down some of the plays. We go into this quarterfinal match against Joksan and Yago. What do we know about Yago and what do we know about Joksan? For anyone just joined us, this is the quarterfinal time. Start with Joksan for me, Richard Buckley.
Yeah, Joksan's been the best player on the PlayStation 4 in FIFA 19 this year. It's safe to say that. He's won 2 tournaments. He's currently sat on 2,385 Global Series ranking points. And I think one thing that really stood out to me in this game that we're seeing on stream right now, Tour against Joksan, he kept a clean sheet over 2 legs. He didn't concede a goal. And that's the reason that he's been playing so well throughout the year so far. His manipulation of the goalkeeper movement and the defending, he can do it together. He's the best player, in my opinion, that I've seen do the goalkeeper and defending and put it together as a 2. Some people are good at defending, pretty average with the goalkeeper. Some people are really good with the goalkeeper movement, but almost let the defending just lax a little bit. Would you agree with that, Mike?
I would agree that Joksan is arguably the best at being able to multitask, because a lot of times what happens when you're controlling the goalkeeper, you forget about defending. So you just stop defending, you move the goalkeeper left, you move him right, you move him back, and it works sometimes, other times it won't, but that's what happens often. And in terms of keeping your pressure, taking away possession, or overtaking possession, and then also having your goalkeeper shifting sides, it's a difficult skill to learn, and even a more difficult skill to master, and that's where Joksan's been fantastic. And I also want to say, I know we're giving a lot of positives and a lot of superlatives behind Joksan and his results, but he kind of has earned those. Number 1 player. So
you don't get them for free. So I've heard about you, Mike LaBelle. You don't give away compliments for free.
I'm not Santa Mike, okay?
Yeah.
I know we got the Christmas, it's coming, but I don't have that spirit, so.
Not yet.
Well, I am very festive, but I'm just saying I'm not going to give it free. I don't know where we're going with that, but look, Joksan, what he does really well that people don't always talk about is he's able to adjust, but not with his formation, but in terms of the opponents that he's going up against, he kind of picks them apart. If you watch him, you're like, this guy is structured, this guy is very clever, and it seems planned. You know where we talked about guys that are just playing all sorts of pressure all over the pitch and they're trying to disrupt what you're doing? That's not Joksan. He's pinpointing what's going to happen. Oh, I'm going to get in behind here. Okay, I'm going to go down the wing and I'm going to cut inside here. And you can see it happening, and he adjusts opponent to opponent, which more credit to him, because he doesn't switch formations. He'll be in the 4-2-3-1 no matter what.
That's called stubbornness, and I like that. He was watching just then. You saw a shot of him, just looking very calm, collected, while the camera was on him. He's listening to everything we were saying. And interesting enough, I know you're getting into the festive spirit. There's a whole vat of eggnog back there, which you've been tucking into. So you are getting ready for Christmas. Gentlemen, talk to me about Yago and what he can offer in terms of maybe breaking the winning streak of Joksan.
Yeah, well, we just hyped up Joksan's defending. Yago scored 3 goals against him in that round two fixture. Yeah, Joksan still come out on top, 4-3, but it shows that he can get to him, he can score goals against him, and I think big thing for Yago, you almost got to play the match, not the occasion. Just focus on the game that you're playing at hand. Don't focus on that if you win this, you're through to a semi-final.
It's hard though, isn't it, Buckley?
It is hard, and especially for an inexperienced, like quite a new player to this sort of scene. You think you're looking at Joksan. In terms of events, he's quite inexperienced as well, but he's coming in at the top level and he's maintained it. That's the hardest thing. Once you've won a trophy, going back to back, and he's done that. So I think it's going to be a tough ask for Yago, but I love a surprise.
I love it, Richard Buckley. I've just realised you're RB, so that's a right back. Would that be your preferred position on the field?
I'm more of a centre half.
Yeah,
Command in the back line, crunching tackle, let them know you're there.
And with Yago...
And I like that. He was kissing the Argentinian badge there. I hope all the best for you, Yago. But I was there in Brazil on the Copacabana beach watching that loss to Germany. I didn't mean to bring it up again.
And with Yago, he already knows what Joksan's all about. They've already had that matchup. I'm not saying that's in his favor, but it's worth noting here. Yep. I don't think he'll be like putting Joksan on a pedestal. He's like, all right, I've already done this. And number two, mentally. Remember, this is always a mental matchup, a mental battle. Joksan's got to be sitting to himself like, oh, I don't want to have to play this guy again. I've already beat him once.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe you lose focus a little bit, you take it down, and you're not looking for it, or you're not as amped. Yep. Sometimes you need to be amped to have that adrenaline, to have that real focus in a tournament environment. And I mean, just playing devil's advocate here, these are things that I think Yago has going in his favor, and he obviously has the ability. You don't get here by coincidence. Yeah. You don't beat all these players to qualify to get here. You don't perform at the highest level on the big stage with all the bright lights on the live streams.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen if you don't have it.
He must have, hang on, what's this? Yep. Ask them what the aggregate score will be over the 2 legs. No one's talking to me on my ear. What do you reckon?
I mean, throw me under the bus there a little bit.
It's a double-decker as well.
I'll go with a Joksan.
Yes.
5-2.
Yes. Oh, 5-2.
I've got Joksan at a 4-3, and when he buzzed in right there, I thought he was going to say, Chief, I just got it. He does have it. I thought you were coming with that. I was like, Tom, okay.
Okay. MLB, middle linebacker, not in this game. Over there, talk to me. On set, Dan Gaskin. Here we are. It is going to be a beauty, this quarterfinal. I'm not going to ask you for the aggregate score, but who are you leaning towards in this match?
I'll let you go first, Dan. We'll restore some order here. Seems to be getting a little bit out of control on the desk over there, but we'll restore some order. What are your thoughts on this one?
You never give a prediction. You sit on the fence more than Richard
Because if
Buckley.
I ask you first, we usually get into the game.
Joksan.
And then we're in the game.
I think I have to go for Joksan. Defensively, he is the best on the PS4 side, in my opinion. Yes, there are cracks, and yes, he was vulnerable when he did play against Yago earlier on today. He conceded 3 goals. However, I just think that this man has so much more to offer, and I think we've only seen him at like maybe a 75, 80%. When he starts hitting that 100% potential, he is a really scary player to go up against.
Yeah, sure, he's definitely going to be looking to peak at the right time, and obviously a place in the semi-finals is what's up for grab now for both of these players. So, I mean, that semi-final is a mouth-watering one to be the winner, taking on either Lord Hjorth or Moorba. So, big game, obviously potential there. Every single game, obviously, when we get into those semi-finals, is going to be a big game. But, of course, if you weren't watching earlier, this is a rematch from earlier in the bracket as well. Joksan took that one 4-3. So that's where my money is as well, Dan. I think you have to go, you know, with the man who has shown some real strong form, obviously taking that trophy home at the Paris Games Week to kick off FIFA 19, kind of laying down that marker as one of the best to watch out for in the PlayStation 4. And I think that Yago's going to have to impress us here. He's going to have to bring something to the table that he didn't show in that first match. But he has that experience against Joksan now. Maybe he can use that against him.
Yeah, and it looks like, as I just get a glimpse at the formations, Yago's going to be playing that 4-2-3-1, but he's playing quite narrow. And also, he's just keeping that line nice and deep, not pushing too high. Because one thing Joksan does very well is he absorbs pressure. But if you offer Joksan the ball, if he naturally comes forward, he's going to bring that team up with him. If you can then steal the ball off him, suddenly you've got that chance to dart in behind him. As we get into this one then, as Onset said, a chance at the semi-finals. And we still have that potential of Stefano Pina versus Joksan in a console final. It could happen tomorrow if Joksan can make it through here today.
Well, of course, this is going to be the last games on broadcast today, so make sure that you open up your social media, tweet the stream, get as many eyes in here on these two players as we possibly can. As, of course, it's going to be Yago in the blue. Joksan's going to be playing in the red, so Leon here, possession going to be won back by Yago, and I'm excited to see how he's going to play here. We've seen a little bit of him through the tournament so far. Very similar style of player to Joksan, you know, a lot of possession-based play from him, looking to work those opportunities. And we're going to see who gets the better of this 4-2-3-1 early on.
I think you're right. Their styles are similar, and their statistics suggest so as well. Yago plus 20, Joksan plus 21 in terms of goal difference. And no, I thought that was going to be hurtling towards the corner.
And that's the first time, Dan, that I think I've seen a little bit of a mistake defensively there from Joksan. It just dragged Vieira past the ball there, and now another little mistake coming in, and Ronaldo absolutely creams it in the back of the net. Look at the celebration coming in from Yago. That's a way to finish things off.
That's a perfect way to start a game as well. And you can see what it means to Joksan on the other side. He was not happy with it. A defensive error. And then just a mistake, passing it out. A little bit hesitant. That's what happens when you've not played for a little bit. He's had to sit back. He's had to watch everyone else play. Maybe gone a little bit cold. And that is an error. And now he has to work very differently to his play style, Mark. Because if we look at the games we saw him in earlier today, when he was on stream, he won it 2-0 on aggregate. Very defensive, sat back, absorbed that pressure, and just got 2 opportunities and made it work. Now he has to go at Yago, and he has to get those opportunities and make them count.
Well, let's see if he can change things up then, Joksan. Is he going to stick to what he knows, or is he going to be forced out of his shell a little bit now? You saw the celebration from Yago just as the whistle went to restart this game. He was still making sure his headset was back on so he could fully focus in on this game. Joksan on the attack then from the kickoff. Ronaldo now. Vieira looking to work the space. Ronaldo turns, but well defended there by Yago. Using Ruud Gullit just to get in. Timing that tackle beautifully.
And the amount of times I remember in Bucharest last week in the LQE when Tex went behind and down by 3 goals, we were saying, all right, what does he have to offer when his back's against the wall? I feel like this is, even though it's a very minor score difference, a somewhat similar situation for Joksan because he's so used to commanding the game and being in the lead. How does he react to it?
Let's take into account as well, you know, the pressure riding on these 2 legs here for both of these players. Semi-final spot on the line here.
Of course, it's very different. You don't have the lower bracket anymore. We've got through that phase. This is the end, essentially, of that double elimination bracket that we've had throughout today. That's why they've already faced each other. And it's do or die to get into that semi-final.
Who's going to make it into the final day here in London then for the FUT Champs Cup? Oh, it's a great turn there from Joksan. Pele is going to tie things up. Joksan showing some composure in front of goal, turns his man. And the driven shot in at that near post.
Perfect as well. I was saying, what are we going to see from Joksan? What can he do a little bit differently? Manages to work some excellent space. Maybe slightly too much pressure from Yago defensively. Opened himself up, was vulnerable there. But that's the response Joksan needed. Now he can start to calm down a little bit. Ease his way back into the game. The goal he needed.
And Yago maybe expecting to turn in for that finesse shot across goal. Decided to turn and roll his man instead and go near post. Shows how, even if something is effective, sometimes using it as bait towards your opponent, making them think you're going to do something and then going the other way can create opportunities just as good. So that finesse shot, not timed perfectly there from Yago. Sailed over the bar. Now we're going to be seeing Joksan having to defend once more. The Argentine now coming forward with a little ball roll and a fake shot around the corner. Ronaldo now looking dangerous on this right-hand side. It's great close control dribbling, but the pass just let him down at that last moment. Wins the ball back almost immediately, though.
And you can see there, Joksan just waiting for that pass to come through the midfield, hovering around with his CDMs, wanting to make that interception. And then he does offer quite a lot on the counter-attack. I mean, we talk a lot about Joksan's defence, but you've got to admire his attacking precision as well. Yes, okay, in the games we saw him on stream earlier, he didn't have that many goals, but he didn't go for them. He just got the job done. When he needs to go for those goals, he offers so much. His passing game is fantastic, really.
Ronaldo tried to sneak that ball square there, but well read again by Joksan. Again, Gullit and Vieira, excuse me. Sitting so deep, defensive line so deep here for Joksan, just basically says, you've got to break me down. You have to work your way through. 2 of the best icons on the game, holding down those defensive positions in front of goal before you even get to my back line. And then he's able to go up the other end now. Eusebio, La Croquita to find space. Can he pick out a player in the box? Well, it did get there, but just dragged that shot just wide. I'm interested to see if there was a deflection out for a corner here or if it's going to be a goal kick.
Realistically, we should see more goals in this game as well. Statistically, Joksan has been averaging 2.56 goals per game. And Yago's side, 2.89 per game. So there should be more goals available.
Ronaldo then. Ferdinand, that option on the edge of the box. Ronaldo now looking for space, finds the space. He's going to be caught here just before he let that shot go. And Ruud Gullit, I believe, He's going to pick up a booking once again, and oh my word, 2 bookings within a couple of minutes, and that has changed the game. Referee decided he did not like what he saw there, produces the 2nd yellow card, and now Yago's going to be forced into a change.
And you talk about losing impactful players. I mean, you look at every player on that pitch, you're like, okay, they're all icons. They're all incredible FUT items. But Hullet is your main man in the middle. Him and Vieira
offers everything.
Are just key. And without him, I mean, how do you survive the same kind of pressures? And you look at like who there is on the bench. Matchhouse, okay, like you've got that similar presence in terms of like defensive ability, but it's the height, it's the presence that is offered by Hullet.
Well. Referee decided that he wanted to have a part of this. Seemed a little bit soft. We have to see the replay there of that foul if we do get the opportunity to see what we thought of it, but the referee's obviously made his decision. Joksan's life has just been made a little bit easier, but if we flash back a little bit to early in the tournament, Dan, Vogel went down to 10 men, and then he just turned it on. So it can change the mentality of both players. Maybe it'll force Yago to concentrate a little bit more, dig a little bit deeper, because the result here now in this first leg for him would be huge.
I mean, when I used to play FIFA just casually against my brother back in the day, he always said it's easier with 10 men. It's like the game helps you. Well, we'll see. We will see. As Yago certainly still has the opportunity with plenty of attacking options going forward. It's just defensively where now he's going to be a little bit less structured.
Possession going to become even more important here for Yago now as this game goes on. Every single second that he can keep the ball at his players' feet, look to work an opportunity, make sure that Joksan doesn't have the opportunity to exploit that space now that's going to be left. Ronaldo now into the box. Oh, the first time finesse, and what did we say? 10 men, no problem. Yago goes straight up the other end. And Eusebio answers back to the red card and puts it back in the lead.
And that's the thing, still, offensively, you have so much options going forward. Those players are still going to be in those same positions. The shots are still going to be available. And he needs to be taking these chances because there are going to be slip-ups in midfield. There is going to be a little bit more space for Joksan to pass it around. But what a goal that is for Eusebio, and what a crucial one for Yago just before half-time as well.
Keep an eye on those player cams as well. We'll see how the players are reacting. You could almost feel the emotions of the players through the video and the images that we bring you home.
The referee has indicated
Joksan then behind for the 2nd time in this game. He was only behind for a few minutes in that first one because he has the man advantage. It's just, can he take advantage? Hullet now on the edge of the box, goes for the strike. There was the option of maybe sliding that one wide. I don't know if Pele had just slid offside just behind that defensive line, so decided to take the strike. But the opportunity was not taken, and Yago's now 2-1 up at half-time, even though he is a man down.
Yeah, slightly uncharacteristic shot from Joksan, to be honest. Usually is quite methodical about his play and will try and work a goal. Almost like he knows he shouldn't be losing to 10 men, perhaps, and he just kind of wildly snapped at it. And you can see there on Yago's screen as well, this formation is now a 4-2-3. There isn't that extra man up top. Still got the 2 CDMs.
At least he has the shape. At least he has that defensive shape. I think that's what he's looking at here. And then you can kind of build your way up the pitch, maybe bring those left and right cams into position. And basically recreate the goal that Eusebio scored. Just feed either Pele or Eusebio. Go for those finesse shots. Still options, as you say, on the defensive side. Smart decision, though, obviously, keep that defensive shape. That's your main priority, especially now he's managed to work his way into a lead.
He's not having too much trouble passing it around either. As I say that,
that's the commentator.
Once again, we ruin everything. As Joksan, is he going to be turning on the afterburners now? You don't want to make Joksan angry, that's for sure.
Yago then formulating an attack of his own, and a reminder, the player that is waiting for the winner of these 2 legs is none other than the winner, Fjorth or Mo Aubameyang. So one of those 2 players is going to be waiting in the wings.
And we will keep you updated with that score as well. It is being played at the same time. So we'll keep you up to date as best as we can. Of course, they're playing for that semi-final spot as well. We already have our Xbox semi-finalists, and there are some mouth-watering matches tomorrow, and it looks like it's proving to be exactly the same on the PS4 side of things.
Expect to see quite a lot of this from Yago. He's going to be very patient in his attack, very deliberate with his passing. Not going to be looking to take risks, but just as I say that, Ronaldinho! Oh my word, he puts him up by 2! Who could have seen this coming?
Probably not Joksan, to be honest. When he saw that red card, I'm sure he was thinking, all right, this is it. I've got a chance to really take this game by the scruff of the neck, but I'll tell you what, Yago, he's taking his chances and he is making them count at the moment. And now with a 2-goal cushion, even with the 10 men, he is going to be feeling so confident. Elsewhere, Mo Aubameyang is winning 3-1 against Lord Horth. So a similar scoreline over there. However, they both have 11 men on that pitch.
Well, Joksan. What can you do? How do you get back into this one? You kind of feel like, oh, he almost was presented with a golden opportunity there. Well, Yago maybe getting slightly overconfident in that situation, but you have to remember that Joksan here, he has a man advantage. Do you try and press that advantage? Maybe he doesn't need to, because Yago's going to make his life even more difficult.
You look at Yago's reaction, it almost looks like he's
falling apart here.
Yago's holding back tears, it feels like. Tears of joy, clearly, because you know how much this means to him. When he saw that red card, he was probably thinking, oh no, this is all going to go south now. But he's currently 4-1 up with 10 men against arguably one of, if not the best PS4 player around at FIFA 19 at the moment.
Wow. This quarterfinal, I mean, definitely had some excitement, definitely had some drama so far. I mean, now what does Joksan do?
Well, this is the thing. I mentioned and I compared it to Tex when he went 3 goals down in the LQE last weekend. And I said, all right, the goal difference isn't as much. Now it is. It is 3 goals for Joksan. He really needs to show spirit. If he is the best player on PS4 side of things, he can come back into it. There is still time.
I want to see him try and use these last few minutes and just almost kind of throw a little bit of caution to the wind. You have to remember he has a man advantage on the pitch as well. You need to take advantage of that. Try and claw a couple of goals back here, because if you go into the second leg and it becomes 11 versus 11 again, the way that Yago is playing here and picking him apart with just 10 men, you have to kind of worry for the American here.
I think fans will be worried, and I'm sure he's probably quite worried. He usually looks very calm. Doesn't look like he's usually bothered by the game, but actually he looks quite agitated. A bit restless in his seat. What can he do? Still 30 minutes in game. Plenty of time to get goals. Mo Aubameyang managed 4 in 10 minutes earlier.
He's got a corner here. He's going to pick up a free kick as well, so maybe a set piece, just something to get Joksan going. A little bit slow in this one. Half an hour left in our first leg. Pullet standing under this one, whips it in. Vieira's there at the back post, back across to Pele now. Almost gets the turn, almost gets dropped by Ferdinand as well, but well defended there by Yago, and now the counter-attack might well be on again. Look at Ronaldinho on this left-hand side. Tries to find him in that space, but the ball's just going to trickle out. Joksan going to have another chance to maybe create an attack and try and create a chance to get himself back into this.
I've got to be honest, Joksan doesn't look himself. Credited him so much for how he's performed defensively today. But in this game, he's been rattled. It just seems like he's left too many gaps open for Yago to slot through. Yago using the 1-2s very effectively, even finding a goal with Patrick Vieira of all people.
He's popped up with some important goals today, Patrick Vieira. Cruyff now for Joksan. Vieira into Cruyff. Look at the pressure that's still being applied here by Yago. Ronaldo now tries to turn back. Again, pressure put on, and Ferdinand is going to win the ball back. Talk about Joksan's defence and how impressed we are. How good has Yago been in this?
Well, this is the thing. I don't know whether it's he read how Joksan is playing from when they competed against each other earlier, and he's changed his tactics because of that. Because when he did get into a game, he changed his tactics immediately. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. As Maldini makes sure that that's not going to be a shot on target. De Gea gets bundled over, as I'm sure that's probably going to be a free kick. But Yago playing a very deep line, very narrow as well. offering up those wings to Joksan and offering him possession, but to be honest, even with 10 men, Yago has had plenty of possession as well.
Now, speaking about space out in the wide areas, here's Ronaldinho again. Ronaldinho trying to use CR7. Mateus got on the ball, Pele. He's going to fall here, but I think the referee's going to give an offside decision there, so a free kick will go back to Joksan. Now you're going to see some changes coming in. Socrates going to be brought on. Those fresh legs on that left-hand side now. Ronaldinho moved into the middle. And when you are playing with 10 men, that stamina really does disappear pretty quickly, so smart plays there from Yago.
And he just took a quick look as well, I think, to see what was happening on the other side of things for Joksan. I didn't quite catch a glimpse of it, but he decided he wanted to go back in and change the formation ever so slightly as well. Just move Neymar onto the pitch on the other side. Surely Joksan needs one goal here to feel like he has a decent chance in the second leg.
Might be a chance here to extend things, and it's the fresh legs of Socrates who has picked out a beauty of a ball, and Ronaldo has picked out a beauty of a finish. Look at Yago, Dan, look at that passion. He knows how much that goal means.
The emotion on his face, it gives me, it's just making me,
giving you chills.
It's giving me all of the chills, Mark. Almost in tears as he's 5-1 up against someone who has dominated the PS4 side of things for the live events that he has attended. But Yago really has been clinical in front of goal, and he has managed to catch Joksan off guard several times now.
Number 7.
Wow.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
What a statement this has been from the Argentine. Unbelievable performance. The chips were down, had a man sent off. He didn't care. He's come into this game, he's now 5-1 up. When that player was sent off, Dan, it was 1-1 in this game. That is resolve. That is confidence in your ability. An execution of a game plan. Might be a chance here for Joksan to get one back. He does get one back. 3 goals the difference between the teams now, and Joksan looking focused.
But on the other side, Yago frustrated. He was not happy about that goal, and he needs to be careful. He needs to keep his head on, keep his cool. He still has a huge advantage, and he has to remember about the 10 men as well. I mean, if you consider a scoreline like this, Mark, in real life, if it was 1-0 and someone got sent off and they went on to win 5-1, 5-2, it would be front of every newspaper in the country. Yago really should be proud of himself of how he's performed here. He just needs to hold on now, keep this 3-goal lead. Don't give anything silly away. Go into that second leg with your head held very, very high.
Force Joksan's hand in that second leg as well. Make him do something different. He's definitely out of his comfort zone now. Joksan looking to get another one back before that full-time whistle is blown. Ferdinand's going to be beaten to the ball here, and look at this. Once again, CR7 is just careering into space, tries to find the ball across to Eusebio, almost repeating the dosage, but just the other way round of the goal we saw last time from him. Joksan almost manages to steal the ball back there. Into extra time, ball given away by Yago. Johan Cruyff, he's managed to get past his man. Oh, that's a beautiful La Croquita, but David De Gea makes a save. Maybe Joksan just snapping at that shot. The opportunity to run into that space, maybe. To make this a bit closer, Ronaldo, De Gea forced into a save.
De Gea making some massive saves here to keep this 3-goal advantage. Joksan is going to switch things up, take a short corner. Neymar plays it short, it's Ronaldo. Cruyff, just back and
Cruyff!
forth.
Oh, De Gea, that is huge.
Absolutely massive.
That might just be it. The ball's going to trickle out, and somehow Yago goes into our second leg here with the lead, having played the majority of that game with 10 men. What a performance from that man on your screen.
I mean, I joked about it when the red card came out, and I said sometimes it feels like the game helps you, but I tell you what, he didn't need any help. What an absolutely stunning performance from him. Really catching Joksan off guard, taking full advantage of when he pressed a high line, some over-the-top balls onto those wings, finding CR7 in acres of space and making those opportunities count. Clinical. And he gets a 3-goal lead because of it.
Perfect example of that. You'd say clinical, Dan. 5 shots on target, 5 goals on this first goal here from CR7. I mean, that set the tone for what was to come in this game. Smashed home. And that set the tone for a lot of the celebrations we were about to see as well.
And you've always got to be careful, I feel, when you do score a goal and you do react. You don't want to put too much energy into a celebration. It sounds odd, but if you commit to a celebration, you're so happy, and then your opponent gets a goal back in, you feel a little bit silly. But the further and further Yago got ahead in this game, especially the fact he only had 10 men, and that's a typical reaction you'd see on a football pitch, by the way, when someone gets sent off.
I didn't touch him.
I didn't do anything, ref. But wow, this is when he really started to turn up the heat.
This is when things really got interesting. Look at that passion. 2-1 up there. But that was not the end of things. Eusebio down this right-hand side, and every single goal that he scored as well was so well worked. First time for Ronaldinho, David De Gea just a bystander as that one sailed into the net. And this, I think, is where he started to believe that maybe he could take a lead into that second leg.
Well, I mean, if anyone at home ever questions the passion of any players, do they really love competing in FIFA? How much does it mean to them? Watch these reactions. Almost feels like he's trying to hold back tears at this point. And it just got better and better for him.
This ball from Socrates to Ronaldo. And the finish as well. Just so clinical in front of goal, and look at him again. He knows what it means. He knows how much every single goal means at this stage. He wants to be here tomorrow, Dan. Everything up until this point, it's been great. It's been fantastic, but you've got to remember that you've got to see this second leg out, Dan. For all of the good work he's done here, the second leg is where the business end of things are.
And I guess whilst we have time, I'll update you on the other side of things. Mo Aubameyang is currently leading 6-1 against Lord Hjorth, so he's currently hurtling towards those semi-finals as well. So an absolutely incredible performance from him.
Nicholas as well, Dan. 3-1 up against Maestro in that rematch from earlier as well, so he's looking pretty good. That's in the first leg as well. About 70 minutes or so gone in that one, but back to this one. What does Joksan do now?
Well, that is the question.
Because plan A hasn't worked.
Plan A hasn't worked. What is plan B for him? Because I remember back in Paris Games Week, the first FIFA 19 live event, PS4 only, we were in awe of what Joksan had to offer, both defensively and offensively. This tournament, defensively, he's been pretty good, except that first leg. He was shaky. But now what can he do going forward? Like, are we going to see any kind of crazy attacks from him? Is he going to be able to find space? Because really, he struggled to break down Yago, except from a few mistakes. And I think Yago is a person who really kind of expresses how he feels. He does need to be careful. If he goes a goal down here, his head could go.
Yeah, that's one thing to definitely keep an eye on, the mental game. As we get into this second leg here, you just feel like the opening goal is going to be, we always say it's vital, but in these sort of situations where you have, you know, a player like Joksan is such a calm individual, you know, he just plays the game that's in front of him, doesn't get carried away, knows that it has to go to the last second in that second leg before he can celebrate. Against someone like Yago, who's, you know, he's getting so caught up in the emotion of the situation, so caught up in every single decision, every single strike that's going on. The first goal, depending on how it goes here, really could tilt the favour of this one.
You speak of mental game. How many times have you gone up against someone on FIFA and they've got 10 men and you're saying, oh, well, I have to win now. How am I losing? How am I conceding? And I think that would have been the back of Joksan's mind. Every time a goal went in, he would have been saying, look, why am I conceding? I have the extra man.
Especially as the backbone of his game is built on that defensive ability. You kind of thinking, this is the thing that I've had my successes with. This isn't working. And all of a sudden, your entire game can be thrown off. But we're getting into our second leg now. You can see the players are ready. Whew. I mean, this is set up to be an absolute slobber knocker of a game. The second leg is very much underway. Yago takes a commanding lead of 3 goals. Can Joksan turn this one around?
And what a tournament this potentially could be for Yago as well. Of course, beating Torre in the previous round. Torre, who was a finalist in the FUT Champs Cup #1.
It's a chance here early on for Ronaldo. Goes across goal. Luckily, De Gea grabs that one because there was a player lurking.
And now he's currently ahead against the PS4 champion from that FUT Champs Cup 1. And yeah, that was an early chance. Mark did hit it red on the time, so maybe just a little bit overwhelmed from what happened as Joksan's through, and it's going to be Eusebio. No offside either. That's exactly what he needed to kick this off. And Yago, keep an eye on his player cam. Head straight down for him. And that seed of doubt has been planted in his mind.
Well, we have a game on our hands here. Joksan, he's got a lot left in the tank. Gets the first goal on the board here. We talked about how that could swing momentum across this tie. Eusebio, the man, again, a fantastic finish as well, but a simple through ball getting in behind the defence there. of Yago. Now we're going to see how he bounces back.
And I think what makes it worse for Yago as well is he did hit that shot with a red timed. He had that chance through on goal, could have potentially gone 6-2 up. Now instead, it's just a 2-goal deficit. And as I alluded to, I think he's going to be a little bit worried and concerned as to what could happen in this game. Just needs to keep his head level. Just keep attacking how he has been. Chances will come.
Eusebio then down the right-hand side. Little fake shot to get around the corner. Twisting, turning, looking for the ball inside. There is CR7, tries to poke it across. You saw Johan Cruyff was waiting expectantly at that back stick. He was going to be more than happy to take that chance if it dropped to him, but Joksan holds on now. 2 goals, still the difference between these two players, and here comes the American now at the other end.
It looks like Joksan in a 4-2-2 formation as well. Very attacking, using those wide players as well as the strikers.
Stuff.
It's Eusebio.
Oh, Pele's at the post! Can you believe it? What a chance there for Joksan to change this back to a 1-goal game, and now straight up the other end, Maldini has some defensive work to do, but how has Pele not buried that?
Whew. Such an incredible opportunity for Joksan to really get back into this one. Yes, you could say he had the option to maybe try and time that header, but you feel there, open net, you just press the button, you shoot. Unfortunate for him, but at the same time, he needs to go again. Can't let that get to him.
Sandro then on the edge of the box, ball into Hullet here. Showed just a little bit too much of it to Yago there, and he managed to steal the ball back, and now it's end-to-end stuff here. R9 in behind for Yago, tries to fire it across early for CR7, does get another opportunity. Vieira has to do some work defensively, and this game really has opened up now, Dan.
I mean, we started the day with some incredible games of FIFA. We've seen a lot of goals. I mean, the highest scoring game was, what, 8-7? 9-8 even?
9-8.
Insane stuff. And here, with 2 players of absolute incredible ability, just end-to-end!
Oh, it's free! Oh, but it's buried it! Yago scores! 6-3 on aggregate. Cristiano Ronaldo right in the middle. And he buries the header.
And this is what Yago's offered throughout these 2 legs. It's just a bit of variety. Whether it's playing through the middle, going for those finesse shots, playing a through ball, just a simple cross across goal and finding that man, Cristiano Ronaldo, who has such presence in the air. And well, Joksan has to just go again.
Every time he seems to get a foothold in the game, somehow Joksan, Yago just strikes back immediately. It's like a heavyweight boxing fight, this one, just trading blows, but Yago's hitting a lot harder at the moment. And I think he's getting closer and closer to a knockout blow to Joksan at the moment, and it would be a knockout blow. Joksan would be dropping out of the tournament before the semi-finals. And Yago would be moving into our semi-finals where he's facing the winner of Lord Jorth or Mayorba. Great ball in though, and when you have CR7, we've talked about how we've seen a lot more of the ball being whipped in today, and that's why. That's what Cristiano Ronaldo can do.
Yeah, great acknowledgement from Yago of just switching things up in game, recognising that keeper movement can influence how his finesse shots are going to be going, so just saying, all right, well, I'm just going to pump the ball into the box, see what happens. And he finds that space behind Joksan. Joksan, who has been known for his incredible manual defending, has certainly been vulnerable throughout these 2 legs.
What do you got then, Joksan? Can you find a comeback that will go down in the history books here? 3 goals the difference. Eusebio from the corner. He's bundled off of it though by Johan Cruyff, and now you're going to see straight up the other end. R9 doing great work in this game so far for Yago.
And you talk about comebacks, and we've seen comebacks in the groups, we've seen comebacks in the early rounds of this tournament, but a quarter-final with a semi-final on the line, with so many global series points to play for, which is what every single one of these players needs and wants. Joksan is going to really have to dig deep.
Space here for Eusebio on this right-hand side. Great tackle by Rio Ferdinando. Didn't even give him time to think there, Joksan. The pressure that is being applied here by Yago in these situations is absolutely superb. Pick the pass. There's Eusebio inside the box. Twisting. Looking for a pass. Vieira back into Eusebio. CR7. De Gea forced into a save.
And boy, did Joksan need that one. I've got to give credit to Yago as well. When he does regain that ball in defence, a nice chip over the midfield, not passing it out, not giving Joksan any sort of opportunity of intercepting. But Joksan does look dangerous going forward.
Anyone's going to just run out of play. I think that one might be a goal kick as well. So pressure relieved once again for Yago. 10 minutes till half-time, Dan. Is there one opportunity maybe here for Joksan to send this into the second half? With a 2-goal differential, giving himself a real chance of getting back into this one, or is Yago gonna almost put this tie out of sight with a goal himself?
I mean, Joksan definitely has the potential. He has been attacking well. He is finding space.
Space here.
It seems like it's a matter of time.
Pele, drag back. Joksan, maybe showing too much. Pele, great keeper movement under pressure from Yago.
And he's forced it. He's forced Pele onto that right foot, and he said, take it. I'm more than happy if you have that finesse shot. My keeper's going to move. Pele couldn't really hit the left-hand side of that goal from that angle. He would have been off balance, probably would have spooned it. And every time now Yago on the counter-attack, he knows he has that chance of getting behind Joksan because Joksan is pressing. He's using his centre-backs like Ferdinand to try and win that ball high up the field, to try and catch Yago off guard. But it means there's gaps for him.
Lots of spacing behind the fullbacks here for Yago to exploit if he can kind of complete one of those triangles of passes around the fullback who is pushing high up the pitch. Sandro, so solid in that left-back position. You can see why so many pros choose to use the Juve man in there. There's a chance here, Ronaldo. Maybe he's going to strike it. I think there was a deflection on that one. Will be a corner. Did time it well, Dan.
And now you be patient with this attack. Just wait for the time to tick away.
Oh,
so much space!
Oh, he's put it wide. It's a tough chance on the volley. But with all that space and all that time, maybe just take that one down.
Yeah, good on.
That's the occasion getting to you, Dan.
I mean, so it was last week in the LQE. Remember when ball got played across to Tex and he just waited for that keeper to move and then just slotted it in. Maybe a chance to do that with Hullet. But either way, Yago still has that 3-goal advantage with only 45 minutes left now. Joksan just flicking through and have a look at these formations, confirming he is playing that 4-2-2, whereas Yago's still in the 4-2-3-1. So Joksan really sending everything forward now, trying to negate these CDMs out of the game by spreading the width and using a right and left winger.
And my worry here for Joksan is even if he gets a goal on the board, he has to keep pressing in this second leg here. And we've already seen how dangerous still Yago's looking on the breakaway. And I just feel like there's another goal in it for the Argentine in this game.
And there is, and I think Joksan knows that as well. And that's why Joksan is struggling to kind of send everyone forward at this point.
It's always playing on your mind, is it's in the back of your head.
Because realistically, a 4th goal advantage for Yago here would kill the game.
All right then, North American fans who might be watching at home, it's time to get behind your boy. If you're from South America, it's time to get behind your boy. Second leg underway. Second half of the second leg, excuse me. Pull it now for Joksan. Pele goes for the strike. There was a man over again there. There might have been a better option, but a strong start here in this second half from Joksan.
And that is what happens when you need goals. Sometimes you just take those shots. Ball comes crossed in. It's going to be Yago on the counter-attack again, and look at how vulnerable Joksan is there. Fullbacks were right up the pitch. Ooh. Socrates is that new player who's been brought on. Such a powerhouse.
Joksan moving the ball beautifully here. Neymar's free on that right-hand side again. Sorry, the left-hand side, excuse me. Maybe trying to use those runs, almost as decoy runs, and look to get a strike away from a central position, but it's being defended well. But this has been all Joksan so far in this second half, Dan. Space here for Pele. You have to finish this chance. De Gea, that is huge. What a save in that situation.
Yeah, great back and forth keeper movement. Offered up the near post. Said, all right, take the shot. And then he just moved back straight away last moment. Joksan fell for the bait there. Hook, line, and sinker. And I feel like pressure's starting to get to Joksan a bit here. Looks a little bit flustered on the stage. But there is still time. There's always time.
And just remember, one goal here. And then put yourself in the position of Yago. Neymar now whips it in. Tejas was the player who was trying to get there, I believe, in the midfield. Walker into Pele. Space here for Hullet. Ball into the box. Ronaldo takes it first time. Heroic defending from Yago, though, and now up the other end. Can he put this game to bed with the ball over the top?
It looks like Ferdinand's going to clear that one up. Elsewhere, Nicolas is leading Maestro 7-1.
Wow.
And Mo Albert 7-3 ahead of Lord Gorth. So you've got to think those games surely must be put to bed. But here, maybe still a chance for Joksan if he can find a goal soon.
Needs to do it soon. I think you hit the nail on the head there. Has to score soon if he wants to have a real go at this one. You have to remember, kind of going into this one, you have to feel maybe all the pressure was on Joksan. Been so impressive so far on the PlayStation 4.
Well, everyone's been asking questions. Who can match Tex? Who is going to be able to take him down? And people have been saying, well, maybe it is Joksan. But maybe Yago's going to take down Joksan here. Good interception from Maldini. He's going to go for a corner.
Half an hour left in game. This is not where you want the ball if you're Joksan, but that is much better. Possession back in the hands of David De Gea. Can orchestrate an attack here. Socrates, though, wins the header. Oh, no, and he's getting past everyone at the moment. What a ball that is! And oh, the cross pass saves Joksan. Oh, that might be the slice of luck he needed.
I mean, De Gea absolutely nowhere. Was never saving that. But Joksan is going to be thankful, but at the same time, Joksan's been looking at this game saying, where am I going to find 3 goals? I can barely get the ball out of my own half at this point. And now,
this could be it.
Another chance for Joksan.
This could be it.
Ronaldo!
Oh, he's done it. Ronaldo has buried it, and Yago has got 1 foot in our semi-finals. Joksan, despair on his face. 7-3 on aggregate now. That has to be it.
Surely must be. Yago's headset's off again as he celebrates. And it still feels like he's holding back the tears. I cannot wait to see the reaction on this man's face if he is able to close out this game. And you've got to feel the way he's been playing, Mark. Surely there is no comeback now for Joksan, regardless of what an incredible player he is. I think he's been outmatched.
And now you are seeing the showboating coming in from the Argentine. Ronaldinho. Oh, this could get a little bit awkward here, and it's another one for R9. He has taken Joksan apart.
8-3 as Yago looks to the skies, because I think he knows now 5 goals in 20 minutes should be impossible. He just has to get men behind the ball at this point, or, you know what, just keep going at him. Joksan has been well and truly destroyed.
It's been such an incredible start to FIFA 19 for Joksan, but certainly going to be crashing down to earth after this result. Maybe something to go away and kind of reset the mentality a little bit ahead of the next tournament, because you feel like this is going to be the end of the road here in London for him. But Yago, I mean, wow. What else can we say about this performance? Let's just remind everyone at home, it was 1-1 in the first leg. He went down to 10 men. He then took a 3-goal advantage into our second leg. And from there, I mean, you can see the score on the top left-hand side of your screen. He has been relentless.
And I don't want to take too much away from Joksan. Obviously, an incredible player. But he has thrown everything forward here in this second half, which has left his defence vulnerable, which has opened up more possibilities for Yago to take these chances and make this scoreline look even worse than perhaps it would have been if Joksan had just played his normal game. But that's what happens in FIFA. You have to go for it. You have to try and get these goals back. But now all eyes are going to be on Yago for the rest of the tournament. We teed up a Stefano Pina versus Joksan final, but now Yago has said, no, that's not going to happen. I want a new name on that trophy, and it's going to be mine.
Joksan then on the attack, goes for the old tornado. A little bit of style points coming out from Joksan towards the end there. Maybe he realises in his head that it's a little bit too much. So just trying to entertain everyone at home who's in the arena at the moment, looking for something flashy to finish things off. But look at this. I like this from Yago. He's still bringing on fresh legs. Doesn't want to make any mistakes at this point. Crazier things have happened, even with just 9 minutes left in game.
Yeah, don't take any chances. Still got to put the game to bed. Maybe there's a consolation available for Joksan. No, nice block. And again, going forward, such little to offer. Such a thin defence for Joksan. And Yago's going to take full advantage of that and try and just increase his goal difference at this tournament. When he was plus 21 before this started.
It's not bad, is it?
Change that and add all those goals. Has him at such a healthy total.
Mateo strikes one, De Gea again. Springs across like a salmon to turn that one behind for a corner. Joksan just looking for any kind of rub of the green now towards the end of this game, just to maybe give his tournament a little bit of spark towards the end, because the light, unfortunately for him, has very much gone out.
But I'd like to reiterate, still a quarter-final. Qualifying for 3 live finals, winning 2 of them and getting to a quarter-final is absolutely massive.
Yeah, unbelievable consistency at the start of FIFA 19 from Joksan.
You can't win them all. Unless you text maybe, but we'll see as the tournament goes on tomorrow when he is in the semi-finals on the Xbox side.
Pele into Ronaldinho. And Yago really going through the bag of tricks at the moment. Every time he's on the attack, he's trying to create a little bit of magic, a little moment for everyone. Eusebio up the other end is trying to do something for Joksan here, inside the box. Berber spin, across to Hullet, Kyle Walker. He doesn't want any of it. Oh!
Would have been nice to go out with a bang, but there's no lower bracket for Joksan. And 4 minutes into added time, surely the ref's going to blow the whistle. Headset comes off. That is going to be a 2-time PS4 champion eliminated. And what a moment it is for the man on your screens.
Congratulations to Yago. What a performance. It had everything, Dan. It had resilience in that first leg, down to 10 men. It had craft going forward. His execution in front of goal was superb as well, and he will be into our semi-finals tomorrow on the PlayStation 4. Commiserations to Joksan. A quarter-final finish, like you highlighted, Dan, nothing to be ashamed about. But of course, when you're a winner, it's nothing but first.
Elsewhere, Mo Aubameyang did get his victory. And I believe Nicholas is currently leading 7-1 as well against Maestro.
Yeah, we're actually going to jump into that one as well, Dan, so you can see it here just as the game's coming to its end. And this is, unfortunately for Maestro, going to be a long, difficult half-hour in-game here. You can see him there on those player cams just shaking his head. But Nicholas, he's been quiet so far in FIFA 19. We were discussing in the back, maybe he'd lost a little bit of that mystique that he had during FIFA 18, a little bit of that fear factor. But a performance like this against a player like Maestro, who's looked so good this tournament, well, that's certainly one way to strike fear into everyone else again.
Oh, Maestro is usually relentless going forward. For Nicholas, he had that unbeaten group stage, of course. Went 7-0. Only player to do so, I believe. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's correct.
And with a 7-1 advantage, we were speaking about it was going to be difficult for Joksan to get back 3 when he had a whole game.
Yeah.
25 minutes left for Maestro to find 6 goals. I think we all know which way this result is going to go, but at the same time, we can admire a little bit of FIFA from Nicholas and just appreciate how well he has been playing this tournament.
Yeah, as I previously mentioned, a little bit of a slow start to FIFA 19 for him, but starting to come to life a little bit. You look at his tournament so far, it's been very, very impressive indeed. It's a great way to finish off your Saturday, and he's probably thinking a little bit ahead to Sunday, but if you look at his player cam, I mean, all he's probably thinking about is the next attack. So much focus on that man's face.
And that's the thing, even when he's so far ahead, even when he knows in the back of his mind, yeah, I've got this one secured, I'm into the semi-final, still, stone cold focus. Grind that victory out, no mistakes, don't give your opponent any sort of hope whatsoever.
So, Dan, obviously this one's sort of drawing to its conclusion, and we can kind of see what the result's going to be. Let's get your thoughts on tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
we've got the Xbox players coming back into the equation. We're going to have Xbox and PlayStation 4 players all going at it. Let's take Tex out the equation a little bit, because obviously we give him a lot of praise, and quite rightly, but who are your other players to watch going to be?
You know what, it's really hard to speak about anyone but Tex, considering how well he has been performing. He is my favourite going into it. But if we focus on the PS4 side of things...
I literally ask you anyone but Tex, and you say Tex.
Well, I can't go with anyone but Tex. He's looked that good. I'm excited to see what Mo Alba has to offer tomorrow on the PS4 side of things. He'll be playing against Yago in the semi-final. The winner of this match goes up against Stefano Pina. Amazing semi-finals.
I think this man is starting to come good, Nicholas, right now. I've got a funny feeling about how he's played so far in London. He's kind of gone under the radar a little bit. But when it matters, he's performing, and there's another one for him. It's actually Maestro who gets on the scoreboard, excuse me, to just claw one back. But Nicholas, one of those players who's always in contention, always at that conversation when a tournament starts of who's going to win this tournament. You can never discount Nicholas. He's got such pedigree. Saw what he could do on FIFA 18.
I think on the PS4 side of things, I mean, apart from maybe the Joksan upset, we could look at those 4 players. I mean, you're pretty happy with the semi-finals that we have. I mean, you asked me who else can we look at on the Xbox side of things. Maybe the Royal. He performed well. I'm excited to see maybe he can do something a little bit different. I think he was voted actually fan MVP on the Xbox side of things today.
A lot of support from back home, obviously, for the Royal. One player we haven't even mentioned, Dan. A certain current FIFA E-World Cup champion, MS Dasari. He's looked rather good so far here in London. And
opponent of the Royal tomorrow, I believe, in the semi-final.
Saudi Arabian affair, yep.
And they're good friends, and that will be an extremely juicy matchup for sure. I mean, we look at all 4 semi-finals tomorrow, Mark, and they're all outstanding players, all deserve to be here. All have got a good chunk of global series points now as well. Getting into that semi-final does secure you 850 global series points. But of course, you want to get to that console victory. You want to get those 1,500.
That's another one hit for Nicholas, 8-2 now.
And even in the dying moments, when the game is won, when the tie is secured and he's already into the semis, he's still bagging them.
See the replay coming in here, and Eusebio seems to have picked up so many goals today, just clutch moments. Seems to be him and Vieira who scored the clutch goals, to be honest with you. When it's mattered in those big games. Really looking forward to the games we're going to have tomorrow, though. Of course, we've got the money to be thinking about as well for these players, and if you thought the pressure, well, was on today. You had the losers bracket games, then you had these knockout games. Tomorrow it's do or die, every single game. That's it. Lose that one, you're out of the tournament. Pressure gets ramped up a little bit more with the prize money, the increasing FIFA Global Series points as well, and the standard of opponent and player that we have for tomorrow. If you weren't planning on watching, clear your diary. Make sure you're here, and that is going to be the end of the game. Nicholas will move into the semi-finals tomorrow. Unfortunately for Maestro, he will be going home. What more can we say, Dan?
Well, we only saw the end of it. I could see glimpses in the corner of my eye on our multi-view, and Nicholas was just finding goal after goal after goal. But we got to talk about Yago. He's knocked out Joksan, and I'm sure Tom and the rest of the boys are dying to talk about it.
Here we are indeed. Thank you so much, Dan Gaskin and Onset. What a great way to end and round out the day. Yes, Yago 8, Joksan 3. Who would have funked it? It has happened, and I tell you what, I believe right now up at the touchscreen, I want to get Buckley's view on this. I want to get MLB's, but in the meantime, I want to go straight to that interview right now because Lottie van Praag is with Yago.
I am indeed. Well, first of all, I want to say is felicitaciones, amigo mío. So congratulations, amazing stuff. I've also got Tino here, who's going to be our translator right now, because this young man has fantastic Argentinian, and I can't understand it, I'm afraid. So, young man, I just want to say, first of all, incredible stuff from you. We actually had a slow start at the beginning, but we managed to pull through when it matters. You must be feeling so happy right now. We could see so much emotion on the stage from you. Talk us through how much it means to you to be going forward.
Primero, felicidades por el resultado. Primero perdiste el partido, así que estabas debajo del radar, inspector, y has conseguido la victoria. ¿Cuánto significa para ti? ¿Cuánto de feliz estás ahora mismo?
¿Le respondo a ella o a vos?
¿A mí? ¿O a ella?
Estoy muy feliz por haber ganado después de haber perdido los primeros cuartos de final y remontar de abajo para poder subir y volver a ganar. Estoy muy feliz por la victoria, por haber pasado semifinales.
He's really, really happy after having lost the first game against Joksan and having come back in the second one and make the semifinals.
Amazing stuff. Well, his pal Nicholas has also made it through as well. So the Argentinians are out with force. But is he proud of South America and how well you guys are dominating the competition right now?
Que si estás orgulloso de Sudamérica y cómo estáis dominando la escena actualmente.
Sí, estoy muy orgulloso de Sudamérica. Yo cuando veía a Nico en torneos pasados o a los otros chicos sudamericanos, tenía la fe de que alguien podría llegar y no tenía pensado que ese podría ser yo.
So when he used to see Nico on the TV, he was always thinking somebody in South America will make that final stages, but he never thought that he was going to be the one.
Amazing stuff. Well, my next question leads nicely into this because I want to know if you have what it takes to win the entire competition next.
Si tienes lo que hay que tener para ganar la competición.
Eso ya se verá, todavía no lo sé, son cosas que pasan en el momento.
It's to be seen. We'll see tomorrow.
We'll see tomorrow. Well done and amazing stuff over here. Tom, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Van Prague. And that translator, what a Christmas jumper. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I've also enjoyed yours today as well, Michael Labelle.
It's not as Christmassy as that one, but
it's nice. It's got a texture to it.
Does a job.
Yeah. Iago talking about how we'll see tomorrow, and yes, we will. He's into the semi-final, beating Joksan. He will be taking on Mwamba tomorrow. And also, we have in that semi-final Stefano Pina versus Nicholas. There was some dominant performances there. Just looking back at the highlights of what we just saw, goals galore. What did you love about Iago's sort of ability in his performance today and his play?
I thought Yago did a really good job of getting the lead, and then once he got that lead, making it very difficult for Joksan to recover. He held the ball going side to side and did a good job with time management while still going forward and adding to his lead. He just made it where Joksan had to adjust, not the other way around.
Because you did say that Joksan, it was my words, that he's stubborn. He doesn't like to change his formation or change things. He has a clear plan and he sticks to it, but it wasn't working. So is that something detrimental to his gameplay there?
I think Joksan is one of those guys, if he's down maybe 2 goals, maybe even up to, maybe 3 at times, but it's better 2 or less, and he's able to stay in the 4-2-3-1, just swap game plans, where it's a little more aggressive. However, once you're chasing a bigger deficit, you no longer can get away with just swapping game plans. You have to move your formation around. And knowing Joksan, I don't think he's that comfortable playing a bunch of different formations this year.
I mean, we spent 4.5 minutes talking about how good he was defensively, just shipped 8 goals. So, not really sure how he can come back from that, to be honest. Yago's going into tomorrow full of confidence and a potential Argentine final coming up, Nicholas Iago, if they both get for the semi-final.
I predicted it. You know, it could be that Boca River Plate Libertadores match. Interesting enough, we've had those sort of reverse matches. We had Maestro versus Nicholas. That ended up being, you know, Nicholas going through now to the semi-final, but he managed to get that revenge. And then you had Mwamba versus Ustan, which didn't go that way that we expected. It's quite interesting. And then, obviously, the man, Iago, manages to get that reverse on him.
And all the quarters, big spreads. Every single match was not
3 goals or more.
Yeah, it's big spreads in every single game, and that's kind of a shocker because typically, as we see tournaments progress, it gets more cagey. It's decided by the ugly set piece maybe at the end of the match or the corner kick that bounces around. It happens. That's part of FIFA. That's part of real football, and we didn't see that. We saw a lot of blowouts, more open matches than I expected, and just more dominating performances in general.
Richard, if you're seeing blowout games, does that make you think that maybe one of the players' heads has dropped more?
I think maybe the difference in time in between games, you're looking, some people are taking bigger breaks, some people are taking less breaks, so you're going to let the confidence roll on. I think one thing to take from yesterday, the Xbox, it was very close games. We saw a lot of late drama, a lot of late goals to win games. Today, pretty much 45 minutes into the second leg, games were over and people heads has dropped. They'll think about what they're having for tea later tonight. Some people think about what they're doing for the semi-final tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see, come that cross-console final, is it going to be a PS4? Is it going to be an Xbox again? Because for me, who's going to beat Tex?
That's an interesting question. Well, look, if we look at the bracket as things stand, and that is a good point, I'd be thinking about my dinner now. I'm kind of contemplating that. Maybe that new gravy for that particular restaurant we like.
Yeah, it does a job.
It does a job.
You mean Nando's?
Okay, look at it. I didn't say the name. Look at on that left-hand side of the screen, you've got your Xbox, MS Dasari, the Royal, Dax, F2 Tech. So we can see on the right-hand side, you have all of today's action, the PlayStation semis, those guys going through. And it's a very good question. Final thoughts from you, Mike LaBelle. Do you think out of the 4 competitors on the right-hand side, the PS4, we've got anyone that could potentially beat F2 Tex if he does get to the final?
I think Nicolas has the best chance. We've already seen Stefano go up against Tex. It didn't go well for him. Nicolas is starting to grow into this tournament, similar to MS Dasari. I've been talking about he's looking a little bit better, looking more comfortable with the meta, looking more like the old Nicolas, the Nicolas from last year.
You've set me up there like you've read my mind, because another player we're looking at the old, looks like we're looking at the old Dax. He's returned back to his form, so before even Tex gets into a cross-console final, he's got to get past Dax, who's almost come back from having a very poor FIFA 18, it's safe to say, and he's back and he's got maybe take down the new kid on the block in F2 Tex.
It can happen. We've seen stranger things happen at sea. Favourite goal of the day, would you probably put it down to Moamba, that overhead?
Yeah, or New York City Chris, that like 35-yard finesse with Thierry Henry. It meant nothing, but it was nice to see.
The Mo Alba goal was just so unexpected.
Yeah.
I couldn't predict it when I was watching it live. I was like, well, that's not what I would do in that situation. So that's why you have to put it up there.
Sure. Well, listen, it comes to the end of a fantastic day. Richard Buckley, thank you so much to you, to your partner in crime, Brandon Smith, as well. MLB, Mike LaBelle. I'm getting to know you 2 days into this now, technically 3. It's been an absolute pleasure. Look forward to tomorrow. Also to LVP, Lottie Van Praag. Also to Onset, to Dan Gaskin, and to Wonderboy and Tan. It's been a beautiful day. Thank you very much to the audience that came down here to the Gfinity Arena. It's been epic. Another day done, and now all that's left is a small matter of Championship Sunday. 4 Xbox players and 4 PS4 players will return tomorrow to battle it out for bragging rights and the chance to call themselves a console champion. But that is not all. Just like Highlander, there can only be one ultimate champion there is. And who will emerge from our cross-console grand final to take home a cool $40,000? Not bad for a day's work. Tomorrow is going to be simply unmissable. Do yourself a favour and come and join us back here at 12:45 p.m. GMT. I will see you then. Good night.
Joksan versus Torre. Now with a chance to strike it. Pele does strike it, and finally the deadlock is broken.
Oh no! There we go. The Kingfisher is back. So well worked from Stefano.
Because the first goal of the game goes in immediately inside the first 15 minutes, and he makes it 3. What a goal!
Ooh, the best goal we've seen this tournament so far.
There's the goal that's been coming for Stefano Pina. Time to perfection for Pele. Stefano Pina, congratulations.
This is set up to be an absolute slobber knocker. Ronaldo absolutely creams it in the back of the net.
2-time PS4 champion eliminated. And what a moment it is for the man on your screens.
Staring back up in the mirror. Cause it's special when you stand out from the rest. When you know that you're